Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to the YouTube channel. So in this video, I'm going to be making you a Vue.js monster. So which also means that I'm going to be sharing almost all of my Vue.js knowledge in this single video. Plus, you're going to be building 10 projects in this video as well. So now the question is, what in the world is this technology which we are currently learning and why you should care about that? So Vue.js is a JavaScript framework used for building user interfaces, particularly for single page application, or you can also call it like SPS for short, and it is designed to be incrementally adapted and can easily be integrated into other projects. So yeah, that's just a quick introduction of what a Vue.js is, and I assume that you didn't get it. Why? Because there are a lot of buzzwords right here, like what in the world is a framework, what is a SPAs, what is a incrementally adapted to other projects and all of that kind of stuff. So what I want you to keep in mind is that Vue.js is a JavaScript framework used for building the user interfaces. That's it, baby. So I want you to just keep that in mind, and we're gonna take care of the rest of them in this course, because there are a lot of things that you have to keep in mind, and we're going to be going into all of them one by one. So that's just a quick introduction of what a Vue.js is. So now let's talk about why you should care about Vue.js. So there are a lot of things I can explain right now, but trust me, if I start explaining each one of them, it's going to waste a lot of your time and it's going to just make you confused. So I want you to just only trust me that Vue.js is awesome, and here are a few bullet points I prepared for you. Like if you care about that, so pause the video and read it by yourself, but if you don't care about that, you don't have to. Okay, so this was what a Vue.js is and why you should care about that. And now let's go to the Vue.js official website and what do they call themselves. So what I want you to do is that I want you to come to this link, which is vuejs.org. So it's going to bring you to this web page right here, and they are calling themselves as the progressive JavaScript framework, an approachable, performant, and versatile framework for building the user interfaces. Yeah, that's just how Vue.js is, and you can click on that and watch the video. But in my case, I'm gonna just click on this getting started button right here. And in this course, we are not going to be working with this options API, which you can see right here. And let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. In this course, we are not going to be working with the option API. Instead, we are going to be working with the composition API, which simply means that options API is old. It is not deprecated, but it is not that much used nowadays. Nowadays, a lot of people use composition API, and that's exactly what we are going to be learning in this course. Okay, so this is the guide. You can learn more about that if you wanted to. And here we are going to be learning almost every single thing in this documentation right here. Okay, and also we are going to be building a lot of projects. So yeah, that was just a quick introduction of Vue.js, and now let's install Vue.js in our machine. So that was it about what a Vue.js is, but now I want to show you my amazing channel. I'm not showing you my channel, but I'm just showing you these playlists. Like you're gonna find this course which you are watching right now in this full stack web development complete course of 2024, and you're gonna find that right here. And I already know that some people will ask me like, well, then you already include the React.js, the Next.js, so what's the point of a Vue.js? Well, it depends. Like if you want to go to the React.js route, you totally go with that route, but if you want to learn Vue.js and you want to go with that route, so I mean like the Vue.js route, so you totally go with the Vue.js. You can also watch this course, and then later if you decide to go full stack Vue.js developer, so for that you're gonna have to watch this Node.js course, then Express.js course, then MongoDB course, and then that Vue.js course which you're watching right now, and that's going to be more than enough for you. And now let me just also talk about this full stack JavaScript, what do we call it? This full stack JavaScript monster class, not a master class but a monster class, because in this course I teach almost every single thing that I already know about JavaScript. So now I'm going to be also putting this Vue.js course into this playlist right here. And I know some of you will ask me like, Hussein, you already discussed the TypeScript and also the React.js and Next.js, so what's the point of a Vue.js? So if you're watching this course and you want to go with the Vue.js, I mean like if you like Vue.js and you want to follow the Vue.js, so you don't have to watch this React.js, and you don't even have to watch this Next.js, you don't even have to watch this TypeScript with Next.js right here. So you can just watch this JavaScript course, then the TypeScript course, and you can watch this Vue.js course, and then you can take these courses right here. And now finally, let me just show you my channel. Please do subscribe. Okay, so I'm using another account, so I already subscribed. You should do the same. So yeah, that's it about for the setup. But now let me just also show you the coding. And you just have to go to my GitHub repository, and here you can find all of the coding with projects as well. So now let me just search for the projects as well. Okay, so I'm going to just click on there, and here you can see we're going to be building all of these projects throughout this course right here. Okay, so yeah, that was enough about the chit chat about this course, and now let's get into the setup, and then let's rock with Vue.js. So that was it about what Vue.js is and why you should care about that. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to install it in our machine so we can work with that. So the first thing which I want you to do is that I want you to go to this nodejs.org website, and here I want you to download and install Node.js in your machine. The next thing which I want you to do is that I want you to go to this code.vscode.com, and it's going to bring you to this website right here. Here you can learn more about VS Code if you wanted to, and you are totally free to choose whichever kind of code editor you like. But in this course, I'm going to be using VS Code. So here you can see it's going to automatically detect your operating system right here. But if it didn't, then I want you to just click on this drop down menu, and you can download it for Mac, for Windows, and also for Linux as well. So that was just two things that you'll need throughout this course. And then what I want you to do is that I want you to just click on this install button, and here you can learn more about these instructions right here. And I happen to be using npm right here because I'm using Node.js. So I'm gonna just click on that, and then I'm gonna right click on that and open my terminal right here. And you can open your terminal anywhere you like, but in my case I want to make my setup inside my desktop, so that's why I open my setup, or my terminal rather, in my desktop right here. So the next thing which I want you to do is that I want you to just place that command which we just copied from this website right here. Okay, so here you can see I already copy and paste this command right here. The first thing which I want you to do is that I want you to just write like npm, then create, then Vue at latest, so it's going to install the latest version of Vue.js in our machine. Okay, so I'm going to just hit enter right here. So it's going to take a bit of time because this is the first time I'm installing Vue.js in my machine. Then it's going to ask us that we have to give some sort of a name for our project. So I'm going to just give a name of like I don't know, Vue course or something like that. I'm going to hit enter. So then it's going to ask us like, do you want to use TypeScript with Vue.js? I guess I'm going to show you how to do that, but we are not going to be using TypeScript not right now. So I'm going to just set that to no. Then it's going to ask us like, do you want to use JSX? No, in this course we are going to be using something called templates, and we're not going to be using JSX. So I'm going to just set that to no. Then it's going to ask us, do you want to use the Vue router? We're not going to be using it not right now, so I'm going to just set that to no. And then it's going to ask us like for state management, like if you're coming from the React.js world, so you can think about Pinia is like Redux toolkit or Redux or something like that. So I'm going to also set that to no. Then it's going to ask us like, do you want to use the V test for testing? No, we are not going to be testing our app, so I'm going to just set that to no. It's going to ask us for the end-to-end testing solution, like you can choose Cypress, you can choose any other ones right here. So I'm not going to be using any of them, so I'm going to set that to no right here. Then it's going to ask us like, do you want to use the ESLint for the quality code? Yeah, I mean like if you set that to no, nothing will happen, but if you set that to yes, and so anytime you have some sort of error, it's going to tell you there in your VS Code. So I'm going to set that to yes. And then it's going to ask us like, do you want to format your code? I already installed Prettier extension in my VS Code, but if you didn't, so you can also set that to yes, or you can set that to no. Like this is totally optional, so I'm going to set that to yes in this case. Okay, so here you can see it's going to generate this folder right here, but this folder will not have that much dependencies right now. So first of all, what they're suggesting is that we have to go into that directory, then we have to install all of the packages, and then we can run there. Okay, so now let's just do that right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm already in my desktop right here, so I'm gonna go ahead and go to my Vue course right here. Okay, so if I hit enter, the next thing which I want to do is that let me just write ls. So here you can see it's going to give us all of these files like .vs code public src, but we don't have any node modules folder right here. Okay, so to get there we just only have to write npm I, or you can also write install if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to just write npm I and hit enter. So it's going to install all of the dependencies which Vue.js will need. Okay, so let's just wait for that and it's gonna do its thing. So now all of the dependencies are now successfully installed in our machine. The next thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna open that folder which you can see right here. I already navigate to my folder right here. I'm gonna open that folder in my VS Code. So I'm gonna use a code dot, and if I hit enter, so it's gonna open that folder in my VS Code right here. And chances are your code array will not look the same like mine because I have changed a lot of things in my VS Code. But if you want to make your VS Code totally the same like mine, I already have a video on that, so you can also check it out if you wanted to. Okay, so I'm gonna just close this terminal right here. We don't need that, and that was the setup of VS Code. That was the setup of Vue.js. But now let me also show you which kind of extension I'm using for this course. So I'm gonna just type Vue.js right here, or Vue rather, and here you can see I already installed this one. This extension right here, VueWiler or whatever you want to call that. So I want you to just install this extension in your machine so that you can work with Vue.js. Okay, so yeah, I want you to just install this extension in your machine, and there you go. So I'm not going to be wasting a lot of your time by explaining all of these files and folders, but now let me just give you a quick idea of what we just installed in our machine. Okay, so the first folder we have is a .vs code folder, and as the name suggests that inside this folder we're going to be storing all of our VS Code configuration and extension and all of that kind of stuff. So we are not going to be touching this folder. The next one we have is a node modules folder, and this node modules folder is the biggest folder of our entire project, because in this folder we are going to be storing all of our packages by which our Vue.js is depends on. Like later, if you decide to add some other packages into our project, like I don't know, a Vue router or Pinia or something like that, so all of their packages will be also available inside this node modules folder. And again, we're not going to be touching this node modules folder as well. The next one we have is a public folder, and as the name suggests that inside this public folder we are going to be storing all of our assets file, like I don't know, some sort of SVGs and icons and images and all of that kind of stuff. The next one we have is a SRC folder, or you can say the source folder, and we're going to be spending almost like 99% of our time inside this source folder. The next file we have is a ESLint related file. Then the next one we have is a gitignore file, which will allows us to ignore all of these files and folders which are available inside this what do we call it, this .gitignore file. The next one we have is for prettier, we don't care about that. And also we have the index.html. Let me just go back and show you what we have inside this index.html file. So what I want you to do is that I want you to just keep this line of code in mind. This div with a class, this div with the ID of app. So I want you to just keep that in mind, and later I'm going to be telling you like what in the world is this div with the ID of app. The next one we have is a jsconfig.json file, and as the name suggests that here we're going to be storing all of our JavaScript configurations. And then we have a package log, and this one is a huge file, like yeah, this one is a huge file, so we are not going to be touching this file as well. The next one we have is a package.json file, and this file will keep track of all of the packages which we've installed in our machine. Okay, so like here you can see we have script, like we can run this script like by using npm run dev or npm run build or preview lint and format. So yeah, I'm gonna also show you that a bit later. And here you can see we install these few dependencies in this project. Like we didn't install that, Vue.js did, but here you can see it's going to show you all of their dependencies which we've installed in our machine by this project, to be precise. Okay, then we have a readme.md, like you can learn more about that if you wanted to. Like you can learn more about your project, like what this project will do for you, and so on and so forth. So I'm not going to be wasting your time by explaining that. The next one we have is a vue.config.json file, and here we're not going to be doing anything, but we're going to be just providing our Vue configuration and all of that kind of stuff. Now let me just get into the main file, or the main folder rather, of this entire stuff. So I'm going to just open this src, and here you can see we have a ss folder. I'm going to just delete that because we don't need that. So here you can see we have this base.css, or first of all let me just run this code, and then you'll get to know what this base.css and logo.svg and main.css and components and all of these things are doing. So now let me just run this file. So I'm going to open my terminal right here, and I'm going to just use like npm run dev. So what I want you to do is that I also want you to open your terminal and run this command right here. First of all, you have to navigate to your directory. In my case, I'm going to be using this Vue course, and here I want you to just type this npm run dev. So once you do, I want you to just hit enter right here, and once you hit enter, and then here you can see it's going to give us this link right here. So I want you to just hold control and click on this link right here. So it's going to open your file or your project inside your web browser right here. So here you can see it's going to give us like, you did it, baby, and everything is successfully installed. And you can go to the documentation, tooling, ecosystem, community, and Vue support. And here you can see this is just a boilerplate project right here, which Vue.js already gives us. And by the way, if you want to stop this server, so you just have to hold control and then hit C, and then hit C once again, and it's gonna just stop this server right here. So if you want to restart it again, so you just have to write like npm, let me just write npm run dev, and if I hit enter, so it's gonna restart it once again. Okay, so it's going to restart there, and I'm going to just refresh my file, and here you can see it's going to restart there. So what I want to do is that I want to delete this ss folder because we don't need that right here. So here you can see we have this base.css which will only style this web page right here, so we don't need that. So I'm going to just delete this ss folder. I'm going to go ahead and go to my components, and I'm going to delete all of these components right here. And now at this point of the course, I will not assume that you guys already know what a components is, because later we are going to be jumping into components in a very great detail. The next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to open my app.vue component right here. Let me just go back, or you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just open there, and I'm going to delete every single thing that I have right here and type what I'm typing. And I'm gonna explain what I'm doing a bit later, but I want you to just type what I'm typing. So I'm gonna just write like script, and here I'm gonna just write setup, and then I'm gonna just write template and template opening and closing tag. Then I'm gonna just write like style and scope, and then I'm gonna also close it right here. And inside this template, I'm gonna just write h1 of hello world, or hello view would be fine rather. Okay, so I'm gonna just save my file, and I want you to just open your app.vue and write all of this code which I just write right here. Okay, and I'm going to explain what this code do a bit later. So I'm going to just close there. The next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my main.js right here, and here you can see first of all we are importing this css. We already delete this main.css, so I'm going to just remove that from here. The next thing which we are doing is that we are now getting this create app, like we are importing this create app. This create app is something which we are importing from the Vue.js, and we are also importing our app component, which you can see right here, this app component. Here you can see that, and we just write this code right here inside this app component. We are importing our app component from this app right here, and then we are just passing that app component to this create app. And then here you can see we're just using this .mount method, and this .mount method will render our component to this app right here. So where in the world is this app? Let me just show you that. I already showed you that, but just in case if you forgot that, let me just show you that once again. I'm gonna just collapse there, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to my index.html file, and I told you to keep in mind this app right here, this div with the ID of app. So what we are doing is that we are selecting that app, and we are just rendering this app component into that app. So what I want you to do is that I want you to just keep that in mind, and we will never come back to this main.js or to this what do we call it, to this index.html file. So just say bye bye to both of them. And that was the setup of Vue.js, and here you can see we're now getting this hello view right here inside our browser. So yeah, that was it about all of the things and all of the setup and configuration of Vue.js. And next we are going to be learning about what components are and why you should care about that. So now let's talk about one of the crucial part of Vue.js, which is called components. So what in the world are components and why you should care about that? But spoiler alert. This definition is the most advanced definition, but trust me, I'm going to break this down a lot. So a component is a reusable and self-contained unit that encapsulates a specific piece of functionality or user interface, and components are a fundamental building block of a Vue application, and they allow you to organize and structure your code in a modular way. Get it? No, because there are a lot of things going on, like what is a reusability, self-contained unit and encapsulation, what do we call it, functionality, user interface. There are a lot of things going on. So to put it in a simple word, a component is like a building block of your website, and I want you to imagine it as a small and reusable part of your web page that you can easily use in different places. And you can also think of it as like a Lego blocks that you can use over and over again to build different things. So yeah, that's just the most simple definition of what a component is. So now let me just give you an analogy of a component. So I want you to imagine you are building a website about travel, and you might have a sections like header, logo, navigation, main section in which we would have our destination information. We would also have a sidebar with the travel tips and etc. So in Vue.js, each of these sections can be a component if you wanted to, but you can also put that in one component. I'm going to also tell you that a bit later, but yeah, you can also make a separate component for them. So a component in this context is like a building block of your website. You have a header component, a main content component, a sidebar component, and so on. So each component does its job well, and you can combine them to create a complete and functional travel website. So that was just a quick analogy of what a component is. So now let me just show you that. So here you can see this is not a travel website, by the way, but I want you to just imagine you are building some sort of a website like that. If I ask you like how you would build that by using components, so well, you can create a small components, you can create a big components if you wanted to, but I'm gonna just break this down into, I don't know, 4 components right here. So here you can see the first component I'm gonna be creating like for navigation or something like that. Then I'm gonna create another component for search. Then I'm gonna also create for the menu or another navigation component, and I'm gonna also create a component for this card right here. Okay, so if I wanted to, I can also even separate this component into something else. Like I'm gonna just create a component for this image and this content right here, and I can also extract the functionality of these stars as well. I can also create a component right here. I'm gonna just give a name of like a small component for articles or something like that. So this is how we are going to be creating a component for each of the things inside our website. So I want you to just don't sweat it, and we are going to be creating countless components in this course. So now let's talk about why we should create a component and like what's the point of creating a component. So component allows us to do all of these things right here. I'm not going to be reading through all of that because it's going to waste a lot of your time, but here you can see the main title. A component allows us to provide a modularity, reusability, maintainability, scalability, readability, customization, and all of that. Okay, so yeah, this is what a components is, and now let me just create a component and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So here, back to my VS Code once again, baby. And what I want to do is that I'm going to just close this file, and here you can see we have this components folder right here, and I'm going to just create a separate file. I'm going to just give a name of like I don't know, hello world or something like that, because this is going to be my main component. You can give your component any name you want, but if you're using ESLint and if you just give a single name to your component like hello.vue, and if you hit enter right here, and here you can see it's going to instantly give us that error. Like if I hover my mouse over to that, so here you can see component name hello should always be a multi-word, like more than one word, which they are suggesting. Like this is not actual error, by the way, this is just a warning. Like they're just suggesting like you have to provide like more than one word right here. So if I just write like hello world, and if I hit enter right here, so here you can see that error is totally gone. Okay, so now let's just create our first component. So our component is divided into 3 parts. First HTML, then CSS, then JavaScript. Okay, so now the question is how in the world we are going to be creating or working with HTML in our Vue.js component. And trust me, it's totally simple and easy. You just have to write this template opening tag and template closing tag right here, and inside these templates we can write all of our HTML right here. Okay, so first of all you have to write HTML template opening tag and then template closing tag, and here we can write all of our HTML code right here. So like in my case, I'm gonna just write like h1 of hello world right here. So if I just save my file, and the next thing which we have to do is that we have to render this component somewhere. Like now we create our component right here, we can even remove this CSS and we can also remove that. And if we just write this template, and inside this template we just only have this h1 with the content of hello world right here. Now we have to use that somewhere. Okay, so now I'm going to go into my app.vue right here, and here I'm going to import that component. So I'm going to just write enter, and here I'm going to use like import. Let me just write import, and here I'm going to just give a name of like hello world, and here you can see it is auto suggesting us. So I'm going to just hit enter right here, and it's going to import that hello world component from a components folder. Here you can see this is available inside this components folder, and then it's going to go ahead and go to this hello world component, and it's going to grab it from there. And what I want to do is that I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just remove this h1 right here, and I'm going to just place this hello world component right here. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting hello and world right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be importing a component, and this is how we are going to be creating a component. So now inside this component we only have HTML right here, so this area will be for HTML. Okay, so now if you also want to write a CSS in JavaScript, we can also write, like, let's suppose if you want to write some sort of a CSS. So I'm going to just write a CSS right here, and I'm going to just write first of all a style. Let me just write a style opening tag and style closing tag. And there are a lot of things inside a styling which we are going to be also talking about, but in this case, or you know what, let me just write a styling right here, and I'm going to just select my h1, which you can see right here. I'm going to just select my h1, and I'm going to just change some sort of a color of there, like I don't know, color of red or something like that. Let me just go back, and now if I save my file, and now let me just refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us that red color right here. Like this styling is now successfully applying for this h1 right here. That's totally cool. But let's suppose if we also wanted to write a JavaScript code as well, so we can also write a JavaScript for this specific component. So I'm going to just write first of all a script opening tag and script closing tag, but here I want you to also write setup. Okay, so here if you write a setup, so you can write all of your JavaScript code right here, like hello world or something like this. So if I save my file and open my console.log, so here you can see it's going to give us that hello world right here inside a console. So now the question is, if we cut this JavaScript from here and we put it above, and we also cut this CSS from here and we also put it right here, will it affect our component? If I save my file, so what do you think is going to happen right now? And if I refresh, and here you can see everything is totally working a-okay. But the convention is like what a lot of Vue.js developers do. I'm going to cut that from here. I'm going to just place it right here. They first of all write their JavaScript code up above, then they write their content or their HTML code right here, and then finally they write their CSS at the end. So throughout the course you are going to see me write my code like this. Okay, so yeah. And this is how we are going to be creating a component. This is how we are going to be importing a component, and this is how we are going to be rendering a component in Vue.js. And that was just the actual definition of what a component is. And by the way, I forgot to mention one thing, which is called a reusability. So now I can reuse this component again and again, and it's going to give us the same result. So I'm going to just duplicate this line of code that much time, and now if I save my file, and let me just go back, and here you can see it's going to give us that hello world again and again, and it's going to also give us that console log 8 times right here. Okay, and also that styling is now applied. So here you can see we are now reusing our component. Let me just say that once again. This is how we are going to be creating our component. This is how we are going to be importing our component. This is how we are going to be reusing a component, or just using a component right here. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just refresh that. And here you can see we are now getting hello world, and also that console log inside. What do you go inside this console right here? There we go. Kind of lost my mind there. Anyway, so now let's talk about the nested component, like component inside another component. How in the world we are going to be doing that? So here you can see we have this application once again, and let's suppose we have this component, you know, yeah, this one is fine. So here you can see we have this application right here. So we have this component, and we also have this plus right here. We can also put that inside this component, or we can create a separate component for that, and we can put that component right here. So this component will be known as a nested component. So a component inside another component is called a nested component. So now let me just give you an example of that, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just remove that, and let me just create yet another component. So I'm going to just give a name of like another component or something like that. The name doesn't matter, but I'm going to just provide this .vue extension at the end. I also forgot to show you that anytime you're working with the Vue.js. So finally at the end, you're gonna have to write this .vue at the end. So I'm gonna just hit enter right here, and now let's just create our component. So I'm not gonna be writing any JavaScript code, and I'm also not gonna be writing any CSS. So I'm gonna just create like let me just use like TEP. No, it's not that. So let me just write a template right here. Inside this template, I'm gonna just write h1 of another, nested component. So I'm going to just save this file. So now we successfully create our component. Now we are going to be nesting this component inside this hello world component right here. So I'm going to delete this hello world from here. I'm going to also remove this CSS so that we don't have any color markup. I'm going to also remove this comments from here. Now let me just save that, and now let's just import this another component into this hello world component. So I'm going to just write like import first of all, and I'm going to just write another component, and if I hit enter, it's going to also give us that view. Let's just remove that view. I'm going to copy there, and here you can see I'm going to just give a name of like this is a parent component. So I'm going to just save this file, and here you can see it's going to give us like this is a parent component, and now I'm going to render this another component right here. So now let me just write this component, and now let me just close that. And by the way, I also forgot to show you, this is how we are going to be calling our component. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us like nested component. And if I just write something inside there, let me just write a few dashes, like 2 dashes or something like that. If I save my file, so here you can see it's going to give us this is the parent component, and this is the nested component, which means like this component is available inside this parent right here. This is going to be the parent, and this is going to be the children. So this is a children component, or you can also call it a nested component right here. Okay, so you can write your logic here, you can write your CSS, you can write your JavaScript code, you can write whatever you want to write, and all of that will be reflected right here as well. So you can write like I don't know, paragraph. Let me just write a paragraph of lorem 20 or something like that. And now if I save that, and here you can see it's going to give us that lorem ipsum right here, and this content will be a parent content. Like both of these lines of code is a parent component. And now let me just write something inside this children component as well. So I'm going to also write let me just write h2. This is come on this is some extra content from the children components. Now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to also give us that extra content from a children component right here. So now let me just ask you a question. If I go ahead and go to my app component, so what do you think this component is? I'm just asking you a question, like what do you think this component is? This hello world component is the children of this app component. This app component is the main, like the father or the parent of all of the component. And now we are rendering this hello world component into this app component. So this is a parent component, this hello world is a children component of this app component, and this another component is now the children of this hello world component right here. So first of all, we have this app component, this is a parent, then we have this hello world component, this is a children of this app component. I hope I'm not confusing you. Let me just say that once again. This is a parent component, this hello world.vue is the children of this app component, and this another component is the children of this hello world component right here. So yeah, that was just a quick introduction of what a component is and how it works, and we also learned about nested components as well. So that was it about components in Vue.js, and now let's talk about a text interpolation in Vue.js. So what in the world is text interpolation, and why you should care about that? So text interpolation is referred to the process of dynamically binding data to the content of HTML element in your template, and it allows you to display the value of JavaScript expression or a variable within your mockup. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? This is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, we are going to have to write these double what do we call it, this double opening bracket or curly braces, whatever you want to call that, and then we are going to have to close that, and inside there we are going to be writing our JavaScript right here. This is a JavaScript word, and here we are going to be writing all of our JavaScript. Like I don't know, if you want to render like 2 plus 2 it's going to give you the result of 4, or if you want to call a function right here, you can also do that if you wanted to. So yeah, that was just a quick introduction of a text interpolation, and now let me just give you an example of that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my components. I'm gonna delete this nested component from here, and I'm gonna just rename this component to my component. I'm gonna hit enter right here, and now let me just copy the name of this component, my component. I'm gonna go ahead and place that right here inside these three areas. So we are now importing my component, and we are now calling that my component right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna just close that, and here we are going to be writing almost all of our logic. So I'm gonna just remove this content. I'm gonna also remove this content from here, and now let me just write my h1 right here. And now let's learn about a text interpolation right here. So we already learned like how in the world we are going to be writing our text right here. Like this is some text or something like that. If I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like this is some text. So how we are going to be writing our text inside a JavaScript, and then we are going to be rendering that text or that logic inside our HTML template right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write like const my message. I'm going to just declare a variable, and I'm going to just store the value of like a yellow word right here instead of a hello word. So I'm going to just write a yellow word, and now let's just I'm going to just remove this text from here. And now if I want to render this my message, I'm going to just write double opening bracket right here, and now inside there we're going to have to place this my message right here. So if I place that right here, so what do you think will be the result of this component? So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting yellow word, baby. So this is how we are going to be rendering our content from the JavaScript to our HTML right here dynamically, or you can also call it a text interpolation. So yeah, now the next thing which I want to do is that let me just declare one more variable. I'm going to give a name of like my number. Come on, not my name but my number, and it's going to be equal to like 100 or something like that. And now I'm going to just write like h2, and now let me just interpolate that as well. So I'm going to just use like my number, and now let me just save my file. So here you can see it's going to give us 100 right here, which is also totally working a-okay. And we can also write our JavaScript expression right here if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write like, I don't know, h3 of something like 2 plus 2. So what do you think will be the result of this expression right here? Like this is the most easiest expression right here, but I want you to imagine once again, this area is a JavaScript area. So what do you think will be the result of that? If I save my file, and it's going to give us 4 right here. So if you want to provide a label for that, like 2 plus 2 equal to 4, so here outside from these curly braces we're going to be writing like 2 plus 2 equals to, so this is the actual text. Like it's not going to do anything, but it's going to just render this text as it is. And then here we have this actual expression, so it's going to give us 4, and it's going to look something like this. So now let me just undo that, and now let me just save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like 2 plus 2 as actual content, and then it's going to give us this 4 right here, which is inside this JavaScript expression. So now let me just give yet another example. Like I don't know, I'm going to just declare a variable, or not a variable, in this case I'm going to just declare a function or something like that. I'm going to give a name of like add, and it's going to take the x and the y parameters, and I'm going to just return x plus y. So now that we have to use this add function right here, so I'm going to just write like I don't know, h1 yet again, and here I'm going to just write like add 2, come on, add 2 numbers or something like that. Let's just go back, and here I'm going to just write my text interpolation syntax right here, and here we have to just execute this function. So I'm going to copy the name of that, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm going to just provide 2 comma 2, like 2 for the x and 2 for the y's. So I'm going to just provide a space right here. Let's just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us like 2 plus 2 will give us 4. So let's suppose if I just write like I don't know, 2 plus 10, so if I just save that, so it's going to give us 12 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing our dynamic data, or this is how we are going to be doing a text interpolation in Vue.js. But there is a bit of a catch. Let's suppose if you want to declare a variable manually inside these curly braces, so what do you think is going to happen? So if I just comment this line out, I'm going to go ahead and also comment this line out as well, and I'm going to go ahead and just write a paragraph right here, and you know, I'm going to just write my curly braces again, and I'm going to just give a name of like const my name and is equal to Hussein. So what do you think will be the result of that? If I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us a beautiful error. This is not allowed, baby. You got to do something about that. You have to extract this logic to somewhere else, and then you have to just provide the variable name here. Okay, so let me just write a label right here like not, come on, not allowed, baby. So now let me just save there, and yeah, it's gonna give us that error. So I'm gonna just comment this line out, and I'm gonna uncomment this line out, and I guess there was it about the text interpolation in Vue.js. So enough about a text interpolation. Now let's talk about a v bind and the attribute bind. So what in the world is that? So attribute binding is a way to bind HTML attributes to a data in a Vue instance. Yeah, so that was just a quick introduction of that. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We have two ways to do that. So we have an older way of doing that by using the v-bind, and then we have to write this colon and then our attribute name right here. And then we have a newer way and the shorter way. We just have to write this colon and then the attribute name. This is not deprecated, like you can still use that, and you're gonna see a lot of projects using this v-bind right here. But throughout the course I'm gonna be using that, and I'm gonna show you both ways so you can choose whichever you like. So now let me just show you that. Here you can see I have this content right here, but I'm going to remove that because I want to start every single thing from scratch. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just go ahead and write my channel, right? Come on, my channel, and it's going to be equals to the string and my channel link right here. Let's suppose if I want to attach this value right here as an attribute to some sort of an anchor tag or some sort of thing, like I don't know, let me just give you an example of that. So I'm going to just write my anchor tag right here, and I'm going to just write like Hussein channel or Hussein web dev channel, whatever you want to call that. And in this case it's going to require some sort of href right here, right? So if I just write like my channel and if I save my file, so what do you think will be the result if I save my file? Let me just zoom in a bit, right click on there, and not this one, come on, what the hell am I doing? Right click on that and go to the inspect element. So it's going to open that element right here, and it's going to only gives us my channel. Like this is not working. If I click on that, it's going to only brings us to this my channel right here. So this is not what we want. We want this link when we click on that, so it's going to brings us to my channel, like my actual YouTube channel. So to do that, we already have a link of my channel, so we have to bind there dynamically. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We just have to write this v-bind. Okay, so if we just write this v-bind and then we just bind that, so here you can see it's going to make it totally white. So if I save my file, and now here you can see that my channel is now changed to this link right here. So now if I click on this link, so it's going to bring us to my YouTube channel right here. It's taking a lot of time, but trust me, this is the older way of writing this code. But now if I duplicate this line of code and if I just remove this v-bind from here, and now let me just comment there, if I just remove this v-bind from there and if I just write this colon right here, it's gonna still work. So if I save my file and refresh, so here you can see it's gonna still work. If I expand that, and here you can see we have this YouTube channel link right here. Okay, so that was the first example. Now let me just give you a few more examples. So I'm gonna just go ahead and write const amazing image or something like that, and I already copied this image from unsplash.com, so I'm gonna just place this image link right here, and you can render any link if you wanted to. So now let me just delete that, or let me just comment these out, and I'm gonna just go ahead and write img tag. Let me just write img tag, and here I'm going to just bind that image link which we have right here as an amazing image right here. So I'm going to just write a colon. So if I just write a colon, and here we have to write our variable name. So in this case our variable name is amazing image, so I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place that right here. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us this amazing image right here. Couples. Let's just remove these comments and also this one because I think that's a bit cluttered. So here you can see it's going to give us that image, but if I right click on that and go to my inspect element, it's going to also require us to provide the alternative text as well. So I'm going to also make this alternative text dynamic as well. So for that I'm going to just write another variable const alt text, and it's going to be equals to like just a random picture or something like that. And now I'm going to also render this alt text right here dynamically. So if I want to make it dynamic, I'm going to have to write this colon right here, and if I just save that, and here you can see we are now getting this just a random picture right here. Okay, so if I just remove this colon from here, so now let me just save this. So what do you think will be the result? And it's gonna only gives us this alt text right here, which is not something that we want. So now I have to write this what do we call it, this colon right here, so it's going to give us this just a random picture right here. Now let's suppose if we also want to provide a width and height to our image, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? We can also write like const, let me just write const image width, and it's going to be equals to 400 right here. And I'm going to also declare yet another variable name. I'm going to just give a name of like image height or something like that, and it's going to be also 400 right here. So if you want to render or bind this image width and image height dynamically, so you guessed it, this is how we are going to be doing that. So we are going to have to first of all write this colon, and then we have to write a width. And if I just write a width, here we have to dynamically render this image width right here. So now let me just copy and paste it right here. And I'm going to also write this colon, and it's going to be, no, not like that. And here we have to write a height. And here we have to copy this image height, and we just have to place that right here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us that image 400 by 400 right here. Okay, so if I click on that, come on, what the hell am I doing? And here you can see we have the width of 400 right here, and we also have the height of 400 right here. So this is how we are going to be binding data or attribute dynamically in Vue.js. So that was it about attribute binding. Now let's talk about the dynamic binding in Vue.js. So I didn't prepare a slide for that because this is a simple topic, so there is no need to prepare a slides for that. So I'm going to just comment out these line of code, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create an object. I'm going to give a name of like const, or first of all, let me just write a separator right here, and I'm going to just write a dynamic binding. And now let me just create an object, and inside this object we're going to have to write all of our properties and its value. So I'm going to just write like const image info, and it's going to be equals to this object, and this object will first of all have the src. You are not allowed to give any name to this src right here. Like if you just write something and something, it's not going to fly here. You're going to have to write the src, and as a src we are going to have to place this image right here. So I'm going to just copy the image. So let's just copy there, and I'm going to go ahead and place this image link right here. And finally, I'm going to also have to write a comma so that we don't get any errors. The next thing which you have to do is that we also have to write the alternative text. So I'm going to just write const alt and just a random text right here. Okay, now let me just write a comma. Then I'm going to also write for the width. So for the width, I'm going to just give him like 400, and also for the height will be 400 right here. So now we have to use this. So like we don't have to create a separate variables for them, and we don't have to like specify every single thing manually. I'm gonna just, let me just comment this like, I'm not gonna do that because you already watched the video. So now let me just remove that, and here we just have to write this colon equal to, and here we just have to write our image info. Okay, just this name right here. So I'm gonna copy that. Now let me just place that right here, and now if I save my file, and let's just refresh, so here you can see it's going to give us this image right here. We can also do that by using a vbind if you wanted to. So we can use like v-bind, and now if you save our file, and now if I refresh, so here you can see it's going to still gives us that image. So if I just inspect this image, we're going to have our image link, we would have our alternative text, we would have our width, and also the height. Come on, we would also have the height as well. So yeah, everything is working totally a-okay, and this is how we are going to be working with a dynamic binding in Vue.js. So you can suit for yourself, like if you like this approach, you can use that, but if you like this approach, you are more than welcome to use that. So enough about the bindings. Now let's talk about a styling in Vue.js. So I'm going to remove this component from here, and let's just create a few components. So I'm going to just write first of all the component of global style dot not css but view, and then I'm going to also write for the local style dot view as well. I'm going to also write for the combined style dot view, and also one for the module style dot view as well. And let's just start from the first component. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a template right here, template opening tag and template closing tag, and we're not going to be writing any script. So I'm going to just write h1, and I'm going to also give a class of text-red right here. Okay, so if I just write text-red, and I'm going to just write a content of global styling or styling like that, and I'm going to also provide a paragraph with the class of local right here. Okay, trying local scope in this component. Okay, component. So now if I save my file, so now anytime you want to work with a styling, so we are going to have to first of all write a style opening tag and style closing tag, and this is something called a global style. Okay, so anything we write inside this style component will be reflected to all of the component which we currently have. Like, let's suppose if you have like text dash red, and now if I just write like color of red right here. So if I save my file, but first of all we have to just register there right here. So I'm gonna just remove that. I'm gonna also remove that, remove this one as well, and I'm gonna just import first of all the global style from, let's just go ahead and go to my components, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to my global style. Now let me just copy that from here, and let me just render that right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see it's gonna give us that global styling right here, which means like this styling is now successfully applied to this component. But if I go to my local component right here, and I'm going to just create my component once again, and I'm gonna just write h2 maybe, and I'm gonna just write this is children component or something like that. And what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just write, or I'm not gonna write anything, but I'm gonna just copy this class right here. I'm gonna copy there, and now let me just place this styling right here, save my file. Then I'm gonna have to register this component inside my Vue app. So I'm gonna just write import, and then the local, come on, local style from the, let's just go ahead and go to my components, and then the local style right here. And now let me just render that right here. So local style, and now let's just close that. So if I save my file, and here you can see what is happening. We wrote our style in this component, and now it is also working inside this local component, I mean like a local style component as well. So what is going on? As I said, that this is now a global style, and like any style you introduce right here will be reflected to all of these components right here. It doesn't matter if you have one component or if you have like 1000 component, that styling will be applied to all of the component. But if you want to make this component, I mean like if you want to make this styling locally, just only specific for this specific component, not for the local and not for the rest of them. So for that we are going to have to write this scope right here. So if we just write this scope, and now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to remove that styling from this component, even though we still have that class of text red right here, but it's going to remove it from this component right here. Why is that? Because now we made our styling as a local style right here. So if we just provide this scope right here, and any styling we provide inside this style tag will be only applied to this component, this specific component, not outside from there. Okay, so here you can see we are getting this styling, but let's suppose, let me just copy that styling from here. Let me copy that, and I'm going to just place it right here. Okay, so now if I save that, and here you can see this color is also changed. But if I just go ahead, and we already have this styling right here, so here you can see that will not be applied to this component. So that was it about for the global and local styling. And now let's just combine both of them at once. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my combine style, and now let me just write my template, opening tag and closing tag. I'm going to just write my h2, and I'm going to also provide a class name of g1 right here, and I'm going to just give a name of like another global style, and I'm going to also write h2 once again. And in this case I'm going to just give a class of like l1 for the local one, and another local style right here. Okay, so now underneath that I'm going to first of all write a global styling, come on, styling, and then I'm going to also write a local styling as well. Okay, so first of all let's just take care of the global styling. So if I just write a style opening and closing tag, and you already know that it's going to make our styling totally globally, so I'm going to just write like g-1, and now inside there I'm going to just provide a background color of fuchsia or something. Come on, not fuchsia, if you yeah, this color, whatever. And then I'm going to also provide a color of totally white to it. So what do you think is going to happen? So if I save my file and refresh there, oh come on, we have to render this component into an app right here. So I'm going to have to, or let's just comment these both component out, and I'm going to also comment these out. And now let me just render my combined, come on, combined, or let's just remove that. What the hell am I doing today? Let me just grab my combined style from, let's just go ahead and go to our components, then go to our combined style right here, and now let's just render there right here. So I'm going to just write a combined style, and now let's just close this. So if I save my file, and here you can see that styling is now applying to this component as well. and as I said that these styling are now a global styling. So now let's just try it on something else. So I'm gonna just copy this class, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my local style right here, and instead of providing this text red, I'm going to just provide this g1 class. So what do you think is gonna happen? So if I save my file, and here you can see, as I said, that that's a global styling. So here you can see it's gonna also apply for this component as well. So now if you want to also work with local as well, like if you want to combine the global and local styling for this specific component, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, this is how we are going to be doing that. The syntax is like totally the same, but we are now here combining both of them. So we are going to be just writing a scope, and now inside there I'm going to just write this L-1 right here, and now here I'm going to just say like background color of totally black, and color will be totally, come on, not column but color will be totally white right here. So now if I save my file, and here we already provide this L1 here, so here you can see it's going to give us like another local style right here. But if I copy this class name from here, and now if I go ahead and go to this local component, and now if I just provide it right here, and now if I save that, and here you can see it's not going to apply for this component. Why is that? Because we introduced that as a local styling right here. So I want you to keep in mind, we can work with a global styling, we can also work with the local styling, and we can also use both of them in one component as well. Like we can use a global styling and also the local styling in one component as well. So yeah, that was it about for the globals and locals. Now let's just go ahead and go to the module styling right here. The first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write my template so that we have some sort of a content, and I'm going to just say like using module CSS with dollar syntax. First of all, we are going to be taking care of the kebab case. Okay, so this is just a naming convention, by the way, which I'm explaining right here. So I'm going to just write a style, but now in this case we're not going to be providing any scope. We're going to be just providing module right here. And now inside there, first of all, let's just take care of the kebab case. I don't even know how to spell a kebab, but yeah, it is already giving us this error right here. So if I hold my mouse over to there, kaboob, kebab, kaba, no, there isn't any good suggestion, so I guess that's gonna be it. So this is just a naming convention, by the way. So what I'm going to do is that I'm gonna just write M class, and now inside that I'm gonna provide a background color of fire brick, and I'm going to also provide a color of totally, come on, totally white right here. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now in this case, let's suppose if you want to bind this class right here into this h1, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, we can either write the v-bind right here, or we can just write or colon right here. So first of all, let me just show you that in the v-bind. So you know what, we're not going to be writing it like this way, so we have to write our class right here, and then we have to write that, and we have to use this dollar sign and then style. And now in this case we are going to have to use a brackets right here. Why are we using a brackets? Because in this case we are providing this dash right here. This is known as a kebab case syntax right here. So that's why we have to write these brackets right here. So now inside these brackets we are going to have to write our classes right here. So now in this case we only have one class, which is m dash class right here. So now if I save my file, and now if I refresh, but first of all we have to register there, man, what the hell. I'm gonna just import that module style, and now let me just import that module style right here. Now if you save that, and here you can see that styling will be totally applied to this kebab syntax as well. But let's suppose if I just remove these brackets from here, let me just remove these brackets, and if I just write a dot, and now if I save my file, so it's gonna give us that error right here. Okay, so we cannot do that. So I'm going to just comment this line out. And by the way, let me just show you that we can also remove this v-bind from here, and we can also just use this colon, and now if you save that, it's gonna still work. So let me just provide this kebab this v-bind right here, and now let me just show you their camel case syntax right here. But first of all, we have to write some sort of a content right here so that we can work with that. So I'm gonna just use like h1, and inside this h1 I'm gonna be using module css with dollar syntax, baby, and using a camel case notation in this case. So I'm going to just write like, oh come on. So I'm going to just write first of all this another class right here, and inside there I'm going to provide the background color of like sea green or some, come on, sea green, and I'm going to also provide a color of totally white right here. in this case. So now if we just provide that another class right here, well, you know, first of all we have to bind there because we are working with a module CSS. So we are going to have to write a class, and then we have to write a dollar syntax and then the style. And now in this case we have two classes, like we have m dash class, and we also have this another class right here. So if I just write this another class, and if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to apply that styling to this class right, I mean like that element right here. Okay, so yeah, that's there. So we can also customize our module right here, like we can provide a name to that. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? This is how we are going to be doing that. We just have to write a colon, I mean like equal to, and then double quotes, and here we can give it any name we want. So in my case I'm gonna just write a my classes or something like that. Okay, so here you can see it's gonna give us that error. If I hover my mouse over to that, so you can read through this error right here, but I'm gonna show you that anyway. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this dollar sign and then this style right here. So let's just remove that, and I'm gonna just provide my name right here, which is my classes. So now if I save my file, and here you can see that styling will be still applied right here. So yeah, that was a lot about styling, but you don't have to worry about that much styling. Not even not right now. Okay, so I want you to just keep in mind, what do you call it, this global style, the local style, and also the combined style as well. But if you care about this module styling, you like I already show you there, but if you don't care about that, you're not going to be finding yourself using this module styling that much. Okay, so yeah, that was it about styling in Vue.js. Alright, so that was it about for the styling, and now let's learn about events in Vue. And I'm pretty much sure that you guys already use events in the DOM, but if you didn't, why not you're watching this course, go ahead and watch my DOM course. Just kidding. So now let me just create a component. I'm gonna give him a name of like my event or something like their dash view. And now let me just zoom in a bit. I'm going to remove these components from here, and also these imports from here as well. And now what I want to do is that I'm gonna first of all write a script, and let's just provide a setup to that. And I'm going to also provide this template right here, h1 of hello, save my file, and now let me just import my event from here, and I'm going to just render my event. Let's just close that, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting or hello right here. So now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be attaching events and how we are going to be using that events right here. So first of all, let me just give you the example of counter, but this component will not work. So if I just write h1, and let's just declare our variable right here, and I'm gonna just give a name of like count, and it's gonna be equals to 0 right here. And in this case, inside this h1, what I want to do is that I'm gonna just write a count, and here we just have to write this count right here. So if I save my file, so it's gonna give us this count of 0 right here, because the initial value which we are storing right here is 0, so that's why we are now getting this 0 right here. So now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to use my button and increment right here. Like anytime we click on this button, we just want to increase our counter by 1. So for that, if you want to attach the event listener, so we can attach our event listener by using two ways. The first way we have is by using the VON directive, and the VON directive is used to attach event listener to the DOM elements. Now in this case, this button is our DOM element, and I'm going to be using like VON, and if I hit tab, so it's going to auto complete it for me, but this is not something that we want. I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just use my colon, and then we have to use our event right here. Like we have different kind of events right here, like abort, animation, come on, animation, oh my god, I can't even pronounce this word. And there are a lot of events right here, but the one we're interested in is a click. Like anytime we click on this button, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to fire some sort of a event function or something like that, which I'm going to also show you in a few seconds. But in this case, we just want to increment our counter by 1. So if we just write like count plus plus, and if we save our file, and here you can see we have our button right here. So what do you think is going to happen if I click on this button? Well, nothing is happening. Why is that? That's because this is not a JavaScript, this is a Vue.js. So we have to make our count as a reactive component, then we would be able to increment or decrement there. You might be thinking like that's because of the V on, but that's not the case. So now let's talk about the reactivity. What in the world is reactivity and why you should care about that? So reactivity means that the framework can automatically update the UI, the user interface, when the information behind it changes. And it's a cool concept that allows you to create a dynamic and responsive application without manually manipulating the DOM. So this is just the actual definition of what a reactivity is. So how in the world we are going to be achieving reactivity in Vue.js? We have two ways to achieve reactivities in Vue.js. The first one we have is a reactive method, and the next one we have is a ref method, which we can use to work with a reactivity. We're not going to be diving into reactive and ref not right now, but that was just a quick introduction of what a reactivity is. And I'm going to be using this reactive or this ref method right here, but I am not going to explain that. I'm going to explain that in a few seconds, like what is a reactive, what is a ref, but you don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, so now if you want to make this component, I mean like this initial count reactive, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab something called the ref from the Vue.js. So if I just import, like if I just write like import, and then we're going to be writing our curly braces because we want to destructure there, and then here we have to just get the ref from where, from the Vue.js. Okay, so now we have to use that, so I'm going to just copy that. Now let me just place that right here, and let's just wrap our 0 ref right here. So now if we save that, and now if I click on this button, this is totally working. Now we are totally able to change our user interface right here. And why are we now able to do that? That's because we are working with a reactive state right here. Now our state is totally reactive, and now we are using this ref, so our state is totally reactive. That's why we are now able to update the UI of our application right here. So we are going to be diving into this ref and also to the reactive method a bit later, but you don't have to worry about that for now. Now what I want to show you are events. I'm not showing you the reactivity and also the ref and reactive. I'm just showing you the click event or something else event right here. So we can attach our event by using the v on, or we can just remove that from here, and we can also use this add symbol right here. So these are the two ways. So if I just save my file, and now if I just refresh that, and if I click on that, so here you can see it's going to give us this one right here, and yeah, everything is totally working okay. So this is our first event right here. And please, let me just say that once again, please do not worry about this ref and also the reactive, not right now. So this is how we are going to be attaching events to our elements. Okay, so yeah, this is now we are updating our state, but we can also create a separate function for that, and we can call that function inside this click event handler right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, this is how we are going to be doing this. So I'm going to just cut this functionality from here, and I'm going to just duplicate that, and I'm going to just write like decrement right here in this case. And now we have to create two separate functions. So I'm going to just create my function right here, or you can say the event handler function to be precise. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We are going to be just creating our function. So I'm going to just write increment or not handler, increment counter would be fine rather. You can write it by using a function result keyword, or you can use a arrow function. So in my case, I'm going to be using the arrow function right here. So I'm going to just write like count. In this case, we are going to be getting the value, and then we are going to be using the plus plus right here. Okay, like count. In this case, we are using this ref right here. That's why we have to write this value right here, and then we have to use this plus plus right here. So I'm going to just duplicate that, and I'm going to also change this name to increment, so decrement counter right here, and I'm going to also remove that from here, and let's just provide or dash dash or minus minus right here. I'm going to copy this increment counter right here, and I'm going to just place it right here. Let me just copy this decrement counter and place it right here. Let me just go back, and now if I save my file, and here you can see we have a count, and now if I click on that, it is now incrementing our counter right here. And now if I click on the decrement button, it is now decrementing our counter. Okay, so yeah, this is the second way of attaching your event handler. We use the separate function for those cases if you have a lot of logic, but we don't have any logic right here. But I'm just showing you like how you are going to be creating your event handler functions separately, and then you're going to be just providing the reference of that handler function to this click right here, to this event handler right here. And now what I want to do is that I want to give you yet another example. In some situation, we would also want to provide some sort of a parameter to our function. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Let's suppose we have what kind of example should I give you? I'm just wondering. But anyways, I'm going to just create some sort of a function. But you know what? First of all, let me just create some sort of a form. So I'm going to just write a form, and we don't need any actions right here. Inside this form, we are going to have our input, and I'm going to just write a type of text for the first one, and I'm going to just say placeholder of please enter your name. Let's just duplicate there and change that to email, and I'm going to also change that to email as well. And finally, let me just create a button with the type of, come on, the type of submit right here. Okay, and here I'm gonna just say like submit. Okay, and now I'm going to attach some sort of event handler right here. So I'm gonna just say like, I don't know, cons or not cons. I'm gonna just say like submit right here, and submit is going to be equals to this submit handler function, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. I'm going to copy there, and let's just remove this ref from here because we don't need any reactivity right here. And I'm going to just create that function right here. It's going to take this event object as a parameter, and here we are going to be just using like e.prevent default. We can do this event prevent default in Vue.js in another way as well, but I'm going to explain that a bit later, not right now. So I'm going to just write like alert, I don't know, like valid credentials or something like that. I don't even know how to spell credentials. Let's just click on the credentials. There we go. And now if I save my file, and here you can see we have our input field right here. So if I just write my name of Hussein at gmail.com, and now if I click on this submit, so here you can see it's going to give us this valid credentials right here. So yeah, this is how you're going to be attaching the submit handler, and this is how you're going to be providing your perimeter, and this is how you're going to be working with that. You know what, let me just give you the final example of providing a perimeter to your functions, and then I guess that's going to be it. I'm going to just remove this coding from here, and in this case let me just give you the most simple example of providing or attaching events. So I'm going to just create a button, and anytime we click on that button, so what do you want to do? We just want to call this function, which is a show message function. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to just write like show message right here, and the first thing which I want to do is that I want to just create that function like show message. Come on, oh my god, message, there we go. And it's gonna take one parameter of message, and it's gonna be equals to some sort of alert, like I don't know, just show that message which you are getting right here. And now I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just place that message right here. Okay, so now if you save that, well, you know what, we don't have to do that. Let's just remove that. I'm gonna just provide like this is my message or something like that. Now if we save that, and here you can see we have a show message button. If I click on that, so here you can see it's gonna show us this is my message right here. So this is how you're going to be passing your parameter. This is how you're going to be passing the argument for this parameter right here in Vue.js. So yeah, that was a lot about events. And next we are going to be learning about one of my favorite topic in Vue.js, which is called reactivity, reactive, and ref. I know that I already explained reactivity in Vue.js, but please bear with me. I'm gonna explain it once again. So what in the world is reactivity and why you should care about that? So reactivity means that the framework can automatically update the user interface when the information behind it changes, and it's a core concept that allows you to create a dynamic and responsive application without manually manipulating the DOM. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be achieving reactivity in Vue.js? We can achieve reactivity by using these two functions or method, whatever you want to call that. The first one we have is a reactive function. The second one we have is a ref function, which we are going to be getting from the Vue.js, and I already show you the example of that, but now I'm going to show you a lot of examples. So let's just talk about the reactive function. So the reactive function is used to create a reactive objects, and a reactive object is an object where changes to its properties are automatically detected, triggering updates in the user interface. It is a way to make an object reactive in Vue.js, but there is a bit of catch which I want you to keep in mind. If you're using a reactive function, you cannot store a primitive data types like numbers, booleans, strings, and I don't know, something like that, which you already learned in JavaScript. So you cannot store a primitive data types in the reactive functions. So now let me just give you an example of a reactive function, and then I'm going to explain the ref function. So what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and rename this component to my reactive component or something like that. Let me just copy the name of that, and I'm gonna go ahead and change these to my reactive component. Let's just cut that from here, and I'm gonna also cut that from here as well. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to write my h1 right here, and I'm going to go ahead and declare some sort of initial state. So let initial, let me just zoom in a bit. Initial, I don't even know how to spell initial state is going to be equals to the reactive. So if I just write reactive, first of all I'm going to have to import this. So reactive, from where? From the Vue.js. So first of all we have to import our reactive. Now we are calling that reactive, and we are storing the value of that reactive inside this initial state variable. Okay, so I'm going to just store 0 right here, and you guessed it, that 0 is a primitive data type which is not allowed. So let me just show you that. So I'm going to just write count. So I'm going to just write this initial state right here. So if I just save my file, and we are not even seeing anything. Oh, there we go. So we are now getting the 0 right here, so which is totally working, by the way. But if I just provide a button right here, and if I just write like click, and inside this click I'm going to just say like initial state dot plus plus. So I'm going to just write like a plus symbol right here, and now if I click on that, nothing is happening right here. Why is that? Like, why is this UI not changing? Well, I already told you that if you are working with a reactive function, you are not allowed to work with the primitive data types. Like if you provide some sort of a number or a string or some sort of a boolean like true or false or something like that, they will not fly here. Here you're gonna have to write an object or some reference data type right here. So now in this case, if you want to create that counter by using this reactive function, so for that you're going to have to write this object, and now inside this object you're going to have to provide some sort of a property of count, and then you have to provide some sort of a value for that count. So now if I save my file, and now this is not how we are going to be changing our state. So I'm going to just get first of all my count. First of all, let me just get my count. Let me just show you that. Save my file, and let me just refresh there. So here you can see it's going to give us my count of 0 right here. Now let me just uncomment that, and here we have to use our initial state dot count. Like in this case we are currently working with the object, and we are just interested in this count right here, and we would just say like plus plus right here. So if I save my file, and now if I click on that, so here you can see this is totally reactive, and it is now changing our user interface right here. So let me just create for the decrement as well. Let's just write a minus symbol, and now here you can see we have a minus. Let me just click on that, and everything is totally working okay. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be using the reactive function, and this is how we are going to be providing our initial state. This is how we are going to be rendering that initial state. This is how we are going to be updating our UI, or you can say this is how we are going to be updating the content inside this reactive function. Now let me just give you a bit of complex example, but yeah, I'm gonna just give you a complex example. So now let me just remove these bounds from here, and what I want to do is that instead of providing this count, I'm gonna just provide like some sort of a value right here, and the value will be set to a nested object right here, and I'm gonna just provide a count of 0, and I'm gonna also provide a user, and the user will be an array. And what is an array? Array is a reference type. It is not a primitive data type. Okay, so I'm going to just write Hussein, and I'm going to also write a Jordan right here. So now let me just go back, and now what I want to do is that let's just remove that h1 from here. Let me just create yet another h1, and I'm going to just say like current count, and here I'm going to just render my initial state right here. Then I'm going to be getting my content from the value, and then we have count inside that value right here. Now underneath that we have our h2 right here, we have a users, and now let me just render my initial state dot user right here. So now if I save my file, so here you can see we have our current count which is set to 0, and we have a users of Jordan and Hussein right here. Okay, so now let me just change there. So I'm going to be using like button, and anytime we click on that button, first of all let me just write a labels like add 10 in this case, and I'm going to create yet another button, and in this case I'm going to just say like change user, and let me just add one more button right here, and I'm going to just say like add one more user to the list. So yeah, first of all let's just take care of this initial value right here. So I'm going to just attach the event listener of click, and I'm going to just say like initial state dot value dot count, and I'm going to just attach 10 to it. You can also write a plus plus if you wanted to, but in this case we are going to be attaching 10 to it. So I just want to give you yet another example. So now let me just save there, And now if I just click on the button, so I want you to just focus on this area. If I click on that, so it's going to add 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and so on and so forth right here. Okay, so now let me just take care of the changing the user. So how in the world we are going to be changing the user? This is how we are going to be changing the user. So I'm going to just pass a function of change user. I'm going to copy that, and now let me just create a change user function right here. So here I'm going to just write my initial state user. You're going to be getting the first user from this list right here, and it's going to be equals to I don't know, some sort of like Michael or something like that. And I'm going to also, let's just duplicate that and change the first index of that array, which will be Philip or something like that. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now if I click on this button, so here you can see it's going to change the first user to Michael and the second to the Philip, or whatever you want to call that. So yeah, and now I'm going to just push yet another user to this list right here. Okay, so let's just provide our event listener right here. So I'm going to just use like click event listener and initial state dot user dot push. Come on, push. And here I'm going to be just providing a John Doe right here in this state. So now if I save my file, so I want you to just look at this list right here. If I click on that, so here you can see it's going to also add this John Doe right here to this list. So yeah, that was it about for the reactive, and this is how we are going to be updating the UI by using these event handlers, and this is how we are going to be making our state as a reactive state. So now let's talk about the ref. So ref is used to create a reactive reference to a value, unlike the reactive function which we just saw a few seconds ago, which is used for creating a reactive objects only. And ref is specially designed for creating a reactive single values. So everything is allowed here. You can provide a what do you call it? You can provide a primitive data types, you can provide a reference data types, you can provide anything you want, and that will be totally reactive, baby. So now let me just give you an example of that, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to just rename this component to, come on, what the hell, my ref component. There we go. And I'm going to also copy the name of that. Let me just go ahead and render that right here. So my ref component, I'm going to go ahead and remove these imports from here, and I'm going to also remove these buttons from here as well. And what I want to do is that, first of all, let me just give you that count example once again. So first of all, we have to declare, or you know, first of all, we have to import the ref from, come on, let me just zoom in over. That's way zoomed in from the Vue.js. First of all, we have to import that, and then we have to use that. So this is how we are going to be using that. And here we have to just specify the value of 0 right here. And now let me just render my content of the ref right here. And I'm going to be also using a button to increment and decrement, increment and decrement my decrement. What the hell? And now I'm going to be using my count, first of all, plus plus, and the second one will be for the minus minus. Now let me just save my file, and here if I click on this button, so it's going to increment there, and this one is going to be decrementing there. That's example number 1. Now let me just give you yet another example. So I'm going to just declare my username, and it's going to be equals to nothing by default. So initial value will be set to empty string, because I want to show you like we are not just limited to providing numbers, we can also provide strings as well if you wanted to. So let's just remove that, and I'm gonna just write h1 right here. Username will be now equals to my username right here, and let's suppose if you want to change the username, so add user or something like, come on, add user or something like that, we can totally do that by using a click event handler. And I'm gonna just set my username to something else like Jordan or something like that. Username. Let's just see, username. There we go. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now if I click on this button, so it's going to add this Jordan right here. So initially the value will be set to empty string, and here we are now adding this Jordan right here. So that's why we are now getting this Jordan once we click on that. So if I click on that once again, here you can see we are now getting this Jordan right here. Okay, so this was another example, example number 2. Now let me just give you yet another example by using arrays. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to be using like let users list, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we have to pass or array right here. So I'm going to just pass a lot of users or friends right here, or users rather. So Michael, then we have a Jordan, then we have Zen, come on, what the hell, Zen, oh my god, Zen, myself, and then John would be fine or something like that. And now let me just render that list. So I'm going to be using h1 and users list, and here we have to just use like user list, and there you have it. And then if you want to update that list, so for that we are going to be using this add new user or add user would be fine. Okay, so I'm going to be using that click event handler once again, and user list dot push, and here we just have to push yet another person, like Doe would be fine, I guess. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we have the list of Michael, Jordan, and then we have a Hussein and John right here. So if I click on this button right here, so here you can see it's going to also give us this door right here at the end. So this is how we are passing array as a reference or a reactive object, and this is how we are mutating or updating our current state right here by using this ref. Alrighty, so that was the third example. Now let me just give you the fourth example by using object. Let's just remove that, and I'm going to also remove these as, come on, what the hell. I'm going to also remove that, and let's just create our initial state of user info. Info is going to be equals to the ref, and here we have to pass an object in this case, and I'm going to provide Alex, and he will be, I don't know, age of 20, just like me, and location will be New York City, and I don't know. I'm just passing this what do we call this array right here, and is married. Let me just go back. Is married will be set to false by default. Now let me just save that, and this is the initial value which we specified right here. So now let me just render that value one by one. So I'm gonna just use like add, first of all, name, and name will be coming from the user info dot name. Let me just duplicate that a few times. So the second one we have is a age, the third one we have is a location, and then the fourth one we have is married. And now let me just change that from name to age, then we have a location, then we have is married, like that. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting the Alex, the 20 years old, and location, and is married is now set to false. Okay, and now let me just change this initial value to something else. So I'm going to be using a button, and I'm going to just say like change name first of all. So first of all we are going to be changing the name by using this event handler, and I'm going to just say like user info dot name is something else, like I don't know, Hussein or something like that. So now if I save my file, so here you can see the initial value is set to Alex, but if I click on the change name, so it's going to change it to Hussein right here. So now let me just create yet another button, and I'm going to just pass like change age or something like that, and I'm going to just provide the click event handler of user info dot age, and it's going to be equals to 40 right here. I'm 40 years old, baby. Now let me just save that, and here you can see this is 20, but if I click on that, it's going to make it 40 years old right here. I am supremely old, man, buddy. Supremely old. I'm like your grandfather. And then change the location, and here let's just change that location right here. So user info dot location, and it's going to be equals to, first of all, the array of earth, and also I don't know. Now let me just save that. So here you can see we have a New York City, and then I don't know, but if I click on that, it's going to change the earth, and it's going to also gives us that I don't know. But if I just write like meh, save that, and now if I click on this, it's going to change it to earth and meh right here. Okay, so that's that. So now let me also change the is married status to married. So is, or change married, or change status or marriage status, whatever you want to call that. So I'm gonna just provide a click event handler of user info dot is married. Come on, is married, and it's gonna be equals to true right here because I am married and I have 4 kids. Now let me just save there, and now let me just click on this change status, so it's gonna make it true right here. Let's just do that one by one. Change name, change the name, change the age, change the location, and change the status. So yeah, that was the fourth example, but I want to give you yet another example of what do we call it, the array of refs. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? I'm going to remove all of that content from here, and by the way, you can find all of the code in my GitHub repository if you want to grab it. Now the final example I wanted to give you is the friends, and I'm going to be using the reactive start for that. So I'm going to just write a reactive And here inside this reactive, let me just write a reactive. Inside this reactive, we are going to be using the ref, but I'm going to be using this array of refs right here. So I'm going to just write a ref of Jordan, and then I'm going to provide a comma of ref Alex. Let me provide a comma once again, ref of Hussein right here. Okay, so that's that. And yeah, I guess that would be fine. So now let me just render all of them one by one. So I'm gonna just write like one and friends, and let me just get the first friend right here. So now let me just save that. So it's gonna give us the Jordan. So now let me just get all of them like one, then two, and we don't have any third one. So just change this to 2 and this one to 3, and we are now getting all of that friends right here. So now let me just change all of them one by one. So I'm not gonna do anything else, but I'm gonna just shake hands with them. So handshake right here, and I'm going to just click on that, and I'm gonna just get my friends at index of 0, and it's gonna be equals to first of all we have to write a string, and handshaking would be fine. Okay, so now let me just duplicate that 3 times because we have 3 friends. So we have a friend 1 and friend 2 right here. So now if I save my file, and now if I click on that, handshake, handshake, handshake. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the ref and the reactive to make our state reactive. And that was the end of the reactive and the refs. And next we're going to be learning about a computed properties in Vue.js. So now let's talk about one of the easiest topic in Vue.js, which is called computed properties. So what in the world are computed properties, and why you should care about that? So a computed property is a special kind of variable, and here the keyword is a variable that automatically updates itself whenever the data it depends on changes. And you can think of it as like a little worker that watches certain data and performs some work on it and always give you the most up-to-date result. Okay, so yeah, this is just the actual definition of what a computed properties are. And now let me just give you example of that, or not one example but a lot of examples of that, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just remove that, and let's just also remove that from here, and I'm gonna just change that to computed properties or something like that. Let me just copy that, and god damn it, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to pass it like that. Yeah, so now let me just work with this computed properties function, or not a function but component right here. And first of all, if you want to work with a computed function, first of all you're going to have to import it. So I'm going to first of all import the ref, because we are going to be working with a reactive state, and then I'm going to be getting my computed right here. Okay, so now first of all let me just write a number, and it's going to be equals to the ref of 5 right here, let's suppose. And then I'm going to be just using my computed properties. So I'm going to just create another variable, and once again this is a variable, nothing else than that. First of all let me just write h1 so that we don't see that squiggly lines again and again, sum or something like that. And here let me just create my computed variable. So I'm going to just write like const squared number right here, and it's going to be equals to my computed function. And inside this computed function we are going to be passing a getter function. Okay, so you can pass a function result keyword and like that, but in my case I'm going to be using the ES6 arrow functions right here. So let me just write my arrow function, and inside there we are going to be just returning like a number dot value is times number dot value right here. Okay, so now let me just go back, and now we can use this squared number right here. So what I want to do is that first of all let me just remove that from here. I'm going to just write like original number, and it's going to be equals to this number right here, which we are passing as a reactive number. And then the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to duplicate that and change this one to the squared number right here. Okay, and here I'm going to be passing my squared number. So now if I save my file, and let's just refresh that, so here you can see it's going to give us the original number of 5, and it's going to give us the squared number of 25 right here. So we are not using any event listeners or anything like that, but here we are just creating our worker function right here, or you can set a computed function, and this is how we are going to be working with that. So the next example I wanted to give you is, let me just give you yet another example, then you will get to know what a computed property is. Let's just write my h1 once again so that we don't get any squiggly lines, and then I'm going to just write like first name, and it's going to be equals to some sort of a first name like I don't know, my name, or it should be a ref. So I'm going to just write my first name const last name will be equals to the ref of last last name web dev. There we go. And now let me just create a full name by using the computed property. So I'm going to just write like a full name, and it's going to be equals to the computed, and here we have to just pass our arrow function, and I'm going to just get my first name dot value plus, and let me just provide a string concatenation right here for the space, and then the last name dot value. Okay, so here first of all let me just render my oh, you know what, I don't have to do that. Let me just render my full name right here, full name, and I'm gonna just say like full name, and let's just provide a separator. And now let me just save that and refresh, and here you can see it's gonna give us the value which we are holding inside this full name variable right here. But this is now computer, so I'm gonna just remove that from here. And now let me just give you the final example, and then that's going to be it for the computed property. So let's just remove that and provide our h1 once again, and I'm gonna just write like const counter, and it's gonna be equals to the ref of 0, and then I'm gonna be also creating my squared counter. So const squared counter, and it's gonna be equals to this computed which we are already grabbing, and here we just have to pass our counter dot value, and let's just square that right here. Okay, and I'm going to first of all render my counter right here. Let me just render my counter, and then I'm going to provide my paragraph of squared 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 counter, and here counter, and here we just have to provide our squared counter right here. And by the way, I'm going to be also creating a button which will just increment our counter. So let's just write our increment counter, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, and increment counter. Let me just copy that, go to the top, and here let's just create our increment counter function, and let's just change that to const. And inside this function we are going to be just using like counter dot value plus plus. And now let me just save that, and now if I click on that, so it's going to give us 2, and it's going to give us 4 because the value is now squared, and 3, and then it's going to give us 9 because the value is now changed to squared. And yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the computed properties in Vue.js. So now let's talk about a conditional rendering in Vue.js. So conditional rendering is referred to the ability to conditionally display or hide element in the user interface based on a certain condition or expression. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be achieving that? And trust me, this is supremely easy. Let me just show you that. Okay, so we are going to be achieving that by just using a conditional statement. So here you can see we have a if statement, else if statement, and also the else right here. And this one is a new one, which is a VShow directive, but I'm gonna also show you that in a few seconds. So the first one we have is a VF, totally the same like a conditional statement. So here you can see we have a v-if, and we are passing some sort of a condition. So if this condition is true, show some sort of a UI. If this condition is false, jump to this else if block right here and check this condition. If this condition is true, show some sort of a UI, but if this condition is also false, then finally jump to this v else block right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with that. And then finally we have a v-show right here. So what in the world is this v-show? Now let me just show you there. So v-show directive is used for a conditional rendering. It toggles the visibility of the element based on the truthiness of the provided expression, unlike the vf, unlike this vf right here, which completely adds or removes the element from the DOM. v-show on the other hand toggles the CSS display property of the element to control its visibility while keeping it in the DOM. Okay, so this is what our v-show will do for us. So this vf will either remove or add it to the DOM, but this v-show will just allows us to toggle the visibility of a certain element right here. Okay, so now let me just write some sort of a code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just remove all of that kind of stuff from here, and I'm going to also remove these coding from here as well. And I'm going to also change this component name conditional rendering right here. I'm going to copy that, and now let me just go ahead and change it right here. Save my file, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the top, and now I'm going to just declare a few variables. So is true will be now equals to true, and I'm going to also write like const is false will be equals to false right here. And I guess that's going to be it. So now inside this template area, I'm going to just write my div. Let me just go back, and here I'm going to just write my paragraph tag, and it's going to just say like this will show if is true is true. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like this, yeah, it's going to give us that paragraph right here. But if I just write the v-if right here, and if I hit tab, it's going to allow us to provide some sort of a condition right here. So in this case, I'm going to just pass my is true right here. So if I save my file and here you can see it is totally working okay. But if I change that from true to false in this case, what do you think is going to happen? If I save my file, and here you can see nothing is showing right here. If I right click on that and go to the inspect area, and here you can see we don't have any, let me just go ahead and go to the body, we don't have any content inside this app right here. I mean, like, we do have our div right here, which you can see right here. This is the div I'm talking about, but we don't have any paragraph right here. But if I set that to true, let me just set that to true, and if I save and refresh that, so let me just click on that. So here you can see we are now getting our paragraph right here, okay, which is totally awesome. So this is the VF right here, and this is how we are going to be passing some sort of a condition to our VF right here. Okay, so then I'm gonna just create yet another paragraph, and I'm gonna just say like this will show if is false is true. Okay, so in this case I'm gonna just write like v-else -if right here, and if I hit tab, so it's gonna just auto complete it for me, and I'm gonna just say like is false. And now if I save my file and refresh that, and here you can see nothing is showing right here. And why is that? Well, because currently our condition is now set to false, so that's why we are not able to see anything. But if I also set that to true, let me just write a true, save my file and refresh that, we still are not able to see anything right here. Why is that? Because currently this condition is true, so it's going to only give us this result right here. It's not going to jump to this condition right here because the first one is already true. But if I make this one false, so it's going to jump to this condition, and it's going to check. If this condition is true, then it's going to show us this result right here. But if this condition is also false, so it's not going to show us anything at all. So let me just make the first one to false. So now let me just write a false. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us the result of this one, like this will show if is else is true, which is this result right here. Okay, so first of all, it's going to check this condition right here. If this condition is true, then it's going to run this code right here and show this result. But if this condition is false, then it's going to jump to this condition, and it's going to check this condition. If this condition is true, then it's going to show us this content right here. But if this condition is also false, then let me just make that false. Now let me just save that. Then nothing is going to happen right here. Finally, we are going to have to write some sort of a else block right here. Okay, so now let me just write a paragraph tag, and I'm going to just say like this will show if neither is true nor is false is true right here. Okay, so now let me just write a v else right here finally, and it does not require any conditional area. So yeah, that's it. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this result right here. Like this will show if neither is true nor is false is true. Okay, so it's gonna give us this result right here. Okay, so yeah, that was just a quick introduction to what a if and else if and conditional rendering is. So now let me just give you yet another example, and then you will get to know this conditional rendering a lot better, baby. So now let me just remove that from here, and what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to just import, let me just import that. I'm going to import the ref from the Vue.js, and then I'm going to just declare a variable given name of like is visible, and it's going to be equals to this ref and true. Now inside this template, I want to give you the example of the v show directive right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just create some sort of a paragraph, and I'm going to just say like this paragraph will be shown or hidden based on the value of is visibility or visible, whatever you want to call that. Okay, so now let me just create a button, and I'm gonna just say like toggle come on, visibility. Now let me just save that, and here what I want to do is that I'm gonna just write like v-show, and here we just have to pass or is visible right here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's gonna give us that text right here and also that button. So if I click on that, nothing is going to happen right now. But if I just make this one to false, now let me just make this to false, and if I save my file, and here you can see we still have that paragraph right here. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. Let me just zoom in a bit. Come on, if I can get that, what the hell. And here you can see we can still get this paragraph, and we are now attaching this display of none to it. So it is just hiding the visibility of this paragraph, but we can still see this paragraph on the DOM. So yeah, this is what this VF will do for us. But on the other hand, if I change this one to VF right here, and now if I save that and here you can see it's gonna totally completely remove it from the DOM. So yeah, now I'm gonna just write a vshow once again, and now let me just create a visibility toggler. So now let me just write a click, and here I'm gonna just pass my is visible is now equal to not is visible. So it's gonna allows us to toggle and untoggle our paragraphs. Now let me just save that, and here you can see by default it is now set to false, so it's not going to show us anything. So if I just set that to true and save that, so here you can see we are now getting this paragraph right here by default. But if I click on that, so it's going to just hide the visibility of that paragraph. So if I click on that once again, and here you can see this is what's going on behind the scene. Anyway, so yeah, that was it about a vshow. And now let me just give you a lot of examples. I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to give you the example of is user logged in or logged out or something like that. So I'm going to just declare variable. I'm going to just give a name of like is user logged in is now equals to ref, and here by default the value will be set, I mean like the initial value will be set to true, and let username will be equals to Hussein, my own name baby. And then let show details, if I can write details, will be now equals to the ref, and here we just have to pass or is user logged in right here inside this ref right here. Okay, so that's that. Now what I want to do is that I want to just declare not a declare, but first of all let me just write my div right here. Inside this div we're gonna have our h1, which will just say like welcome, and then username right here. So if I save my file, so here you can see it's gonna give us welcome Hussein right here, which is totally a-okay, but we want to render this conditionally. So like if the user is valid, then show this content, but if the user is not valid, like if the user did not specify the valid credentials, then we are going to have to show some sort of other result right here. So I'm going to just write like vf, and here I'm going to just say like is user logged in. Okay, so if user is already logged in, so in this case the user is already logged in, like the initial state is set to true, so it's going to give us like welcome Hussein right here. But if I set that to false and now save that, so it's not going to show us anything at all. So I'm going to just set that to true once again, and now I'm going to just write some sort of a paragraph for the else clause, and I'm going to just say like please log in to access this content right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write v else right here, and there you have it. So if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like please log in to access this content, and this is true. So what's going on? Oh, I didn't just refresh that. So now if I refresh that, so here you can see it's going to give us like welcome Hussein right here. But if I change that to false, save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us please log in to access this content right here, which is the result of this paragraph right here. So underneath that I'm going to be using my vshow right here. So I'm going to just declare a div, not declare, but I'm going to just write a div. What the hell is a declare? And then I'm going to just write a vshow, and inside there I'm going to just pass my show details right here, which is this user logged in. Okay, so now inside there I'm going to just write h4, and I'm going to say you are now able to modify your dashboard baby. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like you are now able to modify your dashboard. And now let me just refresh that, and that's gone because currently the initial state is set to false, so that's why we are now getting this message right here. But if I change that to true right here, and if I save my file, and here you can see it's gonna first of all give us like welcome Hussein, and then it's gonna give us like you are now able to modify your dashboard right here. Okay, so which is totally a-okay, and this is how we are going to be working with a vf, velse, and vshow right here at once. So yeah, that was example number 4. Now let me just give you yet another example. So I'm going to just delete that, and by the way you can find all of the coding in my GitHub repository. So now let me just declare a variable, give a name of like is active oh my god is active, there we go. So I'm going to just pass a true right here, and now I'm gonna go ahead and just write my div, and I'm gonna also pass my vf, and here I'm gonna just pass my is active. Okay, so if the user is active, so I'm gonna just say like h1, let me just save that, and I'm gonna just pass my blog post right here, and also this paragraph of some lorem ipsum right here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like my blog and also this lorem ipsum, because the user is currently active right here. So if the user is not active, save my file and refresh that, so it's not going to give us nothing. So I'm going to just change that to true once again, and yeah, I'm going to just create a button right here. I'm going to just write a button, and I am going to just say like toggle post, which I already show you by the way, but now let me just show you there once again. So is active is equal to not is active right here. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now if I refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us that post right here. But if I want to click on this toggle, so it's going to just remove it from the DOM right here, because in this case we are not using the v show, we are using the we are using the vf directive right here. Okay, so that was example number 5, I guess. And now let me just give you one more example, which is the 6th and the final example. Okay, so I'm going to just write a password variable, and password will be now currently equals to some, I don't know, my personal password or something like that. And you can write any password you like. And then what I want to do is that I'm going to just write a h1 right here and strong password. Okay, so then I'm going to just duplicate that, and weak password, let me just duplicate that once again, and I'm going to say that please enter your password like so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and write a v, and yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna do first of all, let me just write a vf right here, and here we are going to be passing some sort of a condition like if password dot length is greater than 8, then show us this result right here, like password is strong, like strong password. But if that's not the case, then check this condition like v else if right here, and I'm gonna just pass the condition of password dot length is less than 8 characters, so I'm gonna just say like weak password. And finally, if both of the condition are false, so I'm going to just say like v and finally else. Okay, so if I just write v else, so here you can see we're going to be just showing this to a user like please enter your password. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us a strong password right here. Why is that? Because we are providing a strong password right here. But if I just provide like I don't know 1 2 or something like that, this is a weak password. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us like a weak password. And finally, if I didn't specify anything at all, and if I just write like 0 right here, let me just write a 0 and save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us like please enter your password right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the conditional rendering in Vue.js. Alright ladies, now let's talk about yet another directive which is called the v4. I didn't mean to disrespect you, bro. I really love you. Alrighty, so the v4 directive is used to iterate over an array or object and render a template for each item in that collection. Okay, so just like in JavaScript, we use a for loop to iterate over through some sort of a collection of data, and then we do some sort of a thing with that data. So in Vue.js, we have exactly the same concept of for loop. Okay, but the syntax is a bit weird. So now let me just show you the syntax. This is how the syntax will look like. So here you can see we have the reactive array right here, and we have Alex, Jordan, and Hussein. And now we are iterating over through all of that item by using first of all the v4 directive right here, and here we are passing that person, and we are also passing the index right here. So this index will give us a unique index for each of these item right here, and it's going to be starting from 0 1 2, and then we are using the in result keyword to iterate over through all of that people right here. We can also use the what do we call it, we can also use the of result keyword if you wanted to, but in this specific example I use an in right here, and then we are iterating over through this array of peoples right here, which you can see right here. Then we are specifying this key right here, and this key will be totally unique for all of the items which we will have inside this paragraph right here. So now this is just a basic syntax, but before I jump into the coding, first of all I also want to show you like why on earth we are using this key right here, and then we are providing some sort of a unique value to that. Okay, so now let me just show you that. So we use a key for the efficient DOM updates, and we also use it for avoiding some common pitfalls. So when Vue renders a list of elements, it uses something called the virtual DOM to determine the most efficient way to update the actual DOM. And the key help Vue.js identify the elements have changed, been added, or been removed. So without keys, Vue.js may need to recreate the entire DOM structure for each update, which can be less efficient. And now avoiding a common pitfall. So using a key can help avoid common pitfalls such as duplicate key warning in the console or incorrect rendering when the items are rearranged in the list. Like later we are going to be building something called the to-do list application, and I'm going to also show you that a bit later. Anyways, that's other stories. So Vue.js relies on the keys to track the identity of the element, and using a unique key for each item ensures that Vue can accurately update the DOM based on the changes in the list. That was just a basic theory of how we are going to be using a for loop, and how we are going to be passing a keys, and why you should care about that. So now let me just come to my conditional rendering. I'm going to change the name of that to iteration component or something like that. Let me just copy the name of that. I'm gonna go ahead and place it right here, save my file, and check it out. And here you can see we are now getting this for right here. So for this iteration and collection of data, I'm gonna give you a lot of examples. So now let's just get ready yourselves. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to get my ref from my Vue.js, and then I'm gonna just create my pupils array, and we're going to be setting that to the ref. And here we just have to pass this Alex right here, Alex, and I'm gonna also pass this Jordan, and also my own self baby Hossein. And now let's just remove that from here, and I'm gonna be just using a paragraph. You can use h1, you can use whatever you want to use right here, and I'm gonna just pass like I don't know, these pupils. Or you know what, I'm not gonna be passing these pupils right here. I'm gonna just pass my hello right here, or hill. So here you can see it's gonna give us that result. So now let me just remove that, and now let me just iterate over through all of these pupils array and print each of these items or these friends to this list right here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to be using the v-4 right here. So if I just write a v4 and if I hit tab, so it's going to give us this autocomplete right here. And the first thing which you have to do is that we have to provide a person, or you can give it p, you can give it any name you want right here. Okay, so this is going to be the iterable item right here. So I'm going to just pass a person name, and the next thing which you have to pass is an index, and this is totally optional, so you can just remove that if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to also pass this index right here. And also I'm going to be using the in operator right here, or the in result keyword to be precise. You can use the off right here if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to be using this in right here, in pupils array. Okay, so now this is how we are going to be iterating over through this pupils array, and here you can see this is going to give us each of that item which is inside this array right here. So now if you want to display each of that item, so for that we are going to be using these curly braces right here. So I'm going to just pass my person right here, this person which you can see. So now if I save my file, and now here you can see we are now getting all of that friends right here. So we have Alex, Jordan, and Hossein. And now the next thing which I want to do is that here you can see there's squiggly line. If I hover my mouse over to that, so here you can see it's going to give us like element in the iteration expect to have the v bind of key. So you can bind the key by using either the v bind, or you can just use a shorthand which I already show you. So to remove this error, first of all we just have to write this colon, and then we just have to specify this key, and this key will always be unique. So in this case this index is unique for this first item, second item, and third item. So I'm gonna just copy that, and I'm gonna just place it right here, and here you can see that error is gone. So now if I save that, and here you can see nothing is going to happen, but this is a better practice to work with a for loop in Vue.js. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to just write an index right here. So if I just write an index, so here you can see it's going to give us that unique indexes right here. So we have a 0, 1, 2, so that's why it's going to take a unique value, and we are now providing that unique value right here. So now let me just pass my person once again, and now let me just save that, and here you can see we're now getting all of that items right here. Okay, so yeah, so now let me just give you yet another example of this same for loop right here. So in this case what I want to do is that I wanted to create an array of objects, but I'm going to provide a lot of objects. You can find all of that objects or all of that code in my GitHub repository if you wanted to, but now I'm going to just place it right here. So I'm going to just write const books, and we will have a ref right here, and inside this ref we are going to be passing this data right here. So now let me just show you what I'm doing. So here you can see we have an array opening, and we also have array closing right here, and inside this array we have a few objects right here. So we have object 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. So inside each of this object we have ID of 1, the title of the book, we have an author, we have a genre, we also have a publication years as well. Okay, so here you can see we have this data. So you can specify whichever kind of object you like you can provide a gaming object, the gaming specific ID, you can provide a specific game name, you can provide a specific game author, the genre, and the publication years, and all of that kind of stuff. You can provide the movie's name, you can provide a lot of things right here. But what I want to do is that, let me just collapse that, I don't even know. Okay, there we go. So yeah, now we have a books of array, and inside this array we have a lot of items right here, like a lot of objects to be precise. So now if you want to iterate over through this array and we want to get all of that items, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? So for that, once again, we are going to be using a paragraph. You can use whichever kind of element you like, but in my case, I'm going to just use a paragraph right here, and I'm going to be using the v4 once again. Not vbind, but v4 tab, so it's going to auto complete it for me. So in this case, I'm going to just pass my content right here. Then I'm going to just pass my index right here. I just shortened that to I. You can also write like index, you can write anything you want, and then I'm going to be iterating over through all of that books which we currently have right in here. So now I'm successfully iterating over through all of their books, and now let me just provide a key right here. Okay, so that key will be unique, so I'm going to have to pass my index right here. Now let me just render my content right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of that objects right here. So we have an ID, we have title, we have an author, genre, and also the publication year for all of that objects right here. So now we are iterating over through this array, and we are getting all of the content which is inside this array right here. So this is how we are going to be printing that content into the screen. So that's cool, but I also wanted to show you how we are going to be doing a destructuring. So if you guys don't know what a destructuring means, so you should definitely check out my JavaScript course. But if you already know that, so this is how we are going to be destructuring all of that content from this content variable or whatever you want to call that. So now I'm going to just remove this content from here, and I'm going to just pass my curly braces. So I'm going to just destructure the ID. Oh my god, it just disappeared. So let me just do that manually. So we are going to be destructuring the ID. We are going to be also destructuring the title, the author, and I'm going to also destructure the genre and also the publication year as well. Okay, so this is how we are going to be destructuring that. And now let me just remove this content from here, and I'm going to just hit enter inside this paragraph. Or you know what, instead of writing a paragraph, I'm going to just change that to UL, because we want them to be in unordered list, and inside there I'm going to be using a lot of LIs right here for all of their destructure values. So I'm going to first of all write an ID, and now let me just render my ID right here. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better, and I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. So for the first one, we have a title, then we have author, then we also have a genre, and also we have a publication year right here. Okay, so now let me just change these content which we have right here. So I'm going to just render my title, and I'm going to also render the author and also the genre as well. And finally we have a publication year. There we go. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of that content in unordered list right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be destructuring all of that content, and this is how we are going to be using that. So if this syntax looks a bit weird to you, so don't worry about that, because in this course I'm going to give you a lot of things to practice, so you don't have to worry about these destructuring and all of that for now. So that's cool, but now let me just give you yet another example. So I'm going to just remove these books from here, and now in this case I'm going to just talk about your favorite topic, which is called movies. And I know you love movies, and here I'm going to be placing a lot of movies. So in this case I'm not going to be providing array of objects, but in this case I'm going to be providing arrays of arrays. So now let me just place that right here. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So here you can see we have array opening, and we have array closing right here, and then inside there we don't have any objects, but we have arrays right here. So we have like different kind of movies right here. So we are going to be iterating over through all of these movies, and we are going to be getting all of them. So now let me just collapse there. So yeah, I'm going to just collapse there, baby. Or if I can get that today. Now let me just collapse all of them. And yeah, that's looking cool. But now let's just iterate over through all of their movies right here. So for them, I'm going to be using first of all my UL once again. Let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just provide my v4 right here. And inside there, first of all, we are going to be providing the movie and also the index, and we are going to be using the in movies. Movies is this collection right here, like array of arrays, and inside their arrays we have a movie. So we have their movie name, I mean like movie's name right here. And now inside there, what I want to do is that I want to first of all show you that movie. Like, you know, first of all, let me just write my key right here, and I'm going to be also passing my index. And here I want to first of all show you this movie. And now if I save my file, god damn it, let me just cut that from here, and now let me just write a li. Come on, li, there we go. And now let me just place this movie right here. If I refresh this, here you can see it's going to give us this array and inside this array we have a lot of movies right here. So now if you want to get all of that movies, so for that we're gonna have to use the nested for loop right here. So now let me just show you the nested for loop. So I'm gonna just cut that from here, and what I want to do is that I'm gonna just write my li right here, and I'm gonna be using my nested for loop. So a nested for loop is a for loop inside another for loop, so that's why we call it as a nested for loop right here. So now let me just write a m for short of movies, and I'm going to also pass my index in this case, and I'm going to be just iterating over through all of that movie right here, not movies but movie. Okay, so now we iterate over through all of that movies, I mean like movie, and here we just have to pass our key, and for this key we are going to be passing our index right here, which we are getting from this one. And now let me just render my m right here for movies. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of that movies one by one. One of my favorite movies is The Godfather. Yeah, but I really love The Godfather movie. Amazing movie. Alrighty, so yeah, that was another example. So if you're a gamer, I have a good news for you, because currently we are going to be working with a lot of games. So const games is going to be equal to this ref, and here we are going to be passing a lot of object inside objects. So not arrays, but objects inside objects. So now let me just place that right here, and you can find all of the coding in my GitHub repository. So here you can see we have object opening, and we have an object closing right here, and this object has a lot of properties and its values. So we have a ID, the title, the genre, the platform, release date, developer, the developer name, and location, the team size, the ratings object, we have a feature object, we have a system requirements, we have a recommended, we also have a storyline, character, and achievements. So yeah, that's a lot of data which we are currently working with. But now let me just iterate over through all of that data, and we're gonna make sense of that data right here. So inside a template, what I want to do is that I want to just write my ul first of all. Come on, ul, and inside this ul we are going to be using my v4 attribute, or not attribute, what the hell, v4 directive, and I'm gonna just pass my value, and I'm gonna also pass the keys, and I'm going to also pass the index right here in games. Okay, so if I just pass that, then we have to make it totally dynamic. So for that we're gonna have to write this value right here. So now inside there, first of all, I'm going to just render the index. I'm going to just write a separator for myself, and then I'm going to also render the keys, and then I'm going to also write a a separator, and I'm going to also render the value. Okay, so if I do that, and now let me just save my file. So here you can see it's going to give us the first of all the index, then it's going to give us that keys, which you can see right here. So it's going to give us that keys because currently we are working with the object, so this object will have these keys right here, and this object will also have these values right here. So that's why if we just write their value, so it's going to give us all of their values from what do we call it, from this games object right here. So this is how we are going to be rendering the index, this is how we are going to be rendering the keys and values just for the object, not for the array but for the object. Okay, so this is totally supremely easy to work with. Vue.js is awesome. Okay, and what I want to do is that I'm going to give you yet another example. So now let me just remove this UL from here, and I'm going to remove this entire gaming object right here. Okay, so now in this case, now let me just give you example of complex games object, and it's going to be equals to this ref, and inside this ref we are going to be passing my data. So here you can see this is going to be the object opening, and this is going to be the object closing tag or whatever you want to call that. So we have a few games right here. So we have a game 1 which will have the title, the genre, and the platform, releasing date, and so on and so forth right here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the bottom, and what I want to do is that I'm going to first of all write a UL right here. UL, I don't know why my VS Code is not giving me autocomplete today, but anyways, I'm going to take care of that a bit later. And here I'm going to just pass my game, and I'm going to also pass the index right here. And now let's just iterate over through all of that complex games object, and here we just have to provide that key, and that key will be totally unique. So for that we have to pass this index right here. Okay, so first of all, let's just learn about how in the world we are going to be getting all the objects right here. So how we are going to be getting all of that objects? So for that we are going to be using this li, and you already know how we are going to be getting there. So I'm going to just pass my game right here. So underneath that, let's just provide a br right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us all of that games right here. So we have a title, we have genre, we have a platform, and we also have the releasing date or release date, whatever you want to call that. And now let me just show you what do we call it, getting single value, come on, value from object. So how in the world we are going to be getting a single value from that object? So for that we are going to be using the nested for loop, baby. So now let me just write a view for, and here we just have to pass the property and also the index right here in game, not in games. Here you can see not in this object, but we are gonna have to pass this game object right here, okay, because we are currently working with a nested object. So for that we have to pass that game right here in this case. And now let me just pass my what do we call it, let me just pass my key, and for this key we are going to be passing this index right here, this I for the index. And here we just have to pass our property, come on, what the hell, PROPERTY, there we go. And now if I save my file, and here you can see it's gonna give us all of that items right here, but that's looking a bit off anyways. So here you can see it's going to give us all of that entire object, and then we are getting all of that specific value from this specific object right here. So we are getting it for the first one, we are also getting it for the second one, for the third one, and for all of them right here. Okay, so if you want to work with a lot of data and we want to get the values of that, we are going to have to use this nested for loop inside this first for loop right here. And now let me just show you how you're going to be destructuring that. So I'm going to just remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm going to just destructure this game right here. So I'm going to just pass the title, the author, the genre, and also the publication year right here. I already show you there, but I want to show you once again because I know some people will get confused. So let me just show you there once again. Doesn't even matter because I'm not even wasting your time. So now let me just write the publication year, come on, publication year right here. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us what do we call it, so for some of the objects we don't have this author, yep, we don't have author, and we don't have the genre, and also the publication year. Let me just show you that. So we have an author right here. What the hell is going, okay, so we have an author for this one, and here you can see for this object we don't have any author, so that's why we are not getting that. And we also have the publication year for this one. So this is what we have, our release date, and I'm going to also pass this release date just in case, and I'm going to be using it right here. So it's going to make it a bit cluttered, but anyways, now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting that publication year right here. You get the idea. So I'm not going to be wasting a lot more of your time, but I'm going to just remove that. And I guess let me just give you the final example. Okay, so let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just write a UL right here, and inside this UL I'm going to be using the v4, but in this case we are not even iterating over through nothing but I'm going to just pass the number right here, number in 5. Okay, so I know this is a bit weird syntax because we are not even iterating over through anything, but now let me just show you how that's gonna look like. So I'm gonna just write my li, let me just save that, and here we just have to pass our number right here. So what do you think will be the result of this code? I'm just asking you a question. Just take a wild guess and tell me what do you think will be the result of this code. So now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us that number from 1 through 5 right here. So we have some sort of a variable, and we are just iterating over through 5 times. So that's why we are now getting all of that numbers starting from the 1 through 5 right here. So if I just change that to 10, save my file, so here you can see it's going to give us that 10 items right here without iterating over through anything and without working with a lot of complex data. We can also use this this v4 directive in Vue.js. So now we are moving our gears toward the forms and imports. So for that we have to learn about the Vue model. So what in the world is a Vue model and why should you care about that? So the Vue model is a directive that provides something called the two-way data binding. I'm going to explain what a two-way data binding is in a few seconds, but first of all, I guess I'm going to have to restart from the beginning. So the Vue model is a directive that provides a two-way data binding on the input text area or select elements, and it creates something called connection between the data in your component and the input field, allowing changes in one to automatically update on the other and vice versa. So now let's just talk about this weird thing which is called a two-way data binding, because I know a lot of people will ask me like, Hussein, you just skip through a two-way data binding and I don't even know what the hell is that two-way data binding. So now let me just tell you that. So what in the world is a two-way data binding or two-way binding, whatever you want to call that? So two-way binding means that changes in your code automatically updates what you see on the screen, and vice versa. It's like a live connection between your data and the user interface. Okay, so making it easy to keep them in sync without writing a lot of extra code. That's what a two-way binding is. So now let me just give you a few examples, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this li from here, and I'm going to just work with form. Okay, so first of all, let me just create some sort of a reactive state for myself, baby. I'm going to just write h1 right here, and first of all, let me just go ahead and go to the top, and let's just create our form data. It's going to be equals to not this, or come on, what the hell am I doing? You know, I'm going to cut that for a second, and I'm going to first of all import the reactive right here from the Vue.js, and let me just place it right here, and I'm going to just create a reactive state for myself. In this case, we're going to have to work with the objects. So now let me just pass the username, and the username will be empty string. I'm going to also pass this empty email, and also come on for the password we are going to be also passing this empty string right here. Okay, we can still use, what do we call it, we can still use the ref if you want it. Oh, you know, let me just use the ref right here. What the hell, because it's going to make you confused by using the reactive and the refs and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to just remove that h1 from here, and I'm going to just create a form right here. Let's just remove this action from here, and what I want to do is that I want to just write my input field right here, input with a type of text first of all, and I'm going to just provide my placeholder, and please enter your name. Okay, let's just go back, and inside there we are going to be using something called the Vue model, which I just showed you a few seconds ago. And here in this case, we are going to have to use the form data, which you can see right here. So we have this reactive state of username, we have an email, and also we have a password right here. And in this case, this Vue model will allows us to work with a two-way data binding. Okay, so I am going to just write a dot and then the username right here, and I guess that's going to be it. But first of all, I'm going to go ahead and go underneath this h1, and I'm going to just write, like underneath this form, and I'm going to just write h1, and I'm going to just write like form data dot username right here. Okay, so now let me just show you what in the world is a two-way data binding. So now let me just save my file, and we have to refresh that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and type something inside there. So if I start typing something, so here you can see it's gonna also reflect back right here. This is what we call a data binding right here. So now we bind that data, so anything we type inside this input field will give us the result right here. Okay, so here you can see that, and this is how we are going to be achieving the two-way binding or two-way data binding, whatever you want to call that. And I'm going to go ahead and just write input field once again for the email as well. So now let me just write an input field for the email, and I'm going to also pass the placeholder of like please enter your email, and let me just pass once again our Vue model right here, and I'm going to just pass my form data. Come on, form data, and let me just provide my email right here. Let me just duplicate that for the password as well, and I'm going to change this one to password as well, and also enter your password. There we go. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything a bit better, and I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. So we have a username, we also have an email, and we also have our password right here. So now let me just cut that from here, and now if I save my file, so here you can see we have our, let me just refresh that, we have our username, we have our name a field, we also have our email field, and we also have our password field right here. So if I just write something like my name is Hossein, my email is hossein@gmail.com, and my password is what was my password? My real password right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the forms, and this is how we are going to be using the Vue bind, not a Vue bind, this is how we are going to be using the Vue model. Okay, so yeah, create a button right here, and I'm going to be passing the type of submit right here. Come on, what the hell? I'm going to be passing the type of submit right here, and I'm going to just say submit. So if I save there and if I just click on this button, everything disappears and our page will be totally refreshed. That's just a normal behavior of a form. And now if you want to prevent that from happening, so for that we can either create a separate function and we can provide our event object, and we can then just use our event prevent default, or we can use a shorthand right here. So for that we can just use our submit, which is our event handler right here, and then we can just write dot prevent, which I already mentioned, but I said like I'm going to be explaining that later, and now is later. Okay, so now let me just write some sort of alert right here, like form submit, come on, submitted, I guess this is how you spell it. So now let me just save that, and now let me just refresh that, and I'm going to be passing my name once again, and hussein@gmail.com, and my personal password. And now if I click on this submit button, oh my god, something happening or not? Anyways, if we just provide something, it's gonna work, but if you didn't specify anything at all, it's gonna still work. So now let me just save that. Let's just refresh, and if I just write like something right here, and if I click on that, so here you, oh god damn it, at gmail.com, and if I click on that, so it is no longer refreshing my page right here. But if I just remove this submit from here, I mean like this entire and now if I save my file and click on this button, so here you can see it's gonna just refresh my browser, and we don't want that. So this is how we are going to be working with the Vue model in Vue.js. So now let's talk about props in Vue.js. So props, short for properties, are a way to pass data from a parent component to a children component. So props allow you to communicate between component by allowing the parent component to pass data down to its children component, and this is useful for creating a reusable and modular components. So that's just a theory of what a props is. So now let me just write some code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to just remove that from here. I'm going to also remove all of this entire thing. Let me just write h1 of props. Let me zoom in a bit, and I'm going to be creating a lot of components right here. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to change the name of this one too. First of all, a static props, or yeah, static props, I guess static props component. I'm gonna just give a name of like static props component would be fine. Okay, so now I'm gonna just let me just grab the name of that. Let me just go ahead and change it right here. First of all, so we have a static props component, and the first thing which I want to do is that I want to define my prop right here. Like we are going to be sending my data from this parent. This is a parent component right here, like this view is the parent component, and we are going to be passing our data from this app to this static props component right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? So this is how we are going to be doing that. Let's suppose if I want to pass some sort of a string, so I'm going to just provide a string of name, and I'm going to just give a name of like Jordan, and I'm going to just save this file. Then I'm going to go ahead and grab that prop from this component which we provide right here, and we have to use it inside this children component right here. So how we are going to be grabbing that? We can just do that by using const props. You can give it any name you want, but in my case I'm going to give a name of like props, and it's going to be equals to the define, come on, define, define props right here. So inside this define props we are going to have to pass our array, and in this case we are going to be just providing the name of our props. So the name of our prop is name. So if you just specify like something else, we're gonna have to copy this something else and we're gonna have to place it right here, but in this case we are just providing the name of name. So here we have to provide that name right here. So first of all, let me just log this props to the console, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to just remove this array from here. Now let me just save my file and refresh there. So here you can see it's going to give us that proxy object, and here you can see, if I can show you that, but I'm going to go ahead and go to the target, and we have yet again another target object. So I'm going to just click on that, and inside there we have our name prop, and which is set to this Jordan right here. So prop is simply a properties which we are passing. You can say a property or data, whatever you want to call that. We are passing some sort of a data from a parent component down to its children component. Okay, so now we successfully grab the data from this parent component, and we are now successfully getting that data. So now we have to use it right here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just use like props dot name in this case. So now if I save my file and here you can see we are now getting Jordan right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing a prop. This is how we are going to be getting a prop. This is how we are going to be using a prop right here. Let me just create yet another component, and I'm going to give a name of like dynamic props content, or component would be fine, component dot view right here. Okay, dynamic props component, and I'm going to just copy almost every single thing, and I'm going to just place it right here, and let me just remove that stuff from here as well. So now let me just save my file. I'm going to just close this one because we don't need that no more. And what I want to do is that I want to declare a few dynamic content right here. So I'm going to just get my ref. So const come on, ref from my Vue.js right here, and in this case I want to paste like first name and last name. So I'm going to just write like first name will be set to Hossein, and const last name will be set to web dev right here. Okay, so I'm going to first of all get my component, which is called a dynamic prop component. I'm going to copy that. Now let me just call my component right here, and now let me just close that from here. And now if you want to paste this content dynamically, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, that's totally easy. First of all, we have to write either the v bind, or we can use this shorthand which is called this colon, and then we have to just write our first name, and it's going to be equals to my first name right here. This name doesn't matter. You can give it banana, you can give it orange, you can give it any name you want, but in my case I'm going to just give a name of like first name, and this is the dynamic content which we are getting from this first name variable right here. So in this case what we are currently doing is that we are cutting this Hossein, and we are passing it right here down to this children component, and then we would be able to use that. Okay, so this is what we are doing. So this name doesn't matter, you can give it any name you want, but in my case I just give a name of like first name. And now let me just also use for the last name, and I'm going to have to render my last name right in here. Okay, so now if I save my file, oh, you know what, it shouldn't be like that. I'm gonna have to use my refs right here. So I'm going to just use my ref, and now let me just close that data inside that ref right here. Okay, let me just provide an empty space so that you guys can see everything a bit better. And now I'm gonna go ahead and grab all of that content right here. So I'm going to just give a name of like props, and it's going to be coming from define props, and inside there we're going to be passing this array because currently we are working with a lot of data right here. So I'm going to just pass my first name, and I'm going to also pass my last name right here. Okay, so let me just render that right here. So I'm going to be using props.first name. Now let me just duplicate there and props.last name. So now if I save that, and here you can see it's going to give us Jordan, Hossein, and WebDev. And Jordan is coming from this first component. We can also comment this out if you wanted to, but you know what, I'm going to just write HR for this horizontal line right here. Okay, so now we are getting this Hossein and also this web dev right here. So this is how we are going to be working with a dynamic props component. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to tell you something about props. Their props value cannot be changeable. You can read the props data like this. You can use the props data, but you cannot change the props data. Like, props are immutable, they cannot be changed. So what I want to do is that I want to create a separate component. I'm going to give a name of like I don't know, changing props value.view or something like that. And I'm going to go ahead and open this dynamic component, copy them, place it right here. Let me just remove every single thing that I currently have right here. So now what I want to do is that I'm going to get my props right here. So if I just get my props, const props, and it's going to be, oh, you know, first of all we have to use this component somewhere. So we are going to have to first of all import it right here. So I'm going to just import that changing props values, and we have to remove this view. And now let me just copy that, and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file. And yeah, I know the spelling is incorrect, but bear with me for a second. So now if I just refresh that, we don't have any content. So now let me just write something right here so we can see that, and here you can see we're now getting this something. So everything is working totally a-okay. But now let me just paste some sort of a content right here. So I'm going to just declare some sort of a my favorite number or something like that. It's going to be equals to 7, and I'm going to just copy that, and you know what, I'm going to have to just write it inside a ref. And now let's just pass my favorite number right here dynamically. So I'm going to pass my favorite number and also my favorite number right here. So now if I save that, and now if I want to get that, so I'm going to be using const props, or you know what, my favorite number number prop or something like that, and we're going to be just using define. Come on, what the hell? define define props, and inside there we're gonna have to provide my favorite number prop right here. So if I just log, or I'm not gonna log that to the console, but now let me just show you that on the screen. So if I just write like my favorite number prop, and now if I save that, and here if I refresh that, so here you can see we are now getting this string value, but that's not what we want. Oh, I forgot to just provide my favorite number. There we go. So now if I save that, it's gonna give us that 7 right here, which is totally a-okay. But now let me just show you that you are not able to change the value of that prop. So I'm gonna just write like my favorite number prop, and I'm gonna access my favorite number right here, and let's suppose if I want to change that to 10. So here you can see my IDE will automatically give me an error if I hover my mouse over to there. Unexpected mutation of my favorite number props, and it is coming from this ESLint right here. So you know what, let me just save this file anyways, and let me just see the results. So if I refresh that, and here you can see nothing is happening. If I right click on that and open my console, let's just see what console have to say. It is going to give us this error right here. So set operation on the key, my favorite number failed, target is read only. Like you can totally read the content of a prompts, but you cannot mutate there or change there. Okay, so this is not acceptable. Let me just write a comment right here. So here you can see props are immutable, which means their value cannot be changed and they are just read only. Okay, and this is a big no-no. You cannot do that. Okay, so now let me just close this one, and now let me just create yet another component right here. I'm gonna give a name of like prop validation.vue. Let me just copy that, and I'm going to just render it right here. But first of all, we have to write some sort of a content, so I'm gonna have to steal that content from here. And now let me just place that right here, remove that, and also remove that. Okay, so now let me just come on, let me just import this what do we call it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Now let me just grab this prop prop validation right here. Now let me just use that right here. So I'm gonna copy that, but before I do, I'm gonna have to write my HR, and now let me just use that right here. So if I save my file and now refresh that, come on, if I refresh that, why it's not giving us anything? Because we don't have anything right here, so that's why we are not getting anything. So here you can see we're now getting this something right here. So what I want to do is that I want to paste some sort of a dynamic content right here, and I'm going to be passing a lot. Oh, you know what, I'm not going to be passing a lot of content, but I'm going to just provide like full name, and my full name is Hussein Webdev, but I'm going to just paste my Jordan right here, and I'm going to also dynamically add this 20 edge right here. So that's cool, but I'm going to go ahead and grab all of that content right here. So to do that, first of all, I'm going to just write a props, and it's going to be coming from the define props right here. And inside there, what I want to do is that I want to just get my full name, and I'm going to also get my edge right here. Okay, so let me just render that so whether we can see that or not. So we have a props dot full name, and we also have the props.s. So now if I just save and refresh there, so it's going to give us the full name of Jordan, and it's going to also give us the edge of 20. Did we specify? Yeah, we already specified 20. I guess I specified 7. Anyway, so now let's talk about a props validation. So I'm going to just remove that, and we can also provide a rules to validate our props. So to provide a rules, first of all, we have to provide our object, and inside this object we can specify a lot of rules for our props. So I'm going to just specify like full name is going to only be a string, and this is going to be uppercase S right here. Okay, and my edge prop will only be a number, nothing else than that. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here if I just refresh that, so here you can see we are still getting that content right here. But if I go ahead and go to my app right here, and instead of providing some sort of a name of string, let's suppose if I provide like, I don't know, maybe 20 right here for the full name. I'm gonna just add it dynamically. Let's just remove that and make it as a double quotes. And let's suppose if I provide string, like let me just write as something as a string for the edge. And now if I save my file, and now if I check it out and refresh that, nothing is going to happen right here. But if I right click on that and go to my inspect area, and go to my console. So here you can see we are now getting amazing errors right here. Invalid props. Type check failed for the prop full name, expected string with a value of 20 and got number with 20 value right here. So that's not gonna fly here because we already provide these validations right here. Okay, so the next one we have is an invalid prop. Type check failed for the prop of age, expected a number with a value of none. And got a string with a value of something right here. Okay, so it's going to give you that error inside a console, and I wish if it gives us that error on the screen, but anyways, this is what it is. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a basics validation, or a basic basic validation. And now let's just provide a little bit of complex validation right here. So now what I want to do is that I'm going to just write complex props validations or something like that. And now let me just get my props once again by using define props. And here inside there we can just provide a validation for the full name. So I'm going to just write a full name, and the full name will be, in this case, type will be set to string. We are going to be providing a type like which type of data this prop should have and whether it should be required or not. So I'm going to just provide a required, and I'm going to make it as a true. And we can also even specify a default value for our prop. So you know what, first of all, I'm going to just leave it the way it is, and then we are going to be working with a default value in a few seconds. So now let me just write an edge, and the edge should be a number right here. Okay, so if I just write this required right here, save my file, and now let me just go ahead and remove this full name right here. Okay, so I'm going to just remove this full name from here, save my file, and now if I just refresh that, so here you can see it's going to give us something, and it is not going to give us that full name right here. But if I right click on that and go to inspect area, and if I go to the console, so here you can see it's going to give us that error like missing required prop, a full name is not defined, and instead we got only the something. Instead we only got the edge with the value of something, but we don't have access to this full name right here. You have to do something about that. So this is how the required will work, but we can even also specify the default value if you want to. Okay, so if I just write a default, and default will be like anonymous, and we can also specify the default value of anonymous. So if I save there, and here you can see it's going to give us the value of 20 right here, because that's not the correct value. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rechange that right here. So my full name is Hussein Web Dev, and I'm going to just specify the edge of 20, baby, 20. There we go. So now if I save that, and now if I refresh, so here you can see that error is gone. And now let's suppose if I didn't specify the full name, and here we are requiring that, and we are also specifying the default value of anonymous to that. Let me just cut that from here, and here you can see it's going to give us like missing required prop of full name, but it's going to also give us that anonymous right here. Okay, so by default we specify this anonymous value to it, but here you can see we're going to be still getting this error right here. So now let me just provide that once again, save my file, and there you have it. So that was just a quick introduction to a props and the props validation and all of that. So now let me just give you an example of a complex props. Okay, so I'm gonna just create a component given name of like complex props.vue, and now I'm gonna go ahead and not to this one, but maybe I'm gonna go ahead and go to this first component, because this one is totally simple and easy. And now let me just place every single thing right here, and I'm gonna just say something right here, save my file, and we have to render this component. So I'm gonna first of all have to import this complex props. Let's just remove that view from it, copy that, and now let me just write hr right here, and I'm going to just place it right here, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this something right here. So which is totally a-okay, but here we are going to be passing a lot of data right here, so just get ready yourself. So I'm going to just first of all specify the friends 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 array right here. So let me just write a double quotes, and here I'm going to be passing like Alex, John, and also the Jordan, and also Hussein web dev as well. And now let me just pass some sort of objects right here. So I'm going to also pass the user info, and it's going to be equals to this object right here. So we would have a name of something like I don't know, Alex, and we would also have the age of 20, and we would also have the location of the nested array right here, and I'm gonna just pass like the value of earth, and I don't know. And now if I save there, and this is how it looks like right now. So now the question is, how in the world we are going to be getting these complex props right here inside our component? So first thing first, I'm gonna just write define props, and inside there we're going to be passing our object. And now let me just provide a little bit of validation right here. So the first friends will be array, and also the user info will be an object. Okay, so if that's not the case, so it gives us an error inside a console, which we don't care. But now let me just write h1 of friends right here, and now let me just also write a user info. And now if I save that, and here you can see it's going to give us their user info, and it's going to also give us their friend list right here. Okay, so we can do all of that stuff which you want to do with that. So we can just iterate over through all of their friends, and we can get all of them, and we can also do a lot of stuff. So you know what, first of all, let me just write a ul, and inside this ul we're going to have our one li right here. But first of all, I'm going to be using my v4, which we just saw a few seconds ago, and I'm going to just pass my friend first of all, and then the index, and here we are going to be iterating over through all of the friends, and we are going to be also providing our key right here, and for the key we are going to be passing our unique index. And now let me just render my friend. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to duplicate that, and I'm going to just write a comment for myself like iterating or friends array. And I'm going to also write a comment for myself iterate, come on, oh, you know, we don't have to write a comment for that. So now let me just write my info, and also the index object, not an index object, what the hell am I saying today? Just an index. So now let me just write a user info, and now let me just pass my index right here, and here we are going to be just passing my info right here. Okay, so this one will be only for the object. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting all of their friends, and we are also getting, what the hell am I doing? Why is this HR not working? Okay, that's working right here, but I didn't realize that. So here you can see we are also getting our friends, and we are also getting their information of that specific user right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with the complex props right here. Now I guess I'm going to give you one final example of a props, and which will be a custom validator for our props. So how in the world we're going to be creating our custom validator function inside our props validation. So I'm going to just create a component, give a name of like custom validator.vue. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and steal some content right here. Let me just copy there, let me just place this content, and let me just write a something right here. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just grab my component. So we have a custom props, god damn it. Now let me just copy there, and here we're going to be just using our hr, and now let me just call this function, I mean like let me just execute or call or render my component, whatever you want to call this. Now if I save there, and here you can see it's going to give us that something right here, but that is not looking okay. I'm gonna have to comment all of these stuff, almost this HR. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we're now getting this something right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to my custom validator component, and here we're going to be doing a lot of magic. But first of all, I'm gonna have to provide some sort of a props right here, so then we will be able to work with that props. So I'm gonna pass my name of Hussein. I'm gonna also pass the age, and the age in this case will be 20, and I'm gonna also pass the password, and the password will be impossible password or something like that. God damn it. IMPOSSIBLE, I guess is how you spell it. So now let me just save that, and here we have to get there right here. I'm gonna zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, and define, come on, define props. And inside this define props, we are going to be providing our validators. So for that we have to provide our object. So the name, and are we, yeah, we are specifying the name right here. So first of all, let's just provide a little bit of validation for the name, and we can specify the type of string right here. So our type will be set to string, but we can also provide our validator function. So validator, VALIDATOR, so validator function, and here it's going to take the prop, come on, the prop value, and here we can just return like Hussein, we can return the Jordan, and we can also return the John as well. Okay, so dot includes right here, and we're going to be just checking their prop values which that validator function will take. Okay, so this is going to be our first validator function, and now let me just provide, let me just save that, and I'm going to provide my comma here. And now underneath that, we're going to be also providing a validation for the edge, so the type will be set to a number, and I'm going to be also providing that validator function right here, so we can do that by using these curly braces, or we can do the inline if you wanted to. So in this case, I'm going to be passing it as an inline right here. Okay, so prop value dot length, let me just check for a, oh, god damn it, length, and if the length is greater than or equal to 8 and true. Okay, so then it's gonna work. So it's prop, there we go. Now let me just put a comma here, and I'm going to also specify one validator for the password as well. So I'm going to just write a password, and let's just provide a type of string to it, and I'm going to also pass the validator function, and it's going to take the prop value, and their prop value dot length is greater than or equal to 8 characters and true. So then it's going to work, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so yeah, I messed it up here. I didn't mean to specify this stuff right here, so I'm gonna just remove that, my bad. And here we are gonna have to check if the prop value is greater than or equal to 18, and the prop value is less than or equal to 30. Come on, what the hell? 30 right here. So let's just provide true right here. So if that's not the case, we just have to set that to false. So this is something called the ternary or ternary, whatever you want to call that, ternary operator in JavaScript. So now let me just save that. Let me just go back, and I guess we are missing something. Oh, we are not missing that, but we are just providing the and true, and it's not gonna allow us. So now let me just save that, and here we just have to use that right here. So I'm gonna just provide a name of name first of all. Now let me just duplicate that 3 times, so we have an edge, and this is going to be our edge, and then we have is our password. And now let me just provide my password right here. So now if I save that, and here you can see everything is working a-okay, but if I open my not terminal but my console right here, so it's gonna give us nothing right here, because everything is a-okay right here. But in this case, we are providing Hussein, Jordan, and John. But let's suppose if I didn't even specify Hussein, if I didn't specify the Jordan or John, so it's gonna give us an error. Like if I just provide like random person or something like that. Now if I save that, so here you can see it's gonna give us that error. That's because of this prop validator right here, this prop validator function. And by the way, we can also shorten that if you wanted to. So let's just remove this curly braces and also this return statement. And now if I save that and refresh, so here you can see it's gonna still gives us that same error right here. So then we have a edge is greater than or equal to 18, and the prop value is less than or equal to 30. Then it's gonna give us a true and false. So in this case, let's just provide the edge of like 200 right here. Let me just provide 200 right here. Now let me just save that. So it's gonna give us like edge is way too big and something like that. And the final one we have is for the prop length is greater than or equal to 8. So then it's gonna give us that prop is valid right here. So I'm going to just write, you know what, that's greater than 8. But if I just write like I don't know, 555 semi-file and refresh that, so it's going to give us that error right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a props, and this is how we are going to be changing the value of a props. And so we just learned about the static props, dynamic props, and also changing the value of a props and prop validation, complex props, and complex prop validation, or you can also say the custom validator props or something like that. So yeah, that was the crash course about props in Vue.js. So now let's talk about a component event in Vue.js. So I'm not talking about a click event, the submit event, the input field events, and all of that kind of stuff. This is something else. So a few seconds ago, we just learned about a props, and props allows us to send over data from the parent to the children component. But now in this case, we are going to be learning about how we are going to be passing a data from the children component to the parent. Okay, so what in the world is component events and how it works? So component events are a way for a child component to communicate with their parent component. They allow children component to emit events, something called a custom events, which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds, that can be listened to and handled by their parent component. So how that's going to look like? we would have two components. The first component, we would have a child component, and we would also have the parent component. So child component emits an event, and parent component listen to that event. So inside a child component, you can use that $emit method, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds, to trigger a custom event, and this event can carry data that you want to send to your parent, and then your parent component will listen to that event. And so in the parent component template, you can use the v-on directive, or you can also use the shorthand which is called the add symbol, to listen to that custom event emitted by the children. So yeah, I know that's a lot of theory, but now let me just show you some code, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let me just zoom in a bit. So here you can see we just only have this app component right here, and we don't have any other components. So now let me just create one. So I'm going to be just creating a component event.view right here. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy all of that content, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm gonna just write something right here. And now let me just go ahead and go to my view component, I mean like my app component, and now let me just import my component, component event right here. I'm gonna just remove this view from the end. Now let me just copy that, and let me just remove that from here, and now let me just paste my component right here, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting this something right here. So now first of all, I'm going to give you the example of that counter. So before I do, I'm going to have to import my ref right here. So now let me just import my ref from the Vue.js, and now I'm going to just write a let count, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and I'm going to be storing the value of 0 right here. Okay, and now the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to show that count right here. So I'm going to just write a count, and here let me just write a count right here with the separator. So now I'm going to go back, and now let me just save that, and here you can see we have a count, and we just have this something component right here, I mean like that content from the component. So now let me just go ahead and remove this something from here, and inside this children component I'm going to be creating a button. So now let me just create a button, and I'm going to just write like, I don't know, I'm going to just write a plus symbol right here. Now let me just zoom in a bit, and here I'm going to just write a click event right here, and I'm going to be using this $sign and then this emit method right here. And inside that we are going to be writing the function name right here, like which kind of function or which kind of data we want to pass to, I mean like which kind of data we want to pass from this children component to this parent component right here. Okay, so in this case I'm going to just give a name of like increment counter right here. Now I'm going to copy this name. Now let me just save this file, and I'm going to go ahead and go to this component right here, and I'm going to be using what? I can either use the v-on, or I can use the shorthand which is called the add symbol. You already learned all of that stuff, but I'm just showing you anyways. And here I'm going to be just writing that add symbol because I wanted to use a shorthand right here, and then I'm going to be copying this name right here, this function name, and now let me just place that right here, and then I'm going to be just writing this equal to sign, and here we can write our logic right here. So now in this case I want to write the logic of count plus plus. Okay, just count plus plus, we just only want to increment this counter right here. So now if I save my file, and now if I refresh that, so here you can see we have this count, and we also have our button right here. So this is a top level parent component, the app component, and this is the children component right here. And inside this children component we have this button, and we would now able to update our counter by using this children component right here. So now if I click on that, and here you can see it is now successfully updating right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be passing a data from the children component to our parent component right here. So yeah, that was the first example. Now let me just give you one more example, and I guess that's gonna be it. So I'm going to just I guess I'm gonna remove all of that stuff because we don't need that right here. I'm gonna also go ahead and remove this button from here, and now let me just change the name of that to something else. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna just give a name of like form component would be fine. Now let me just copy that, and then I'm going to go ahead and import that right here. So I'm going to use import form component from where? From, let's just go ahead and go to one upper directory, and then I'm going to be importing that from here. Now let me just pass that right here, save my file, and we don't have nothing, so that's why we cannot see anything. So now let me just write something right here, and here you can see we have that something right here. So now what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the top, and I'm going to just import my ref. So now let me just import the ref from the Vue.js, and I'm going to just write a username, and initial state will be set to empty string, and also for the email, so I'm going to just write an empty string, and also for the password as well, and it's going to be also set to empty string right here. Now let me just go back, and I'm going to just create a form right here, and we're not interested in the action, so I'm not going to be providing any action right here. And inside this form, what I want to do is that I'm going to just write like input, and for this input we're going to be also writing the v model, and also we are going to be just attaching our username first of all. Now let me just duplicate that 3 times, and also for the email, and also for the password as well. Okay, so that's that, but I'm gonna also have to change that from text to email, and also to password right here. And now let me just also create a button right here, and it's gonna just say submit, and type will be submit as well. So that's it for the UI, but now you want to send some sort of a data from this child component to this parent component right here. So how can we go about doing that? This is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, I'm going to just write this submit method right here. I mean like this submit event handler, and then I'm going to just write a prevent so that we don't get our page reload. And then we are going to be just writing this $sign and emit, and here we are going to be just passing first of all the function name. So I'm going to just write like a user info or something like that. This is going to be the function name, by the way. And now we want to pass some sort of an argument to this function right here. Generally we create our function like this in JavaScript. So here we pass some sort of arguments right here inside this area right here. So first of all, this name will be that function, that entire function which we are going to be creating separately, and then here we are going to be passing some sort of an argument for that specific function parameter right here. Okay, so now let me just remove that from here, and now let me just pass a few parameter right here. So I'm going to just provide like a username, the email, and also the password as well. So now if I save that, now we are going to be creating this user info function, and we are going to be passing this parameter right here. So now I'm going to just catch that data which this children component is passing to this parent component right here. Okay, so now to catch that, we are going to be using this add symbol, and then the user info, and it's going to be equals to this form handler. Like we can also write our logic in line if you wanted to. We can just create our function in line, and we can work with that, but I don't want that. I want to create it separately, so I'm going to just create my function separately, like form handler would be fine. And now I'm going to copy that, and now here, now let me just create that function right here. Okay, so I'm going to just create that function, give a name of like form, or you know, we don't want to create it like that way. So now let me just create an inline function right here, and now in this case it's going to take that 3 parameter which we are passing right here. So we are passing the username, email, and also the password. Now let me just pass that right here, and now I'm not going to do a lot of things with that, but I'm going to just console.log like username, and here let me just pass a username perimeter which this function is taking right here. So we are going to be passing this username perimeter right here inside this console. So now let me just also write this email, and here we are going to be also passing this email right here, and also for the password as well. Okay, so now if I save my file, everything is working a-okay, and here you can also see that we are getting these input fields right here, but I forgot to include the, what do we call it, the placeholder. I mean like you don't have to do that, but I'm just doing that for this course purposes. So now let me just write like first of all name, there we go, kind of lost my mind there. Then the email, and then the password. So now let me just save that, and here you can see everything is looking a-okay. I'm gonna just open my console, and then let's just refresh that. Let me just zoom in a bit, and first of all I'm going to be passing my own name, which is Hussein. Then let me just pass my real email right here, and let me just pass my real password right here, so like something else. And now if I click on this button right here, and here you can see we are now able to get all of that data right here inside this parent component right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be passing our data from the children component to the parent component by using component events. So now let's talk about a slot in Vue.js. So I divide this topic into a few categories. Like first of all, we are going to be learning about what a slot is, then we are going to be learning about a fallbacks, then we are going to be also learning about a name slot, and finally the default slot. So trust me, slots are not that much difficult topic to learn, but it has a few flavors to it. So yeah, now let's talk about what in the world is a slot and why you should care about that. So a slot is like a space in a component where you can put different things, and it allows you to create a reusable component that can accept different content content while maintaining a consistent structure. Okay, so this is what a slot is. So now let me just write some code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to also remove that from here. I'm going to just write slot in this case. So now let me just save that, and I'm going to delete this component entirely. And first of all, let me just create a component, give a name of like slot component.view, and I'm going to just copy this content, and now let me just put that right here. And finally, let's just import that slot right here. So I'm going to just import, come on, import slot component. If I can get the autocomplete slot component from the Vue, not a Vue.js, but we have to go ahead and go up a level one directory. Then we have to go to this slot component right here. So yeah, I'm not going to be calling this slot right now because the syntax is a bit different, so I'm not going to be calling there right now. First of all, I wanted to create a slot. So how in the world we are going to be creating a slot in Vue.js? So creating a slot. So how in the world we are going to be creating a slot? And this is the most difficult thing. No, it's not. You're going to be just writing a slot opening tag and slot closing tag. So this will allows us to create a simple slot, or you can say an empty space in our component where we can put different kind of content. So yeah, this is an empty space inside this slot component. If I can get there inside this slot component, we are now creating this empty space right here. So now if you want to fill this space with something, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, first of all, we have to call this slot component somewhere. And to call this slot component, we are not going to be doing anything, but we are going to be just calling our component totally differently. So previously, if you want to call our components, we would call them like this slot component. We would just auto close that right here. But now by using a slots, we are not going to be closing our component like this. We are going to be closing our component like this. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be opening our component, and then we are going to be closing our component like this. And now inside there, we can put any content we want. So in this case, I'm going to just write like h1 and content1 right here. So if I just write this content1 right here, and if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us that content1 right here. So what's going on? First of all, we are creating a space inside our component. Then we are just attaching, or we are pushing this content inside this space right here. Okay, so if you want to add like some more content, so we are totally able to do this. Let's suppose if I just write like content2, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting our content2 right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a slot, and this is how we are going to be passing a data to our slot, and this is how we are going to be calling a slot component right here. Okay, so that was the topic 1 of slots. So now let's talk about what is a fallback, or you can also say the default content for our slot. So fallback content in a slot refers to the default content that is displayed when no content is provided for a particular slot, and it's a way to ensure that a component still has meaningful content even if the parent component does not pass any content to a specific slot. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? It's totally simple and easy. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to just remove this component right here because we don't need that no more. And now I'm going to just create a separate component, and I'm going to just give a name of like fallback content would be fine. So ent.view. Okay, so I'm going to copy this content. Now let me just place that right here. I'm going to just remove that, and also I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just write h1. Come on, let me just write h1 of default, or you know, fallback would be fine. So if I save my file, now we have to import our component right here. So I'm going to just import my fallback content from, let's just go ahead and go to one directory, the components directory, and we have to grab our fallback content right here. And now if you want to call that, so we are going to be calling it like this way. So we just have to call that like fallback content opening tag and fallback content closing tag. So now what we have to do is that we have to go to our component, and we just have to add a default content right here. So first of all, I'm going to be creating a slot. So now let me just create a slot right here. Let me just zoom in a bit, and inside there we are going to be just writing h1, or you can write any kind of content that you like. You can write like whatever you want to write. So I'm going to just write like this is a fallback, fallback slash default content right here. So if I save my file, and now if I check it out, so here you can see it's going to give us that default content right here. And here you can see we are not passing any content right here for our slot, but we are now providing a default value or default content right here for this slot. So that's why we are now getting this result right here. Okay, but on the other hand, if I call this component one more time, and if I just write like, I don't know, maybe if I just provide some sort of a paragraph right here, and if I just write like fallback will not work because I am providing content inside the component right here. Okay, component, there we go. So now if I save that, let me just go back, and here you can see that fallback content will not work right here because we are already providing that content right here. You know, let me just comment this line out, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now if I save that, and here you can see this content will not work because this is a default content, and it's going to take this actual content right here. But if you are not specifying any content right here at all, so then it's going to take this default content right here. Okay, so here you can see it's going to give us like this is a fallback default content. But if I just uncomment this line out, and if I save my file, so here you can see it's going to take that default content right here. Okay, so this is how the fallback works in slots. So that was the fallback content. Now let's talk about a name slots. So as the name suggests, the name slots will be with the names. So a name slot is a way to assign a specific name to our slot in a component, and unlike the default slot, which is unnamed and used when no explicit name is provided, name slot will allow you to have multiple slots in a component and specify where the content should be inserted based on the slot's name. Okay, so now let me just give you an example of that, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna just say bye-bye to this component, and now let me just create yet another component which will be a named slot dot view. There we go. And I'm going to just copy, I guess I'm going to copy this content right here, and I'm going to just place that right here, and I'm going to just remove that slot for a second. And you know what, first of all, let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just create a name slot right here. So I'm going to just write a slot opening and slot closing tag, and I'm going to just specify a name for that. So I'm going to just write a name of 1, I guess, and then I'm going to just duplicate that, and I'm going to also provide 2 right here. So now that we create 2 slots, and we just give a name of 1 and also 2 right here. So now if you want to specify a specific value for this specific name slot, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, we just have to go ahead and first of all import that slot right here, I mean like that component right here. So I'm going to just write like a name slot from, let's just go ahead and go one upper directory, go to our components, and then our name slots right here, and I'm going to copy that name, and now let me just call that slot component right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write HR, and here let me just call that slot component opening and closing tag. So now inside there you can either use the v slot directive to provide some sort of a content for a specific component, or you can use the hash symbol to provide a specific content for a specific slot right here. So now let me just show you both of them right here. So first of all, if you want to provide a content for this first slot, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? First of all, I'm going to just write a template right here, template opening tag and template closing tag inside this slot right here, and then we can either use this v slot or we can use this hash symbol right here. Okay, so I'm going to just first of all write a v slot, and here we have to specifically specify for which slot we want to send our data to. So either we want to send our data to this empty space or to this empty space or slots, whatever you want to call that. So in this case, I'm going to be just selecting my one right here, like for my one slot, and now inside there we can put any content we want, like this content, this content will go to slot 1. Now I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see it's going to just gives us that content right here. And if I just copy this line of code, and if I just put it right here underneath this comment, so here you can see it's going to give us an error like you are already providing some sort of a content for this one right here. You want to push your content to the 2? Yeah. If I save my file, and now I'm going to also have to change this one to 2 as well. So now if I save that, and here you can see we are getting our content right here, but we can also use this shorthand right here. So if I just copy that, and now we don't have to write a v slot no more. Okay, so if I save that, and now if I refresh that, so it's going to give us that same result right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a name slot, and this is how we are going to be providing a content for our name slot right here. Okay, so finally, now let me just talk to you about the final topic, which is called the default slot, and that's going to be it for the slots. I don't want to create a separate component for that, but let me just create a separate component for that. I'm gonna just give a name of like default slot.view right here, and I'm gonna just go ahead and copy some sort of a content from this component, and I'm going to just paste this component, I mean like that content right here, and we are going to be just creating an empty slot right here. So I'm gonna just save this file. Now let me just grab that component right here. So I'm going to just write import default slot from where? From my components, and we have a default slot right here. So now let me just copy that, and I'm going to go ahead and call it right here. So if you want to make your slot default, so here you can see we are going to be just writing a template right here, and we just have to write a pound symbol, and then we have to just write a default right here, and inside there we are going to be just writing h1, and this is some random default content right here. So if I save that, and here you can see this is totally working. Okay, so yeah, that was it about slots in Vue.js, and we learned enough about slots. So god damn it, I'm gonna just fix that a bit later. So yeah, that was it about a defaults. That was it about a slots in Vue.js. So now let's talk about one of my favorite topic in Vue.js, which is called the provide and inject. So what in the world is provide and inject, and why you should care about that? So I want you to just get ready yourself for a lot of buzzwords right here. So the provide and inject options are used for providing and injecting properties or data down to the component hierarchy, and they enable a form of dependency injection, allowing a parent component to provide data or method that a child component can then inject and use. And yeah, I know that's a lot of buzzwords right here, but now let me just break this down, each one of them for you. So here is the component hierarchy right here, and we have some sort of a data right here inside this app component right here, and we want that data down inside this data component right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, the first solution we have is that we can pass this component down to, first of all, the card component, because we cannot pass this component down to this data component like manually. We cannot do that. Okay, so first of all, we are going to have to call this first of all, we are going to have to pass this component down to this card component by using these props, and then we would have to pass this same data down to the user component, and then finally we would be able to pass this component down to this data component right here. So that's a lot of work, and I want you to just imagine, like, if you have, I don't know, maybe 100 component and you want this app data inside that, I don't know, maybe 90th component or 100th component. So how in the world you are going to be doing that? That's going to be a lot of work, and you're going to have to pass this data again and again in different kinds of component. So well, that was the first solution, and now the next solution we have is the provide and inject. So first of all, we are going to be using our provide method right here to make this data accessible for all of our component trees, and then we are going to be using the inject method to get that data totally easily. So I'm going to be just getting that data right here. We don't have to no more pass it right here for the card component, then for the user component, and then finally for this data we are going to be just getting that data down to that component. If you want it right here, we can pass it right here, but if you want it right here, we can pass it right here. If you want it right here in this component, we can pass it right here, and there we go. So that's what a provide and inject method allows us to do. Now let me just dig a bit further and tell you what in the world is this provide and why you should care about that. So the provide is an option in the parent component that allows it to share data or method with its children component, and it makes properties or method available for injecting into the children component. So what is the inject method, or what is the inject option to be precise? So inject is an option in the child component that specifies which properties or method it wants to receive from the parent component, and it allows component to inject and use provided data or method. So that's what's up. So now let me just give you a coding example, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to delete I'm going to delete all of that content right here. Let's just delete that, and I'm going to be just writing like something right here. And now let me just delete all of these components from here. And first of all, I wanted to give you the example without using the provide and inject method, and then we are going to be refactoring that example to use that provide and inject method. So first of all, let me just create a component. I'm going to just give him a name of like school component right here dot view, and then I'm going to be just creating yet another component which will be a student student component dot view would be fine. Okay, so I'm going to just copy all of that content right here, and I'm going to be also passing it right here. So this is going to be my school SCHOON school component, and now I'm going to be also calling it right here like a student component right here. So now let me just save that, and first of all I'm going to go ahead and write some sort of a data. So then we are going to be passing that data down. Okay, so I'm going to first of all write like I don't know, const student name, let's suppose. let me just zoom in a bit, and he is going to be an Alex, and then I'm going to just write student age, and he is going to be like 20 years old, and then I'm going to just write student location or something like that, and I'm going to just pass like he's from Earth. He's not from Mars, by the way. And the next location we don't know. So now if you wanted to get that data down inside the student component, so how in the world we are going to be getting that? Now we successfully passed the data right here, but I forgot to show you that this student component will be the nested component for the school component. So I'm going to just grab that right here. I'm going to just grab my, let's just import, come on, let me just import my student component right here. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just place it right in here. Okay, so now if I save my file, so now the student component is the nested children for the school component right here. Okay, so now if you want that data, that student name, that student age, location inside the student component right here, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, the first thing which we can do is by importing the school component right here. So now let me just import my school component, like school component right here, and I have to remove this view at the end. And now let me just call that right here, and now I can pass all of that data manually by using props. So I can just write like a student name, and he is going to be a student name. There we go. And then I'm going to also pass like student, come on, student 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 age, and I'm going to just pass my student age right here, and finally the student, come on, student location, and here we just have to pass our student location right here. So now if I save that, and now we are passing that data down to the school component right here, and now we would be able to successfully access that data right here. So if you want to get that data, first of all we are going to have to write defined props, and here we are going to be just passing first of all the student name, student student name, then I'm going to be passing like a student age right here, and then I'm going to be also passing the student location right here. Okay, so now we are now successfully getting that data, and now we would be finally able to pass that data down to the student component right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like a student name, or you know, I have to just copy this entire thing. I don't want to waste your time. Now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, save my file, and now we can access that data right here. But we would also have to copy and paste all of that same content right here. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and now we can use that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write like student name, and now if I save that, and here you can see we're now getting Alex, and now if you just write like a student age, and then finally the student location, and now if I save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of that data down from this student, let me just write student component, which is a children component right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting all of that data right here. Okay, so everything is a-okay, but let's suppose if we have like, I don't know, maybe 100 components, or maybe 1000 component, or maybe if you are working with Google or maybe Facebook, and they're using a Vue.js, and they have a, I don't know, maybe 100 or some component like that. So how in the world you are going to be passing that data down to all of that nested children again and again, and then you will be able to access that data down inside that children component? So that's a lot of work, and that's a lot of pain, and we don't want that. Now how in the world we are going to be refactoring this code to use the provide and inject method? Time to refactor our code. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my app component right here, and I'm going to import something called the provide from where, let me just get that provide from the Vue.js right here. Now we successfully get that provide function right here, or whatever you want to call them, method or whatever. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to comment out this line of code right here, or you know what, let me just put this import statement at the top. And now here what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be providing their data so that it can be accessible to all of the components. So I'm going to just write like a provide, and first of all I'm going to just write like a student name, and he is going to be Alex right here. You can also just write student age, come on, student age, and I'm going to just pass like 20 right here, and I can also provide the student location right here. and he is going to be from the earth, and I don't know. So now let me just remove that stuff from here, and now we are successfully providing that data, and we no longer have to access that school component right here, so we can totally remove that from here. Okay, oh, you know what? We don't have to remove that. We can only remove these props right here because we want to render that component right here. So I'm going to just remove that props from here, and now let me just save that. And we are now successfully providing that data right here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the school component, and I can totally remove these defined props from here, and I can also remove these props from here as well. So now if I just remove that, save my file, and now here I can also remove it from here as well. So now let me just remove that, and now if you wanted to access all of that data like the student name, age, and location from this app component down to this student component, so this is how we are going to be doing that. We are going to be just first of all getting the inject method from the Vue.js, and then we are going to be just writing like inject, and here we are going to be just passing that name which we are providing for our data. Like in this case, I'm going to be getting my student name right here. So now let me just write a student name, and I'm going to just store that in some sort of a variable right here. You can give it any name you want, by the way, but in my case I just I just give a name of like a student name, and I can now write a student age right here, and now I'm going to be injecting that data which is a student age right here. And finally the student location right here is going to be coming from the top level component, the student student location. There we go, and now we would be successfully able to get all of that data. And now if we save our file, and here you can see we are now still getting all of that content right here. So if I just remove that, and there you have it. Okay, so that's amazing. Like this provide and this inject method are one of the most useful and one of my favorite topic in Vue.js. So yeah, that was the first example. Now let me just give you one more example, and I guess you mastered the provide and inject method in Vue.js. I'm going to delete both of these components from here, and I'm going to also remove all of that stuff from here as well. Let me just also remove this component from here as well, and I'm going to just write like I don't know, maybe practice or something like that. Now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go ahead and create a practice component right here. So practice component dot view right here. So now inside this component I'm gonna copy that content, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm gonna be also getting my component first of all. So now let me just get my practice component. So import practice component. Now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, save my file, and now here you can see we are now getting our practice component. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to pass a lot of data. I mean, like I want to provide a lot of data. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, we just have to first of all import the provide method, so then we will be able to provide our data to any component that we want. So first of all, I'm going to be providing the provide array right here. So first of all, we are going to be providing an array so that we can see we can pass our data down to our components of friends. And I'm going to be passing a lot of friends. Like I have a lot of friends like Alex, Jordan, and also I mean, like, trust me, I don't even know these people except Jose and also John right here. And then I'm going to be passing the provide objects right here. We can also pass the objects if you wanted to. So I'm going to just give a name of like games, or yeah, game would be fine. And here we are going to be just passing one object right here with the ID of 1 and the title of, I don't know, maybe epic adventure game or something like that, or games. Oh yeah, game would be fine. And then I'm going to just provide a genre, and the game will be the action and also adventure and also RGP, RPG, RGP, what the hell. And also I'm gonna just provide a platform. And here, you know what, let me just write all of that content, and then I'm gonna come back in a few seconds. Okay, so here you can see we're now providing the platform array. We are also providing the releasing date. We are also providing the developer, and we are also providing the name, location, and team. And now let me just provide arrays of object right here, or arrays of objects, whatever you want to call that. So provide array or array of objects would be fine. Okay, so here I'm going to be using like provide method, provide, and here we just have to pass like more games because the name should be unique. And now I'm going to pass all of these games right here. Okay, so we have different kinds of games. Here you can see we have a title, the genre, the platform, and the releasing date. And now we are successfully passing all of that content to all of our components. So first of all, we are providing the array, then we are providing a huge object, and then we are providing a huge array of object right here. And you can pass any kind of data that you like. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my component right here. And first of all, I'm going to be getting my inject method. So I'm going to just write like import and inject from where? From the Vue.js. And then I'm going to be getting first of all my friends list, and it's going to be coming from the inject. And I'm going to just write a friends. Was that friends, right? I kind of forgot. Yeah, it was friends. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to pass the games. We have to inject that right here. And now I'm going to just pass my games right here, and then const more games. And here we are going to be also injecting the more games right here. Okay, so yeah, now we are passing, we are getting all of our data. So now we have to do something with that data. So I'm going to just first of all write like injecting array, or yeah, array would be fine. And I'm going to be using the UL. And let's just use a v4. I'm going to iterate over through all of our friend, and I'm going to also pass the index, and let's just iterate over through all of the friend list right here. And I'm going to also pass the key, and for the key we are going to be passing our index right here, and inside there we are going to be also using our ul li right here, and here we are going to be just writing our friend right here. On friend. And now if I save that, copy that and place it right here, save my file, and it's going to give us all of our friend list right here. And now underneath that, what do you want to do? First of all, let me just write hr right here, and then I'm going to just write like h4 of injecting objects right here, and then I'm going to be using the ul. Come on, you know what, let me just copy that. We don't have to like type that again and again. And I'm going to be just iterating over through first of all the game, and I'm going to be passing that index right here, and I have their games list right here, their games object right here. We're going to be also passing our index right here and also our game. So now if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting all of our games right here. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to duplicate this line of code, and instead of passing these objects, I'm going to just pass like array of objects right here. Okay, so we're going to be using, I guess, you know what, that's cool. That's cool. So I'm going to just write a more games, and index will be fine. And I'm going to also pass my more games right here. And here we are going to be just passing over mg for the more games. So now if I save that, and here you can see we have all of their games right here. But if you want to destructure that, we can totally destructure that if you wanted to. So I'm going to just duplicate that, and now let me just write like object destructuring. So let's just remove that. I can just write like object destructuring. I guess this is how you spell it. So now I'm gonna just destructure all of that content like title, the genre, the platform, and also the release. You know what, let's just copy that from here. Release there. And now let me just place that right here. And yeah, in more games, and we are now passing every single thing, but now we have to use all of that destructured data. So I'm gonna just duplicate that. Let me just pass my genre, the platform, and also the release date right here. But platform is not looking cool. I don't know why. Platform. Yeah, I was just providing a wrong spelling, I guess. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us all of their platform and all of their kind of destructured data right here. Okay, so yeah, that was huge, but this is one of my favorite topic, so that's why I spent a lot of time right here. So yeah, now you successfully mastered the provide and inject method in Vue.js. Now let's talk about lifecycle hooks, but before we get into the lifecycle hooks, first of all, I want you to grab a cup of coffee because I'm going to be showing you a lot of slides right here. Okay, so trust me, it's not that much difficult topic, but it has a lot of missing pieces and everything is just floating around. So what in the world is a lifecycle hooks, and why you should care about that? So lifecycle hooks are the special methods provided by Vue.js that allow you to execute code at a different stages of a component lifecycle. These hooks provide developer with the ability to perform action or respond to events at a specific point during the creation, updating, destruction of a Vue component. So before we jump into what actually are a lifecycle hooks, first of all we have to learn about these two concepts, which is called the mounting and unmounting, or mount or unmount. So what is a mounting or mount, and why you should care about that? So mounting means when a component is being created and inserted into the DOM, and unmounting means when a component is being removed from the DOM. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind, and now let's begin our journey with a lot of slides. So yeah, first of all, we are going to be talking about the on before lifecycle hooks. So it registers a hook to be called right before the component is being mounted. So what is a mounted? When a component is created and inserted to the DOM. So when this component is called, the component has finished setting up its reactive state, but no DOM nodes have been created yet, and it is about to execute the DOM render effect for the first time. So that was the first one. Now the next one we have is the on mounted. I want you to keep in mind this TED because we have another concept. You know what, I'm just getting a sidetrack, so now I want you to just keep in mind that the next one we have is the on mounted with TED. So on mounted is used for executing logic or action after the component has been mounted to the DOM. This hook is particularly useful for tasks that should occur when the component is ready to interact with the user, such as fetching the data, setting up a listener, or performing initial calculations. Okay, the next one we have is the on before update, and it registered the hook to be called right before the component is about to update its DOM tree due to the reactive state changes. And this hook can be used to access the DOM state before the Vue updates the DOM, and it is also safe to modify a component state inside this hook. Okay, so yeah, you can even take a screenshot of that because I know that will not stick to your brain. Sometimes if I'm working with a Vue app and I want to do something, so I do search a lot about these lifecycle hooks. So yeah, that's totally normal if you are not getting it at first time. So the next one we have is the on updated. This one, well, come on, this one is on before update, and this one is on updated right here. So on updated, register a callback to be called after the component has updated the DOM tree due to the reactive state changes. And this hook is called after any DOM updates of the component, which can be caused by different state changes, because multiple state changes can be batched into a single render cycle for performance reasons. The next one we have is the on before unmounted. Okay, so now we are talking about the deleting stuff. So register a hook to be called right before a component instance is to be unmounted, like removed. So when this hook is called, the component instance is still fully functional. Okay, the next one we have is a unmounted right here, and register a callback to be called after the component has been unmounted. Use this hook to clean up manually created side effects such as the timers, DOM event listeners, or server connection. Okay, so yeah, that was a huge list of lifecycle hooks, and now let's just write some sort of a code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So for this example, I already created this component, which is a lifecycle component, and I already imported that, and I just rendered that right here. And I don't have anything special inside there, but I just only have this h1 right here. So now let's just start working with our lifecycle hooks right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be importing a lot of stuff from my Vue.js. So what are the things I would need right here? So the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be getting the ref, then the on before mount, then the on mounted, then we would also need the on before update, not mounted but update right here. And we would also need the on updated right here, and also the on before unmounted, and finally we are going to be importing this on unmounted right here. So if I save my file, so it's going to auto format there right here. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create one message right here, and it's going to be equals to empty string, or you know, not empty string but hello. We would be fine right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this h1 from here, and I'm going to just write a paragraph tag right here, and I'm going to just render my message. And now if I save my file, so here you can see we are now getting our hello Vue, and also I'm going to be just creating a button, and which will just say like update the message right here. So if I save my file, and here you can see we have this update message button, and everything is working a-okay. So I'm going to just right click on that and go to my console, and now let's just start using all of these hooks right here. And trust me, we have like a lot more hooks than that, but in this specific section we are going to be just learning about these. Okay, so yeah, now let's just start working with that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to start from the lifecycle hooks right here. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be starting from the first one, which will be on before mount right here, and it's going to take the callback function. I mean, like all of that lifecycle hook will take a callback function. So now in this case, I'm going to be just logging to the console like component is about, and here is the keyword about right here, about to be mounted right here. So now if I save my file, and here you can see if I just refresh there, so it's going to give us that component is about to be mounted right here. Okay, so it is not already mounted, but it is about to be mounted, so it's going to give us that message right here. So now the next lifecycle hook which we are going to be using is this on mounted, and here we are going to be also passing this arrow function, and we are going to be just writing our console.log. It's going to say like component has been mounted right here. So here the keyword is has been mounted. So if I save my file, and I don't know, okay, that's because of that error. So now if I save my file and now if I refresh that, so here you can see it's gonna first of all gives us this message right here like component is about to be mounted, and then it's gonna give us that component has been mounted. So what if I change the order of this? So if I cut that from here, and if I put that right here at the top, and I put this second one at the bottom, so what do you think will be the result of that? So if I save my file and it refresh that, so here you can see the result will be totally the same. So it's going to give us like component is about to be mounted, which is this second one right here, because it's not going to wait for a component to be mounted. It's going to give us that result first, and then when the component is successfully mounted, then it's going to give us the result of this unmounted right here. So I'm going to just cut that from here, and now let me just put that right here back. So now if I save that, and that was supremely easy, like this one is not going to wait for a component to be mounted. It's going to give us every single thing which we write right here before even the component mounted. And then when the component successfully mounted, so I mean like when the component successfully rendered to the DOM, so then it's going to give us that result right here. And now underneath that, we're going to be working with the on before what do we call it, on before mounted right, or not mounted, on before updated right here. So I'm going to just log to the console that component is about to update right here. Okay, so it is not already updated, but it is about to be updated. So for this hook to work, first of all, we're going to have to provide some sort of a updation, or yeah, we have to update something, then this hook is going to be working. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just attach the event handler right here. So I'm going to just say when somebody clicks on that, so we're going to be calling this function which is an update message function. Now let me just copy that, and now let me just create that right here. So const update message, and this is going to be the arrow function, and we're not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be getting that message which we've created right here up above, which is just saying like hello Vue. We are now getting the value of that, and we are just changing that to something else like updated message. Yeah, or no, not MA, but MESSAGE. Okay, so now if I save my file, and here you can see we have that button right here. So first of all, it's going to give us this result right here like component is about to be mounted, then component has been mounted. But now if I click on this button, so here you can see that content will be updated successfully right here, and it's going to also give us that component is about to be mounted or about to mount right here. So it's not going to wait for a component to be mounted, so it's going to give us all of their result when the component is about to be mounted. And now the next one we have is when the component successfully updates. So we are going to be using that on update, and here we are going to be passing our callback function right here. So if I just write like console.log and component has been has been updated, there we go. So now if I save my file, and now if I refresh that right here, so watch what happens. So if I click on this button right here, so it's going to give us that two results right here. The first one will say that component is about to update. Did I just say mounted? I meant update. I don't know what I said, but anyways, you get the idea. So component is about to update, and here we are going to be getting that component has successfully updated right here in this case. So this one is not going to wait for a component to be updated, so it's going to give us all of that logic which we are going to be putting right here. Okay, so I'm going to cut that from here. Let me just put that at the bottom so that you can see all of the lifecycle hooks. So this one is not going to wait for a component to be updated, and this one is wait for a component to be successfully updated, and then it's going to give us the result which we put right here inside this on updated lifecycle hook right here. So the final two we have is the on before unmount, and we have the on unmounted right here. So to give you the example of that, we're going to have to destroy something inside our component. So we cannot destroy something right here, but we're going to have to put some conditional statement for that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write like on before unmount right here, and inside that I'm going to be just logging to the console that component is about to be unmounted right here. Okay, so now I'm going to save my file, and now if I refresh, then nothing is going to happen. So for that, I'm going to have to go to my FJS right here, and I'm going to have to write some sort of a logic right here. So I'm going to first of all get my ref and I'm going to just get that from the view. And now let me just write like show hide or something like that, and here inside this ref I'm going to be passing the true, and now I'm going to be passing this component conditionally. So I am going to just say like vf, and here I'm going to be passing this show hide right here. Okay, so show hide, and now we are going to be just generating some button, and it's going to say that I don't know, come on, show slash hide. And here we are going to be passing when somebody clicks on this button. So what do you want to do? We just want to show hide, and now it's going to be equals to not show hide right here. So now if I save my file, and now if I refresh that, so here you can see we have this show hide button right here. So anytime I click on this button, so it's going to hide the UI. I mean, like, it's going to totally remove that component from here, and it's going to give us that component is about to be unmounted. And you already guessed it, that we use unmounted when the component is destroyed. Okay, so now let me just show you there. Let me just go ahead and refresh that. I'm going to go to my elements tab, and here you can see we have this hello view right here, and in this case we are using the vif right here. If you were using the vshow, this will not work right here. So you know, let me just show you that. So here you can see we have this hello view right here, but if I click on this button, and here you can see that hello view is totally gone from this UI. On the other hand, if I were using the vshow right here, so if I save that and refresh, and now, you know what, let me just, god damn it, let me just click on that, and here you can see we have this we have this hello view right here. But now if I click on that, nothing is happening right here. But if I go to my console, we are now getting just the component has been updated, but we are not getting the result of component has been unmounted right here. Okay, so also keep that in mind. So I'm going to just change that to vf right here, save my file, and now let me just talk to you about the final lifecycle hook right here, which will be the on unmounted right here. So when the component is successfully removed from the DOM, so for that we are going to be just showing to the user like component has been unmounted right here. So if I save my file, and now if I refresh that, and here you can see first of all it's going to give us these two results. And now if I click on that, so first of all it's going to give us that component is about to be unmounted, and then it's going to give us that component has been mounted right here. Okay, so yeah, that was all of the lifecycle hooks which I wanted to show you right here. And trust me, there are a lot more, and you're not going to be using them that often, so that's why I did not include that in this list. So yeah, that was it about the lifecycle hooks in Vue.js. So now let's talk about watchers in Vue.js. So what in the world are watchers, and why you should care about that? So watcher or watchers allow us to reactively watch for changes in the specific property or expression and perform some custom logic when the property or expression changes. So watchers are a part of a Vue.js reactivity system, which enables the framework to automatically update the DOM when the underlying data changes. Okay, so that was just an actual definition of what a watchers is. And now how the syntax of a watcher is going to be looking like. This is how the syntax of a watcher looks like. So first of all, we would have our watchers method, which we are going to be importing manually from the Vue.js, and then we are going to be providing the source, then the callback function, and this one is optional, but yeah, if you care about that, so you can read the documentation about that, because I'm not going to be showing you this one. So how that's going to look like what in the world is a source? So you can provide the ref, you can provide the reactive object, you can also specify the array, or you can even specify the getter function. I'm not going to go into that much craziness, but I'm going to just show you how you're going to be working with a few of them. Then the next one we have is a callback function, and so the callback function is called whenever some data changes right here. So it's going to give us access to the new value, and it's going to also give us access to the previous value, or you can say the older value right here, which I'm going to show you in action in a few seconds. And then the final one, this is totally optional, but if you care about that, you can go to the documentation and you can learn more about that, because I'm not going to be showing you this one right here. So it also supports the immediate, deep, flush, and on track and on trigger right here, something which you will not use that much. But yeah, these are some like awful topics which I'm not going to be explaining in this course. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. And now I'm going to just delete that stuff from this component, and I'm going to be also deleting these stuff from this component as well. And now let me just rename this component, but before I do, I'm going to have to remove this stuff from this app.js app component as well. So first of all, I'm going to just give this component a name of like a basic component would be fine, or basic watcher. I guess I'm going to just stick with the basic component. And now let me just import that right here inside this app right here, this app component. So now let me just import that. I'm going to be importing this component from, let's just go ahead and go to my components and go to the basic component. Yeah, basic component. And now let me just render that right here. So now I'm going to save that. And here I'm going to have to write something so that I can see something right here. So something. And now let me just save my file and refresh that. So it's going to give us there's something right here. So I'm going to just close this one out. And now let's just work with the basic component of watchers. So like how in the world we are going to be watching for the changes and all of that kind of stuff. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to provide some sort of a reactivity so that we can watch for some changes. Okay, so let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to be importing two things. The first thing I'm going to be importing is a ref, and the second one we are going to be importing is the watcher, or watch, whatever you want to call that, and we are going to be importing that from the Vue.js. And now let me just write a const message, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and I'm going to just say like hello comma view. And now let's just also write an input text right here, and it's going to be equals to the ref of totally empty string right here. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and remove this h1, and you know what, I'm going to just write a div in this case. And now let me just write h1, and now let me just render my message right here, and I'm going to be also providing the input field. You don't need that types and stuff, but I'm going to also provide the view model right here, and I'm going to just say that take this input text right here. So anything we write inside there will be also shown inside this message right here, which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. And now here I'm going to just say like placeholder and type something dot dot dot. Now let me just go back, and here now if we save our file, and here you can see we have our hello view right here. And now let me just right click on that and go to my inspect element and go to my console. We don't have nothing inside there. And now let's just watch for the changes right here. Now let me just write a comment like watch for changes in input text and update message accordingly. So how we are going to be using that? We are going to be using this watch method, which we are already importing right here. And the first thing which we have to do is that we have to provide the source. And as I said, that you can provide the source as a ref, you can provide the array, you can provide the reactive object, you can also pass the getter function. But in this case, I'm going to be passing the source as this input text right here. So now let me just pass that. And the next thing which I'm going to pass is this arrow function. You can create this function like separately. You can create it right here, and then you can pass it here if you wanted to. But in my case, I'm going to be using the ES6, and I'm going to just provide a new value first of all. Come on, new value. New value, there we go, and then the old value right here, so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now inside there I'm gonna just write a comment like you can perform some logic here when input text changes. There we go. So which kind of logic we can perform? I'm gonna just write a message dot value right here, and I'm gonna just say like you typed this content right here, which is a new value right here. So now let me just write there. I'm like, now let me just save my file, and now let's just check it out. And here you can see I have this input field. But if I start typing something like hell, or you know, something right here, so here you can see it's going to give us that you type something right here, which is totally a-okay. But I'm also going to log to the console my new value, and also I'm going to log to the console my old value as well. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now if I refresh that, and I'm going to just write a. Okay, so if I just write a, so it is not giving us the older value. I don't know why. Oh, that's because we have an empty string right here. But if I just write something like I don't know, if I just write apple right here, save my file and refresh that, so it's going to give us that apple. But if I just remove that, so here you can see the older value was apple, and I just removed that from this input field, so that's why we are now getting this empty input field right here. But if I type something like, I don't know, maybe D, so here you can see this is the new value, and the older value is now totally removed right here. So this is how we are going to be using the watcher for watch for all of our changes, and it's going to give us the new value and also the older value as well. So that was just a basic example. Now I'm going to just remove that, and now let me just give you one more example, which will be the reactive object dot view right here. In this case, we are going to be passing the reactive object. So I'm going to just go ahead and comment this line out, and I'm going to also comment this line out as well. So you know what, I'm going to copy all of that content, and now let me just place it right here, and I'm going to just remove that, and I will just say like hello. And now let me just remove that from here. And first of all, we're going to have to import that component. So import the reactive object, and now let me just copy that and render that right here inside our app. So now if I save that and refresh that. So here you can see we are now getting this hello right here, which is totally expected right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get a few things. So I'm going to first of all get the reactive, because in this case we are going to be working with the reactive object. Okay, so the next thing which I want to do is that I also wanted to get the watch so that we can watch forward changes, and we are going to be getting that from the Vue.js. And now I'm going to just create my initial state right here. So I'm going to just give a name of like state, and here we're going to be creating our reactive. Like we are going to be providing a value for our reactive, which will be a username. And currently I'm going to be passing my Alex brother. I'm going to be passing this Alex person right here. Okay, so now I'm going to just remove that. Oh, you know what, let me just create that, and I'm going to be just getting state dot username right here. And now let me just create a button, and it's going to just say like change name right here. So if I save that, and here you can see we have this Alex right here, and we also have this button. So everything is totally working a-okay. But what I want to do is that I want to just change this name right here. So I'm going to just write a click event handler right here, and it is going to just say state.change, or you know what, not change name but username, and it's going to be equals to Jordan right here. So if I save that and refresh, and now if I click on that, so here you can see it's going to change that name to Jordan right here, which is totally expected right here. So now let's just use or watch method right here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just write a watch, but here I'm going to just write a few comments right here. I'm going to just go back, and now let me just place this comment right here. So here we can't provide a specific property of object, we have to provide the entire object, otherwise it's going to give us some error inside a console. Okay, so yeah, that was just the error which I want you to keep in mind when we are working with the reactive and also the watchers. Okay, so here if I just write like, I don't know, stat dot username right here, and now here in this case I'm going to be just writing like a new value and also the old value, and here inside there I'm going to just log to the console like new value, and here let me just pass my, come on, what the hell, new value, and also let me just duplicate there and provide my old value right here, and here I'm going to also say like old value right here. So if I save my file, and now if I refresh that, and here you can see we are going to be getting this error inside a console, which is going to just say like invalid watch source Alex A. Watch source can only be a getter, effect function, a ref, a reactive object, or array right here. So you cannot provide the actual value of this username right here. You're going to have to pass this entire state object. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and now if I save that and refresh that, and here you can see everything will work totally the same. And there is one more catch which you have to keep in mind. The first catch was that you cannot provide dot something right here, like you have to provide the entire object. The second catch is if you're using an object, both the new and the old value will be the same. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now if I click on this change name right here, so here you can see the name is successfully changed. But now let me just show you the console. So here you can see we have the username which is set to Jordan, and we also have the username which is also set to Jordan right here. We have the older value which is set to Jordan, and we also have the new value which is also set to Jordan right here. Okay, so yeah, that's a bit of bug. And to solve this bug, we are going to be using something called the getter function. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to just remove that from here. And to solve this issue, let me just provide that comment for you. So now to solve this issue, now if you want to get the old value and the new value separately, so for that we'll have to pass the getter function, and here we have to specify the actual object or state property. Okay, so not the object but the state property. Okay, so how that's gonna look like, I'm going to just remove that, and we are going to be only passing the getter function right here when we want the older value and also the newer value right here at once. So for that we are going to be passing the getter function. So how that's gonna look like, this is how it's gonna look like. So you can create your function like separately, and you can pass the reference of that, but in my case I'm gonna be just writing my arrow function right here because this is supremely easy. And yeah, I'm going to be just getting the state dot username right here in this case. So now if I save that, and here you can see we are now passing this getter function right here, and yeah, it will totally give us the older value, and it's going to also give us the newer value right here. So now if I refresh that, And now if I click on the change names, new value which you can see right here is Jordan, but the older value was Alex right here. So that's cool, but now in some situation we would want to pass multiple sources. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? So now I'm going to just close there, and now for that I'm going to be creating a separate component. I'm going to give a name of like multiple multiple sources. There we go, dot view. Okay, and I'm going to just copy there, and now let me just go ahead and comment this line out, and now let me just import that component right here. From where? From my components folder. And now let me just pass that right here, and I'm going to be just passing it right here. So now let me just save that, and we would not see anything because we don't have anything. Okay, let me just copy some content. Oh god damn it, there's a lot of content, so I'm gonna have to write script setup, and then we have to write a template right here. Come on, template. And now let's just close. Oh my god, what the hell are you doing, Hosan? So now let's just save that, and we will still see nothing. What's up, bro? What's up? Fail to resolve the component multiple sources. Don't we have nothing inside there, or what's going on? I'm not. Hello. Let's just save that and refresh it. You know what? I'm gonna have to do that manually. So let's just remove that and const multiple source. And here you. Oh god. Now let's just save that, and here you can see we are now getting our hello right here, which is totally amazing. So yeah, that's cool, but now let's just pass multiple sources right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to get my ref and also the watch as well from my Vue.js, not Vue, but Vue.js. Now let me just create an initial state of a username which will be set to ref, and I'm going to be just passing a Jordan right here, Jordan. And then I'm going to be also creating for a counter as well, so the counter will be set to 0. Okay, so now let me just render all of that content right here so that we can see something. So now let me just pass this h1 right here and username. Now let's just duplicate that and pass the counter, and now underneath that we are going to be just providing the event listeners right here. So we have a change name, and we also have what do we call it, increment counter. Okay, so god damn it, what the hell am I doing today? What's wrong with my hands? Let me just write this click handler right here, and first of all I'm going to be passing the username, and it's going to be equals to, not like that, it's going to be equals to Hosan. We are just changing the username, and now let's just increment our counter by 1. So now if I save that, and now here we are going to be using the watcher. So now let me just pass the watcher or watch. And now if you want to pass multiple data, like multiple sources, like if you want to pass the username and also the counter, so for that you're going to have to first of all write array, and then you have to pass your sources right here. So now let me just write a username and also the count and also the counter as well. Let me just provide a comma and new value, and also the old value as well. And here we are going to be just logging to the console, first of all the new value, and then we are going to be passing you know what, let me just write a new value. Let's just duplicate that, an old value, and here we have to just pass the old value right here. So now let me just save my file, and now here you can see we have a Jordan right here, and we also have the 0 initial state of the counter. And here I can also write counter or count other. Okay, so yeah, everything is working okay. Let me just go back, and now if I click on the change name, so it's going to give us the new value and also the old value right here. So the new value we have is Hosan as for the username, and we have a 0. Oh, that's because we're not changing that. You know what, let me just zoom in a bit. Let's just zoom in a bit like that, and here you can see we have a new value of Hosan. We are just only changing Hosan value. I mean, like, we are only changing the username, and we are not changing this counter right here. So the new value for the username is going to be Hosan, and the new value for the counter or count will be set to 0. So now for this one, the older value was Jordan, and also the count value was 0 right here. Okay, so let's suppose if I just click on the counter instead, let me just click on the increment counter. Okay, what's up? We are providing a count. I'm gonna have to copy that and provide a counter. And now let's just refresh that, and now let me just click on that, and here you can see we are now successfully incrementing our counter right here, which is totally a-okay. And that was it about watchers in Vue.js. So now let's talk about our template ref in Vue.js. So this is not that ref which we've been using so far in our course for the reactivity. This is something else. So what in the world is a template ref and why should you care about that? So a template ref is a way to create a reference to a child component, element, or a DOM element within a template. And this allows you to access and manipulate the reference object directly in your component's logic, and refs are commonly used to interact with child components, trigger imperative action, or access properties and methods of the DOM element. Okay, so yeah, that was just the actual definition of what a ref is. So now let me just write some code and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I already have that component and now I'm going to delete almost every single thing from it. Okay, so I'm going to just say like hello or something like that. Now let me just go ahead and remove almost all of that imports and all of that kind of stuff. And now I'm going to just I'm going to just remove both of these components and I'm going to rename this component to the basic ref.view right here. Okay, so now let me just copy that and now let me just import that inside my app. So I'm going to be importing it by using my basic ref, and let me just go ahead and go to my components folder, and now let me just execute that right in, come on, right in here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting that hello right here inside our browser right here. Okay, so everything is working totally a-okay, but now I'm gonna first of all go ahead and import a few things. The first thing I'm gonna be importing is the on mounted right here, and the second thing I'm gonna be importing this ref. Okay, so I'm going to just write like const my ref, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and we are going to be passing just empty string right here. Okay, and the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just remove that h1 from here, and I'm going to be creating a div, and inside this div I'm going to be creating my input field right here, and let me just pass my placeholder right here, like placeholder, enter your name or lowercase name right here. And the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to be passing that ref, and here we are going to be passing some sort of a value. So this ref is known as a component ref, which is used for the reactivity, and this ref is used for the reference right here. Okay, and this is known as a template ref. Okay, so now inside there what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be passing my ref right here, which we've already created right here. Okay, so yeah, that's there, but what I want to do is that I'm going to log to the console like console.log my ref, and here we're going to be logging to the console this value right here. So what do you think will be the result of that? So if I save my file, and now if I refresh that, and here you can see we are not getting anything. But if I just type something inside there, like I don't know, my own name or something like that, and now if I save that, and here you can see it's going to give us the value right here. It's not going to give us the reference, it's going to give us the value right here. On the other hand, if I use this console log inside this on mounted right here, so if I just write like on mounted, and inside there if I just use like console, or let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here, and now if I save that and refresh that, so it's going to give us a reference to that object right here. Here you can see that we are now providing that my ref, and we are passing that ref as the template ref right here, or you can say the initial reactivity state to the template ref right here. Okay, so here you can see if you are not using this on mounted right here, so it's going to give us that my reference dot value is going to give us that value which we currently store inside this reactivity state right here. But if you use that inside the on mounted, so it's going to give us reference to this input field right here. So now we can do anything we want to do with that. So how can you go about doing that? I'm going to just comment this line out, and I'm going to be also removing this hosan from here as well. And I don't want to do nothing else, but I'm going to just write like my ref, which we have this ref right here. Okay, I just want to select it. I mean, like that's already been selected right here, but I want to do something with that input field right here. So I'm not going to do anything crazy, but I'm going to just get the value of that, and we are going to be just using the focus method on there. So focus, and now if I save that, and now if I just refresh, and here you can see I did not click on this input field right here, but it is already focused. So now let me just click somewhere else, and now if I refresh that, so here you can see it's going to give us that focus automatically. And why is that? That's because of this line of code right here. So we already have access for this input field right here by using this template ref right here, and now we can do whatever we want to do with that. So that's just the first logic I just did, and now I can just change the value of that. I can do whatever I want to do with that, like my ref dot value, and we are going to be also using yet again value right here. Okay, so this one will give us that value which we have right here, as this reference right here. But now if you want to get the value inside this input field, so for that we're going to have to write this dot value once again, and now it's going to be equals to like something else or something like that. And now if I save my file and refresh that, and here you can see by default it's going to be a focus, and it's going to also give us that something else right here. So if I just refresh that, come on. So if I just refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us the focus state, and it's going to also give us that something else right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be referencing to the HTML element. This is how we are going to be, what do you call it? This is how we are going to be doing something which you want to do with that. Okay, so that was the first example. Now I'm going to just close that right here. Now the next example I want to give you is that how in the world we're going to be working with a ref by using a functions. So what I want to do is that I want to create a separate component right here. I'm going to give a name of like function ref.vue, and I'm going to go ahead and go to this component. Let me just copy that. Let me just place that right here. I'm going to remove almost every single thing from this component right here, and I'm going to just provide this h1 of something right here, save my file, and now I'm going to comment, or you know what, I'm going to just comment this line out, and I'm going to import my function ref right here. Let's just copy that. Let me just comment this line out and place that right here, save my file and refresh that. So here you can see it's going to give us there something from this function function ref component right here. Okay, so yeah, now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to remove that from here, and I'm going to just say like this is initial value right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to create a separate function, and I want to reference that function for this h1 right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, you know what, let me just attach that function right away. So to attach that function, we are going to be either using this bind right here, or we can use the shorthand right here, which is this colon, and we are going to be using the ref, and here we have to pass some sort of a function. So in my case, I'm going to give a name of like my ref func right here. I guess that's going to be fine. Now let me just copy that, and here we can do whatever we want to do with that. So I'm going to just create that my ref function, and here it's going to take some sort of an element, and now inside there we are going to be just log into the console like element.text content right here. Come on, text content. So now let me just save that, and here you can see, let me just refresh that right here, and here you can see it's going to give us that initial value right here. Why is that? That's because we are using a template ref right here, and we are passing that element right here, and that element will give us that text content right here. So if I just remove that and save my file and refresh that, so it's going to give us access to this h1 right here. Okay, so yeah, now we can access that text content. We can do whatever we want to do with that. So you know what, let me just write a comment right here like reading text content right here, and next we are going to be just doing like element.text content, and now let's just change that content to something else like text change. Come on, text change or something like that. Now if I save my file, and here you can see if I just refresh that, it's going to change this initial text to text change right here, and it's going to also give us like this is the initial value inside a console. And now I'm going to also just style that a bit, so I'm going to just use like element.style.color, and it's going to be just equals to some sort of a red color, or crimson would be fine. So now if I save that, and now if I refresh that, so here you can see it's going to also attach this crimson color right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be passing a function as a reference element to our what do we call it? As a reference, oh god damn it, I kind of forgot the name of that. As a template ref, there we go, as a template ref to our element, there we go. Kind of lost my mind today, but anyways, I'm gonna have to just record this video as soon as possible. Next, we're going to be learning about how we are going to be using a ref with components. So I'm going to be just writing like a ref component.view right here, and inside there, you know what, before I do that, I'm going to also create yet another component, which will be my component right here. So my component.view, so that we can use this my component inside this ref component right here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my component right here, and I'm going to, what the hell, I have to do that manually, and let's just write, oh what was that? Let me just write a template once again, and yeah, now let's just start working with them. But I'm gonna have to write h1 of something, I guess, and then we are going to be just getting into this setup script right here. And first of all, we're gonna have to get the ref right here from the Vue.js. So now let me just save that, and underneath that we are going to be creating our initial state. So const count is going to be equals to this ref, and we are going to be passing 10 value right here. So then we are going to be creating two functions. So const increment is going to be equals to this arrow function, and it's going to allow us to just change the value of that counter to +1. And then we have a decrement function. So now let me just change the name of that to decrement, and there you have it. Okay, so I forgot to include these arrows. Now let me just do that, and finally we just have to use these functions somewhere. So first of all, I'm going to be using that count. So now let me just pass my count, and I'm going to be also creating a button of plus and also for minus. Okay, now let me just attach my click event handlers and increment function and also the decrement function. So like we only have this counter component right here, but yeah, now if you want to use a ref with this component, so first of all I'm going to go back, and here I'm going to just place these comments right here. So when using a script setup, which we are using right here, so that component is private by default right here. So a parent referencing to a child won't be able to access anything from that component. So first we have to expose all of the properties and methods, then we would be able to use them in our parent component. So to expose them, for that we are going to be using this define expose right here to expose our data for our parent component to use. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and now let me just expose that data right here. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit, and here we are going to be exposing our data to be used inside our parent component. So for that we are going to be using like define, define not embed but define expose right here, and we are going to be passing the count. We are going to be also passing the increment right here and also the decrement. So now if we save our file, now we can successfully use all of these stuff inside our ref right here. So to use that right here, first of all we are going to have to write our script and setup, and then we have to write, come on, what the hell, then we have to write template and opening and closing tag. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to be importing my component. So now let me just import my component right here. I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place that component right here, save my file, but I'm going to also create a reference right here inside this component as well. And I'm going to be also getting the unmounted right here. So not unmounted but on mounted. So now let me just get on mounted, and I'm going to be also getting the ref from there. And now let me just create my reference, and it's going to be equals to the ref object, and here we're going to be passing the null value. And when this component mounts, so then we wanted to get access to our component right here. So now let me just use like my ref and then dot value, which I just showed you a few seconds ago. So now let me just copy that, and here we are going to be passing that as a template ref right here. So now let me just use my ref, ref, and here we are going to be passing my ref right here. So now if I save this file, and I am pretty much sure that I did not import this component right here. Yep, I didn't. So now let me just comment this line out and write and import. Come on, let me just import ref component right here. I'm gonna copy that, and now let me just comment this line out and place that right here. So now let me just refresh that, and here you can see it's gonna give us that count and increment and decrement buttons right here. But I'm gonna right click on that and go to my inspect area. I don't know why I just closed. And now let me just refresh that right here, and then I'm gonna just expand there. Then I'm gonna go to the target, then I'm gonna go to the target one more time. So here you can see we have this count method, that count right here, and we also have the increment. I don't what the hell am I saying? We have a decrement what do we call it, decrement method right here, and we also have an increment method right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be accessing our component right here. But now if I click on that, we can successfully increment that and decrement that right here. So everything is working okay, and this is how we are going to be using the template ref in Vue.js. So now let's talk about an async component in Vue.js. So async component is a feature that allow you to load a component asynchronously. So meaning the component is loaded and rendered only when it's needed. This is particularly useful for optimizing the initial loading time of your application, especially when dealing with large and complex component that might not be necessary on the first page load. Okay, so this is just the actual definition of an asynchronous component. And now let's just talk about how we are going to be making our component asynchronous. So we are going to be making a component asynchronous by using the define async component function. So define async component is used to create asynchronous component, and async component are loaded and resolved asynchronously, which can be helpful for improving the initial loading performance of your application by deferring the loading of a certain component until they are actually needed. Okay, so how the syntax gonna look like. This is how the syntax gonna look like. So first of all, we're going to be just calling this function. It's gonna take a callback function, so we are going to be passing a callback function, and here we're going to be importing our actual component. So yeah, I know that sounds a bit scary and confusing, but trust me, it's not. Let me just go ahead and write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove all of these components from here, and I'm gonna also go ahead and remove almost every single thing from here. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create two components. The first one I'm going to be creating for render friends, which allows us to render a lot of friends, not a lot, but just a few friends right here. And then I'm going to just create yet another component, which will be a toggle friends. Yeah, friends dot view. Okay, so the first thing which I want to do is that I want to work with this render friends, and then we are going to be jumping into this toggle friends. So now let me just use my script and setup and all of that kind of boilerplate. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and import my ref from the Vue.js. And now let me just create a friends, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we are going to be passing a lot of friends like Jose, Jordan, and also Alex. Come on, Alex, and also Maroon 5 as well. Okay, so now let me just save there, and here we are going to be just iterating over through all of their friends. So I'm going to be using h3 in this case, and v4, and now let's just iterate over through all of their friends. So friend and index, and we are going to be iterating over through there by using their friends, and we are going to be passing the key of index, and now here we just have to print that friend right here. Now let's just go back and save there, and now we successfully created our friends, and now we are just iterating over through that friends, and we are just rendering that friends to the browser. Now inside this component, you know what, I'm gonna copy that and place that right here. And now inside this component, I'm gonna do a bit of magic. I'm not gonna do a magic, but yeah, I'm gonna do something right here. But first of all, I'm gonna have to import my render friend right here, not a view, but just a render friends. And now let me just execute that right here, save my file. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this toggle friend right here from that component, and now let me just import that right here. So toggle friend, and we don't need the view, so let's just toggle the friends. Okay, so let's just write there, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting all of their friends right here, which is totally awesome. So now inside this toggle friends component, what do you want to do? The first thing which I want to do is that I want to create some initial state right here. So import the ref and from the Vue.js, and now let's just save that, and I'm going to be just creating a show friend. Come on, let's show friends, and it's going to be equals to ref and false right here initially. And the next thing which I want to do is that I want to create a toggle function right here so that we can see our friends and unsee our friends. So I'm going to cut that, and I'm going to just write a div right here, and we are going to be using the vf, and if the show friend is true, then show us these friends right here, otherwise don't show us nothing. Okay, so now let me just save there, and underneath that we are going to be just creating const toggle friends right here, T-O-G-G-L-E F-R-I-E-N-D-S, F-R-I-E-N-D-S, yep, the spelling is correct. And we are going to be just creating this function. I'm going to just say like show friends dot video is equal to not show friends dot video right here. So now if I save my file, and now we have to use this function right here, so I'm going to be just creating a button right here, and I'm going to just say like toggle friend list, and here let's just click on this button and toggle friend. Yeah, toggle friends will be fine. Now let me just go back, and this is the entire code. Now let me just save there, and now I'm gonna right click on there, go to the inspect element, and in this case I'm gonna go to the network area right here. Okay, so now if I just refresh there, and here let me just go back, and here you can see we are still getting this render friends right here. This is only one component, but in some situation we would not want that. Okay, like this component will have a lot of content. Like in this case we just only have these few friends right here, but in some situation we would have like a complex and large amount of data inside this component, and we don't want that component in the initial render. But in some situation, if that user does want that, they can click on the button, and then their data will be shown to the user right here, and then we would be able to see their render friends right here. But here you can see that's the problem. Like initially we are not seeing anything, but we are still getting this render friends component right here, and we don't want that. Okay, so to prevent that from happening, so we are going to be using the asynchronous function, not asynchronous function, but asynchronous component. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? I'm going to go ahead and go to my toggle friend component, and we are going to be using the define async component right here. Okay, so I'm going to have to first of all grab it right here. I'm going to be using comma and define async component. Now let me just copy that and let me just zoom in a bit right here. And here what I want to do is that I'm going to comment this line out, and I'm going to just write like const and render friends right here, and it's going to be equals to this define async component. And here we are going to be passing a callback function right here, and I'm going to just say like import, and here we are going to be just going to yeah, here you can see we have our render friends right here. And now if I save that and we just comment this line out, but now we are reusing that right here, and we are assigning the value of that asynchronous component right here, and then we are just rendering that asynchronous component, in this case not an actual component but the asynchronous component right here. So now if I save that and now if I refresh that, and here you can see we don't have any render component right here inside, I mean like, yeah, any render friends component inside this list right here. Okay, so you cannot see that, but if I click on this button right here, so what are we getting? We are now getting this render friends view right here. On the other hand, if I click on this button, so it's going to hide it from the UI, but we already sent this request right here, and that request will be totally okay. And yeah, we can only just make that once, not all the time. So now if I just refresh that once again, so here you can see we no longer have that friends or render friend component right here. But if you want that, so we can just click on this button, and here you can see we have that render friends right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the define async component, and this is how we are going to be importing our asynchronous component, and this is how we are going to be using that in Vue.js. So now let's talk about a composable in Vue.js. So a composable is a function or a set of function that encapsulate a piece of logic and can be composed together to build a functionality of a Vue component. So composable are designed to be reusable and shareable, making it easier to manage complex logic and behavior in the Vue application. So that was just a quick introduction of what a composable is. So now how in the world we are going to be creating a composable? Well, this is a convention right here. So we are going to be just creating a regular function, but for the name, first of all, we are going to be writing this use and then the function name right here. So then we can say like this function is a composable function. Okay, so now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here you can see I have this counter component right here, and I'm just rendering that inside my app component right here. So nothing special going on here. I'm going to just zoom in a bit, and now let's just create our counter component. So I'm going to just grab my ref from my Vue.js, and I'm going to just say like let, oh, god damn it, what the hell is that? Let count, oh my god, let counter or count, it will be now equals to the ref of 0, and here we are going to be just rendering our counter. So I'm going to just say count, and here let me just pass my count right here. Let me create two buttons, the increment button, or you know, plus and minus right here. And let me just create their two buttons right here. Let me just attach event listener on them. So I'm going to just pass the increment and also the decrement as well. Now let me just go back, and here what I want to do is that I'm going to just create that what do we call it, what the hell, I'm going to just create the increment, and it's going to be equal to this function right here. So we have a count dot value plus plus, and we have a minus minus for the decrement right here, decrement. There we go. So now if I save my file, and here you can see everything is working totally as expected. So if I click on that, and here you can see that's working totally okay. But here is the question, but you know what, first of all, let me just create yet another component, and I'm gonna just say like yet another component com, oh my god, component.vue. Okay, so now let me just copy that name, and here what I want to do is that I'm going to you know, I'm going to also copy all of that logic. Let me just remove that from here, and also remove that. I'm going to also remove this one as well, and here I'm going to just say like h1 of hello world right here. So if I save that, I'm going to also grab that component right here inside my app. So let me just grab my yet another component. Let me just copy that, and here let me just paste that component right here. And I know the spelling is incorrect, but bear with me for a second. So if I refresh this, here you can see we are now getting this hello world right here, which is totally expected, by the way. So now here is a question right here, and now let me just remove also there, and I'm going to make this comment a bit better, but bear with me for a second right here. So yeah, here is the question. So what if I want to reuse this logic in another component? Like I have this increment function right here, I also have this decrement function right here, and we are also providing our initial count right here, and it is working totally a-okay. So what if I want to reuse this same logic in another component? So your answer will be, well, just call the component in another place. Yeah. So now let me just call that component right here. So I'm gonna just zoom in a bit right here, and I'm going to go ahead and just write a script and set up. Let me just import my component of counter component. So counter component right here, I'm gonna copy that, and now I'm gonna just I'm going to provide a label of yet another component, and here let me just call that component right here. And now if I save that, and here you can see it's gonna gives us that entire component with also this UI right here, but we don't want that. We only want this component to have the logic right here, like this logic which we currently have right here. We only want this increment and also this decrement. We don't want this UI right here. We don't want these buttons. We don't want this counter right, I mean like this initial count right here, and we don't want that. We only want this functionality, this logic right here. So your first answer will be to just call your component in another place, and to call the component in another place is going to give us all the UI and the template in that another component as well, which you can see right here, and we don't want that. Okay, so what's the solution for that? Now let me just give you the solution, but before I give you, I'm gonna have to remove that from here, and here is the solution. So in this case, I'm gonna be pasting my what do we call it, my comment right here. So here is the solution. So the solution is to extract all the logic from this component and create a separate composable for that. So creating a separate composable will allows us to reuse that logic in overall application, so we can reuse that again and again and make our code totally clean and organized. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and now let me just create my first what do we call it, my first composable right here. So the convention is, if you want to work with a composable, so first of all you're going to have to create that outside from this components folder. So I'm going to be just going into this src, and I'm going to just create yet another folder right here, and you can give it any name you want, but in my case I'm going to just give a name of like shared. You can also give a name of like composables if you wanted to, but I'm going to just give a name of shared because I've seen a lot of projects using a composable in the shared folder. And now let me just provide my first composable right here. So we are working with a counter, so we are going to be just writing like counter.view, but first of all we're going to have to write the use right here. This use is a convention, not important, but convention. So it's going to tell other engineers that this is a composable function right here and not Vue. We are not talking about a Vue. This is going to be the JavaScript file, okay, not Vue. So if I hit enter, so now we can totally create our first composable right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to be importing my ref from my Vue.js. So now let me just import that right here, and now let's just create our counter composable, composable, and now let's just do that. So we are not going to be doing anything special, but we are going to be just creating a regular function, and I'm going to give a name of like use counter right here, and this is our first composable right here. So I'm going to also provide the initial value. So initial value for that is going to be equals to 0. Okay, so for this one we are providing the initial value of 0 right here, and we can also provide the initial value right here as well. Okay, so now let me just pass that initial value to my counter or the ref, whatever you want to call that. So here I'm going to be creating my count, and here we are going to be passing that initial value which we are getting right here inside this perimeter right here. Okay, so now I'm going to just create an increment function as well. Oh, you know what, I don't have to even create that. I can totally copy and place that right here. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just paste that right here, and it will totally work okay. And finally we have to return all of the things which we want other components to be used. So I'm going to just return first of all the count, and then the increment function and also the decrement function as well. So now if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting this warning like your composable is already created or declared, but you are not reusing that somewhere. Okay, so first of all we are going to be exporting that so that we can have access to this function in another files. Okay, so that's why we are now exporting that right here. Okay, so yeah, that was our first composable. Now let me just close that right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my component, and now we no longer have provided all of that logic right here, so I'm gonna just delete that entirely, and now we are going to be just grabbing our use counter. Okay, so use count, come on, use counter from where? From the shared folder. Let me just go back. I don't know what's going on, so let's just remove that from here and import my use counter from where? From my shared folder. Let's just go back 2 times, and here you can see we have a shared folder and we have this use counter right here. Okay, so the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create an instance of that counter component, I mean like that counter composable right here. So to create an instance of that, we are going to be just writing like const counter and then use counter right here and execute that. Okay, so this will allows us to use that counter inside our application right here. So what I want to do is that instead of writing this count, I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just use counter.count right here. So first of all, we are going to be grabbing this instance right here, and inside this instance we have this count, because we are now exporting this count right here. So then we would be successfully able to get there right here. So now let me just comment that, and now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting the initial value of 0 right here, which is totally working okay. So now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to remove this increment function and also this decrement function, and we are going to be first of all referencing our counter, which is this counter right here, and inside this counter we are now exporting this increment and also this decrement. So here we can totally access that. So I'm going to be using dot and then increment, and here we can also use counter dot decrement right here. Okay, so there you have it. So now let me just save my file and refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us that plus, and it's going to also give us that minus right here. Okay, so which is totally okay, and I'm going to go ahead and remove this another component from here because that was only for the example. So what I want to do is that I'm going to remove it from here and from here as well, and here you can see we have our counter, so I can increment that and I can decrement that, and everything is working totally okay. And now here you can see our code is now totally organized. So yeah, we can create composable for different kind of things like I don't know, for the API request and all of that kind of stuff, which I'm going to be also showing you throughout this course. But yeah, that was just a basic example of composable. So now let's talk about a custom directives in Vue.js. So now we are going to be building our own VF, V4 and all of that. So Vue provides a set of built-in directives such as VF, V4, vModel, and we also saw the VOn and a lot of them. So custom directive allow you to define your own behavior that can be applied to the element in the template. So that's just the actual definition of what a custom directive is, but how to create one. So a custom directive is defined as the object containing lifecycle hooks similar to the component hooks like mounted and unmounted, which we already saw. So how the syntax gonna look like? This is how the syntax is going to be looking like. First of all, we are going to be creating an object right here, and it is convenient to provide v at the beginning because we are going to be using the v and something. So here you can see I am now creating my own custom directive right here, and I'm providing v at the beginning and then my directive name right here, and inside there I'm providing my lifecycle hook right here like mounted, and we can also work with the unmounted and on updated and all of that kind of stuff. So it's going to take two parameters, the element and also the binding, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. So that element will give us, which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. But you know what, first of all, let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just remove this coding from here and also from here as well. Now let me just save that, and I'm going to change the name of that to my component.vue would be fine. I'm going to copy that. And now let me just remove this shared folder, we don't need that. I'm going to go to my app, and here let me just place that right here, and I'm going to be just writing h1 of yeah, my component will be fine. So here you can see we are now getting my component. So yeah, that's cool. But now first of all, let's just talk about how in the world we are going to be creating our first custom directives. So to create that, we can just create our own regular JavaScript object right here. So I'm gonna just write like v and then format div, and it's going to be equals to this object right here, and inside this object we are going to be using all of our lifecycle hooks. So I'm going to just write like in this case mounted, and here it's going to take two parameters like element and also the binding, and here we are going to be just writing like const.log first of all. So let me just write this element, but I'm gonna have to go back. So now we successfully create our custom directive, but now we have to use this custom directive somewhere inside our template area right here. So now to use that, first of all, I'm going to just remove this h1 from here, and I'm going to just create a div right here. And now I'm going to just provide my custom directive. So to use that, first of all, we are going to be just writing the v, then dash, and here we are going to be providing our custom directive right here. So if I click on that, so it's going to give us that custom directive. So first of all, we have a v, then we have a format, then we have a div right here. So in this case, we are not working with a binding, so I'm going to have to remove that from here. So now if I just write like, I don't know, using simple custom custom directive or something like that. Now let me just go back, and now if I save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us nothing, but if I right click on that and go to the inspect area, so it's going to give us that element reference right here. So if I just refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us the reference to that element right here. So what's going on? So here you can see it is taking that element, like that parameter of element, which will give us access or reference to the element where this directive is used. So we are now using this directive on this div, so that's why we are now getting the element or the reference to that element right here. So this element or this el will give us reference to that element where that custom directive was used right here. Okay, so we are using it right here, so that's why we are now getting the come on. So that's why we are now getting this div right here. Alrighty, so that was the first one. So now what I can do is that I can do a lot of things, like I can just write like element.style.font size. I can increase the font size to 4rem, and I can also use like e.style.font I don't know, font style to italic or something like that. I can also use like e.style.color, and it's going to be equals to teal or something like that. And now if I save that, and here you can see it's going to give us all of that styling right here. And here you can also notice that we are now changing the font size, the font style, and also the color of this element right here. And we are providing this styling inline because we are currently using our own custom directive right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting all of that styling right here, so which is totally cool. So that's cool, but in some situation we already saw that we can also pass argument right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, to do that we are going to be just using these binding right here. So now let me just console log these binding and what it will give us. So now let me just log to the console this binding right here, and I'm going to also write this equal to sign, and here we're going to be passing that arguments right here. So I'm going to just say like, I don't know, maybe 4 would be fine. Now if I save that, and now if I refresh that, so here you can see it's going to give us that binder. So here you can see we have a dir, we have a lot of values, but here you can also see we have that value which we are passing to this div right here. But I can also write like, I don't know, maybe 100 if I wanted to. So if I save that and refresh that and check it out, so here you can see the value is now 100 right here. So this is how we are going to be attaching arguments to our custom directive right here. So what I can do with that binder, you know what, let me just pass this 4 right here, and I'm going to just log to the console that binding.value and save my file and refresh that. So it's going to give us that value of 4 right here, which is totally acceptable or expectable whatever. So yeah, now I'm going to just remove this element and also that binder from here as well. And what I want to do is that I don't want to do all of that stuff right here. That was just to give you the example. And now I'm going to just say like element.style.font, come on, font size, and it's going to be now equals to the binding.value, and here we can attach new value like pixels right here. So it's going to increase the value by whichever value we are providing right here. So now let me just refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us that text right here that much small because we are currently providing a 4 pixels right here. But now here if I just write like 100 right here, save that, and let me just go back, and now if I refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us 100 pixel styling right here, which you can see. So yeah, this is how we can play around with that. We can do a lot of stuff with that, but I'm gonna just give you a few examples right here. So I can also say like element.style.font font size, and we can also just increase that with rims, but we can also achieve that by using these template literals. So I'm gonna just write like binding.value and rim right here. So now let me just comment this line out, and here I'm going to just pass 5 right here, not that much. So if and refresh there, so we are not even seeing, okay, there we go. So here you can see we have our 5 rim of content right here. So yeah, which is totally a-okay. But now I guess I'm gonna just provide some sort of a border So you know what, I'm gonna just provide some sort of a border as well, like styling and border, and it's gonna be now equals to this template literal, and we're going to be passing binding dot value, and here we're going to be passing solid, and that much I mean like that color, and this amount of border right here. So now if I save that, and here you can see it's gonna add that border right here, that much. So I'm gonna go back to 100, and I'm going to just increase that to, I don't know, maybe 10 would be fine. So if I save that and refresh that, so here you can see it's gonna give us that content, but it is not increasing the size of the border. I don't know why. Let me just click on that, and border 10 pixel. Oh, are we providing? Yeah, we are providing pixels right here. But if you are providing rems, save my file, and here you can see it's gonna give us that massive border right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we can do crazier with these custom directives right here. So yeah, that's a lot of things. But what I want to do is that I want to give you one more example, and I guess that would be it. Okay, I don't want to spend a lot of time on the custom directives. In some situation, we also pass arguments right here, like let me just remove that word here, and we also provide some sort of a argument, like I don't know, something right here. So if I just write something, and if I just remove that from here, you know, let me just remove all of that stuff from here, and I'm gonna just log to the console like binding dot arg. So if I save that, so here you can see we're now providing the arguments right here. Now let me just refresh that. I'm gonna right click on that and go to my inspect area, go to my console, and here you can see it's going to give us that something right here. But if I just write Hossein, and if I save my file and refresh there, and it's going to give us that Hossein right here, which is totally okay. But now I want to do something with that. So here I'm going to be providing a logic which will be just changing the color. So I'm going to just use like a switch in cases, and you are more than welcome to use the if and else statement if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write a switch, and here we're going to be passing like binding dot arg. Okay, so for the binding.arg, we are going to be providing the first case of orange. So if the case is orange, so then just change the color of the element to that orange color right here. So orange, and then break it out. So, you know, I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. Let's just remove that. And we have a case of orange, we have a pink, purple, teal. So now I'm going to just change there too, and also change this color to pink as well, and I'm going to just change both of them to purple, and also for the final one, which will be the color of teal right here. And finally we are going to be just writing a default state, and the default state will be element.style.color, and it's going to be equals to black. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see, let me just go back. We are now here you can see we are now providing a few cases right here, like if somebody provide the argument of orange, then change the color of that specific element to orange. If somebody provide the pink color, so then change that to pink color, purple, and teal. And if the user did not specify anything at all, so then just provide a default color of black. So in this case, we are going to be just first of all providing the orange color. So I'm going to just say like orange. And now if I save my file and refresh that, and here you can see the color is now orange. I'm going to duplicate that a few times for the pink, and also what was that, purple and teal. Okay, so we have a purple, and also we have a teal right here. So if I save that and refresh, and here you can see we have all of their colors right here, and you can go ahead and provide more colors if you wanted to. And I guess that's it about the custom directives. But finally, let me just show you the shorthand for writing these custom directives. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and here I'm going to be using that shorthand right here. So I'm going to just use like const v format div right here, div, and it's going to be now equals to the element, and we can just totally pass the regular function right here. So we can just use like element.style.font size, and here we are going to be just increasing that to 4 rem, or you know, 5 rem would be fine. And now we can just use like I don't know, let's just remove all of that stuff from here. Let me just create my div one more time, and I'm going to be using my v format div, totally exactly the same. And I don't have to write anything else, but I'm going to just write my own name, Hossein Web Dev, save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us that font family of 5 rem. I mean like that font size of 5 rem. So yeah, that was it about a custom directives in Vue.js. So now let's talk about a dynamic components in Vue.js. So what in the world are dynamic components, and why you should care about that? So a dynamic component refers to the ability to dynamically switch between different components based on a certain condition or a user interaction. So this can be achieved using a component element and the is attributes. So yeah, that was just a theory of what a dynamic components is. And now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to also even delete this component from here. Let me just zoom in a bit so that I can show you every single thing a bit clear. And I'm going to be creating a lot of component right here. So we have a component one.view, we have a component 2.view, and we have our component 3.view, and we also have our component I guess the 3 would be fine, but finally we are going to be creating a main component so we can render all of their components. So vue, there we go. So yeah, that's cool, but I'm gonna go ahead and remove all of them. And now let me just go ahead and I'm going to just write something like script first of all with the setup, and then I'm gonna go ahead and write my template right here and close that. And inside there I'm gonna just write like main component baby. So now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my app, and let's just rename that to my main component. Come on, main component. There we go. So now if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting main component right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this entire thing from here. I'm gonna open my component one. Let me just place that right here, and I'm gonna just give a name of like component one. Save that. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to the component 2, and now let me just place that right here and change that to 2. And then I'm gonna go ahead and go to the component 3, and I'm going to just change that to component 3 right here. Now I'm gonna close all of them and reopen my component 1, and I'm going to just write like let's just go back. I'm going to just write like what is HTML question mark HTML, and now I'm gonna just write a paragraph. And here let me just go ahead and ask from a Google like what is oh my god what is HTML. And now let me just go ahead and copy this text from here, and now let's just place it right here, and it's going to give us a definition of what a not a component but what a HTML is. Now I'm going to go to the component 2, and I'm going to just write like what is CSS question mark. Let's just provide that here. Let me just go ahead and just write like what is CSS. I'm gonna copy this text right here, copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and this is what a CSS is. And then I'm gonna finally go ahead and go to the component 3, and what is JavaScript. Come on. JavaScript question mark. And then I'm gonna go ahead and write a paragraph, and not lorem, but what is JS would be fine. Now I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place that right here, save my file, and there we go. So we just only needed that, and now we are going to be dynamically rendering our component inside our main component right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We are going to be doing that by using the component element with the is attribute. So I'm going to just grab my ref from the Vue.js, and then I'm going to be grabbing my component 1, and then let's just duplicate that a few times. So we have a component 2 right here, and then we have a component god damn component 3 right here, and now we are successfully grabbing all of the components. So now here let me just create my current tab. So current tab is going to be equals to the ref, and here we're going to be providing the initial value of component 1 right here, because initially we just only want to render the component 1 and not the other ones. Okay, so yeah, and now let me just create a tabs object. So I'm going to just write like a tabs object, and it's going to be holding all of their components. So the property will be component 1, and we can also provide the value of component 1 as well, but we are going to be using the ES6, so we don't have to do that. And then I'm going to be using the component component 3 right here. So now let me just save that, and here inside a main component, now let me just remove that from here. Oh, you know what, let me just even remove this entire thing, and I'm going to be creating 3 buttons. So what is HTML? I guess I don't, yeah, I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. And what is a CSS, and what is a JS? Okay, and here what we can do is that we can just write our click event handler right here. So I'm going to just write a click event handler, and so I'm going to just write a current tab, and it's going to be equals to this component 1, and then I'm going to copy that logic from here. then we have a component 2, and then I'm gonna just also place this component 3 right here. Okay, so that's cool, but here we are going to be using our dynamic component, like we are going to be adding our component dynamically. So for that we are going to be using this component element. So I'm going to just close that right here, and here we're going to be using the is attribute, and here we just have to pass our tabs, and then we have to pass not equal to, and then we have to pass our index, so current tab right here. So now let me just save that. So if I just refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us that what is HTML initially, but now if I click on what is a CSS, so then it's going to give us the CSS title and also the CSS content as well. And now if I click on the JavaScript, so it's going to give us the title of JavaScript and also the content of JavaScript right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be rendering dynamic components. So I don't want to waste your time, but now I want to show you that how in the world you're going to be fetching a data in Vue.js. And this is totally the same like JavaScript. So if you already know how to fetch a data in JavaScript, so you already know how to do that in Vue.js. So if you want to skip this section and jump straight into the JavaScript, you totally can. Or if you want to watch it, you totally can watch this section, baby. So first of all, we are going to be getting data, data with fetch.vue right here. Okay, so you know I'm gonna have to copy this name. Now let me just go ahead and place it right here, save my file, and let's just check it out. So do we have any errors or whatnot? So something, save my file, and there you have it. Alrighty, so first of all, we are going to be fetching our data by using the fetch. Okay, so I'm going to grab my let me just grab my ref. Hell import the ref from the Vue.js, and then I'm going to be creating my data state. So data is not going to be null initially, and then we are going to be fetching that data. So I'm going to be just creating a fetch data, and it's going to be now equals to first of all, you know what, we are going to be making, or you know, make a get request using fetch. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be making a get request using a fetch built-in API, and we are going to be making a request to this JSON placeholder, or JSON placeholder or something like that. And now here you can see we have this JSON placeholder.typeicode.com. I'm gonna go to the bottom, and now here I'm gonna just send my request to this URL right here. I'm gonna copy that and place it right here, and now it's gonna give us a promise, so we have to just use it then. And here we're going to be getting the response from there. And now in this case we're going to be check if the response status is okay, which means like if the response is between 200 through 299. So if the response is on that range, then it is going to be the okay response, or response. Come on, response, there we go. So what I want to do is that, what if you don't have any response dot okay right here, if our response is not okay? So what do you want to do in that case? We are going to be just throwing a new error, and we are going to be just saying like HTTP error. And yeah, I guess that would be, oh, you know, I'm gonna just write a status code of this error message right here. I don't know, I can't type today. What the hell is wrong with my keyboard? So now let me just write a response dot status right here, and here response, yeah, now it's cool. Yeah, and now underneath that, if everything is okay, so parse the JSON response. Okay, so now let's just return and response dot response dot JSON right here. And here we are passing you know, let me just copy there, let me just place it right here, and also place it right here. And now this is looking okay. So now it's going to give us that data in the JSON format, so we also have to change that to the actual data. So I'm going to just write like response data, and here we're going to be passing our arrow function once again, and data.value, which we are already declaring right here. So we have a data which is currently set to null, and we're going to be just changing this data.value to response data, this response data. Now let me just copy and place there. And yep, that's what we have to do. And finally, we also have to catch for some errors if we already have some. So now let me just paste these error right here, and inside there I'm going to be just logging to the console, or you know, I'm going to be using console.error in this case if we got some sort of error. So I'm going to just say like error fetching fetching data, and here we just have to pass or error right here. So error, there we go. So yeah, now let me just save that, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data. And now we have to call this function somewhere. So I'm going to go to the UI or the template, whatever you want to call that. I'm going to creating a div, and then I'm going to just create my h1 right here. And I'm going to just say like in this case we are just using like a using fetch. This is just a label. This is not a Vue.js syntax, by the way. This is just a label right here I'm writing. So now underneath that we're going to be creating a button, and I'm going to be just attaching the click event handler on there. And when somebody clicks on this button, so we are going to be calling this fetch data function right here. Now let me just call that, and then we are going to be just providing the label of fetch data right here. And underneath that we're going to be creating yet another div, and here we're going to be just passing that data. So data from API will come up here. So I'm going to just use the HTML pre-tag, and here we're going to be just passing that data right here. So now if I save that, now let me just go ahead and refresh that. And now if I click on the fetch data, and it's going to take a bit of time if you don't have any errors already. Yep, I guess we already have some sort of error. So let's just refresh that. And here I found the bug. I was using the uppercase R, and I'm gonna have to change that to lowercase r right here. So now if I save that, now if I refresh that, and now if I click on the fetch data, and here you can see it's gonna give us that data right here. Okay, so let me just go ahead and go to, let me just copy that and place it right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to my, you know what, I'm just wasting your time. I'm sorry about that. Post. So it's gonna give us 100 posts. So I'm gonna copy that. And now let me just place that right in here. So if I save that, and now let me just go to my app, and now let me click on that. So it's gonna give us 100 posts right here, which is totally amazing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be fetching our data in Vue.js by using the, what do we call it, by using the fetch method or the fetch API. So now let me just create yet another component, and in this case we are going to be using something called the Axios. So if you guys don't already know what Axios is, you don't have to worry about that. So getting a data with Axios.view right here. So to use Axios, first of all we have to stop our server, and we have to install Axios inside our project. So I'm going to be using like npm I and Axios, and now if I hit enter, so it's going to install this Axios in my machine, or in this specific project rather. And now let me just restart my server once again. So it's going to restart my server, and yeah, I'm going to be just going and writing this script, and also the setup, and also the temp, and there you have it. So I'm going to just write like h1, and here in this case I'm going to be just providing a label for myself like using Axios library. Okay, so it is giving me that highlight because I'm using the extension, which is a code spell checker extension I'm using. So now let me just import first of all my ref from my Vue.js, and then I'm going to be importing Axios from this Axios which we just installed. And then I'm going to be creating my initial state for the data, and it's going to be set to null by default. And here we're going to be now fetching a data right here. So I'm going to just use like fetch data, and it's going to be now equals to the asynchronous function. And inside that we are going to be just using our try and catch block for getting some sort of error if we already have one. So now let me just log to the console.error, and I'm going to just say like error fetching, fetching data. And here, I can also use a template literals, whatever you want to call that. I can't even pronounce that word, template literals. Yeah, that was the first time I pronounced it right, I guess. And now we have to make a get request to, or not to, but using Axios. Okay, so I'm going to just use like const response, and it's going to be now equals to await and Axios.get, Axios.get. And here we're going to be just sending a request to this API, which I already show you. So I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just place that right here inside a quotes. And here what I want to do, underneath that, what I want to do is that I want to handle the successful response right here, response. And then I'm going to be using data.value, and it's going to be now equals to the response dot not value but data right here. Okay, so now I'm going to save this file, and this is how we are going to be fetching our data by using Axios. And now we have to call this function somewhere right here inside our UI so we can get our data right here. So I'm going to be creating a button one more time, and I'm going to give a name of like fetch data, and here I'm going to just pass a click event handler right here, and we are going to be calling our fetch data function right here. Underneath that, we're going to be creating a div, and let's just write h2 of data from API right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write my pre-tag one more time, and now let me just render my data, save my file, and refresh that. And now if I click on this button, so using a fetch, oh, I forgot to call this component right here, so I'm going to just comment this line out. And now I'm going to import my getting data with Axios. I'm going to copy that, and now let's just comment this line out and place that right here, save my file and refresh that. And now we are using Axios in this case. So now if I click on this fetching data, so it's going to also give us all of that data right here, which is totally amazing. So yeah, that was it about how we are going to be fetching a data in Vue.js by using Axios and Get API. Alright guys, so welcome to the exciting part of this course. So now we are going to be jumping into the projects, but before we get into the project, first of all I want to say that I'm not going to be writing any CSS. I'm going to be just copying and pasting the CSS for all of these projects because I don't want to waste your time and also mine, and you can find all of the coding in my GitHub repository. So first of all, we are going to be creating a to-do list project right here. So I'm going to copy that. Then I'm going to go ahead and go to my app, and now let me just use that right here, save my file and refresh that, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. So first of all, we are going to be creating a to-do list project. So now let me just zoom in a bit. So the first thing we would do is that we would need some sort of a ref for the reactivity, and then we are going to be creating our to initial state for the new task, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we are going to be passing the empty string, and then we are going to be also creating a task right here, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we are going to be just passing this empty array right here. Okay, so yeah, that's cool, but now let's create our first method or function, whatever you want to call that. So it's going to be now equals to the add task, so we would be able to add some sort of a task. So now we are going to be first of all checking if you already have a task or if the task is empty, so don't gives us nothing. But if the task is not empty, so if you have like task.value.trim, and if it's not equal to empty string, so what do you want to do? We just want to push a task to our list. So I'm going to just use like task.value.push, and we are going to be pushing this new task.value right here, and underneath that we are going to be also just making, or what do we call it, our task value, and it's going to be now equal to empty string because we want our input field to be totally empty. So this is how we are going to be adding a task. So now let's talk about how we are going to be removing a task. So I'm going to just write like a remove task right here. It's going to be equals to this arrow function. So now let me just pass this arrow function right here. If I can pass it to so now let me just write my index right here. It's going to take an index, and here we are going to be getting our task.value, and we are going to be using the splice method on there, and here we are going to be first of all providing the index and 1. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our task, and this is how we are going to be removing our task. And what I want to do is that I'm going to just remove this h1 from here, and I'm going to be just creating a div, but I want you to give it exactly the same classes like mine because I'm going to be copying and pasting the CSS, so you have to give these classes right here. So we have a to-do app, and then inside this to-do app we also have a task-input right here, and inside there we are going to be creating our input field, like the actual input field in which we are going to be writing every single thing. And then I'm going to just remove this type right here, we don't need that. Let me just add the v model, and it's going to take that new task which we've created right here. Okay, that empty string, and then we're going to be adding the keyword event which will be the key up, and when somebody hit enter, let me just write enter. So then we're going to be just adding that task, so add task function which we just created right here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. But now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to show some sort of a placeholder for the user. So I'm going to just say like add new to do would be fine. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. Or you can also write a task if you wanted to. And now underneath there we're going to be creating a button which will just say add to do, and here we are going to be just changing that to task rather. I'm going to be also attaching the click event handler right here and add task right here as well. So when somebody clicks on this, so underneath this div, we're going to be rendering all the tasks if you have some. Okay, so I'm going to be using the UL. And now let me just also give a class name of, class name. This is not a React.js, this is a Vue.js. We just have to write a class. I'm going to just write a task list, and inside there we are going to be just using our li right here, and we are going to be just writing a v4 and let me just write a task and also the index right here in the task right here. So now we are iterating over through all of our tasks if we have some, and then we are going to be also providing the unique value of index. And now let me just also add the class of task item right here. Okay, and now inside this li we are going to be just rendering our task. And now let me just save that. Underneath this li we are going to be also creating our button, and which will just say remove the task, or just remove would be fine. And now we are going to be attaching the click event right here and remove task, and here we are going to be passing that index which we are getting from this iteration right here. Okay, so we are going to be passing that, and I'm going to also provide a class name of remove button right here. Okay, so I guess that would be fine. So now I'm gonna go ahead and provide a styling for this app right here. I just copy the styling, so now let me just place it right here, and you can find all of these coding in my GitHub repository if you want them. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we have this. We don't want that, and I just figure out that here it should be app. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we have this UI right here. So I can now add a task, like I don't know, one would be fine. Then I'm gonna just click on that, and it's gonna add it, but this is not cool. Yeah, I have to do something about that. So it should be inside this li right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see that's gone. But if I just write something like 1 2 3 or 4 or something like that, and here you can see all of them are now added. Now I can remove this one, I can remove all of them right here. So like I don't know, walk the dog, learn coding from from Hussein. Hussein is the best. This is not a task, but yeah, that's a fact. I'm going to just remove that from here, and that is our first project of to-do list. Welcome to the project number 2, and in this one we are going to be creating a random code generator. I already created this component right here, and I already passed that right here inside of Vue, and now we are getting this random code generator right here, which is totally okay. And what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and start from the scripts first of all. So I'm going to be just grabbing first of all the ref and also the on mounted right here. From where? From the Vue.js. And now let me just go back, and here we're going to be just writing a lot of codes, and I already copied that, so I will just paste that right here, and you can write as many codes as you want. So now let me just place that right here. Let me just go back, and here you can see we have array of objects right here, and inside each of the object we have a text, and we also have the author right here. So we have actual code and who said that code. So here you can see we have a few, we have a few codes right here, and now we are going to be working with that. So now I'm going to just hide that so you guys can see everything a bit better. So the next thing which I want to do is that I want to create a state for the current code right here, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we are going to be passing the text, and text will be set to totally empty string, and we are going to be also passing the author, which will be also totally empty string. So now let me just write const get random code right here, and we are going to be creating this function to get a random code. So now we create this function to get a random code from these codes right here. Okay, so I'm pretty much sure that you guys already know how to get a random number and how to get a random string from something. So yeah, now let me just do that right here. So I'm going to be doing like random index, and here we're going to be just passing like math.floor to floor out our math.random value right here. And here we're going to be passing the time codes dot value first of all, codes dot value, then dot length, and ngth right here, and then we're going to be just passing there to our current state, which is a current code dot value, and it's going to be now equals to the codes dot value, and here we're going to be just passing this random index right here. Okay, so now let me just pass that, and it's going to give us a random code. And we are going to be also passing this function when our component initially renders right here, so that we can see something on the screen. So we are going to be just writing like on mounted when our component is successfully mounted. So we are going to be just passing this function right here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now let's get into the actual UI right here. So first of all, we are going to be creating a div with a class of code generator, generator, and inside there we are going to be creating a h1 with a class of app dash title right here, and we are going to be just writing like random code generator. Oh my god, generator, if I can spell it today. Then we're going to be working with HTML block codes right here, so I'm going to open and close that, and I'm going to also write a classes, and let me just provide a code container right here. So this is going to be the main container for all of our codes, and here we are going to be just passing our current code dot text right here, and underneath that we are going to be also provide that citation right here. So for the citation we are going to be just providing the code author. Okay, and yeah, that's it. So now underneath this block codes right here we are going to be creating a button, and now the come on I kind of forgot the name and as the label we are going to be just passing like get random, come on, random code right here, and now inside there we are going to be just attaching the click event handler on there and get random, come on, get random code right here. Okay, so that's cool, but now let me just also attach this class right here, which is a code button right here, and yeah, I guess that would do it. So now let me just save that, but before I show you the UI, first of all I'm gonna have to grab the styling and I'm gonna just place it right here. I'm gonna place all of these styling right here, and you can find all of these styling in my GitHub repository. So now let me just save that, and let's just refresh that right here. So here you can see it's going to give us that random code generator, it's going to give us that actual code, and it's going to give us the author right here. You can also write a double dashes right here. I guess that would look cool, but you know, that's looking awful. That's looking totally awful. Let me just remove that, and now we can click on this get random code, and it's going to give us a random code right here. So now I'm clicking on that, and it is still giving us this first one right here because we only have these 3 codes right here, and it is trying to give us a random code, and now we are still getting that code right here. But if I click on that once again, so here you can see it's going to give us a random codes right here. So yeah, that was our random code generator, and here you can pass as many codes as you want. Welcome to the project number 3, and in this one we're going to be building amazing calculator, and I already created a component for that, and I'm already rendering that in my app right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and first of all create our initial state. So I'm going to just grab my ref and also the computed, because we're going to be working with the computed values as well. And also let me just first of all create a display, and it's going to be equals to the string of 0 right here, and we're going to be using something called eval function. And yeah, you can go ahead and search that, and I'm going to also show you that in a few seconds. So first of all I'm going to be creating the append to display function. So I'm going to just write like append to display, and it's going to be taking some sort of a value, and inside there we are going to be first of all checking if the display dot value is triple equals to 0, the string 0 I'm talking about, and value is not equal to not triple equal to this period. So what do you want to do? We just want to write display dot value is going to be equal to the value. So what if that's not the case? So what do you want to do? We just want to write a display dot value will be plus equals to this simple value right here. So the next thing which you want to do is that we want to create a main function for calculating all of our data. So I'm going to just write like calculate to calculate this data right here, and I'm going to be just passing that right here, and inside there we're going to be using a try and catch block. If we have some sort of an error, so we're going to be just writing like display dot value is going to be equals to the error right here. Okay, we're going to be just changing the UI, and then we're going to be just writing that display dot value is equal to this eval function. So it takes a string value that contains a valid JavaScript code right here. Or you know what, let me just copy that, and then I'm going to just show you that. So JS eval function, and here you can, but I guess MDN has a great docs right here. So this is not that much recommended to use, but I'm gonna still use it right here. Executing JavaScript from a string is a big security risk, so do not use this eval in what do we call it, in personal bigger projects, but you can use it for this small calculator kind of projects. So with eval, malicious code can do this and that, so you don't have to worry about that. But I'm gonna go ahead, and here you can see here is the example right here. So we have an x variable, we are storing the value of 20, I mean like 10 inside there. Then we have a y variable, and we are storing the value of 20 inside there. And then we have a text, and inside this text we are just writing our x times y, and it is now giving us, I mean like when we pass that text inside this eval, so it's going to give us the actual result right here. So you know, let me just copy that. I'm going to go ahead and write not this one, right click on that and go to my, how do I go to inspect element? There we go. So now I'm going to go here, then I'm going to go to the console, and now let me just place that right here, and now I'm going to hit enter. And now if I just use the result right here, result, and here you can see it's going to give us 200 right here, which is totally correct. So yeah, we are going to be using this eval method or function, whatever you want to call it, right here. And inside this eval, what do you want to do? we just want to pass this display.value, and we are already initially passing the string of 0 right here. Okay, so it's gonna just convert it to a regular JavaScript function, I mean like to a regular JavaScript value, and here we're going to be using the toString, and we're going to be converting that value to the string. And now I'm going to be creating one computed value for the dynamic classes. So computed property for the or for dynamic class binding right here. Okay, so now let me just write const display class right here, and it's going to be equals to the computed, and here I'm going to be passing my arrow function right here, and we're going to be just returning the display.value.length if the length is greater than 12. So then we want to just provide a small dash text right here, and if that's not the case, we just want to provide nothing at all. And finally, now let me just create a function for clearing the display. So I'm going to just write like clear display, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function right here, and inside there we're going to be just writing a display.value, and it's going to be set to the string of 0 right here. So yeah, that's that. But now let's just work with our current UI right here. So the first thing which I want to do is I want to create a div right here. Come on, let me just create a div, and inside this div we're going to be creating a calculator class right here. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be also creating a input field right here. We don't need these types right here, so I'm going to just attach my v model of display right here in this case, and we are going to be attaching that classes dynamically. So I just write this v bind right here, I mean like these binder or whatever you want to call them. We already discussed. Now let me just pass my display class, which is this computed property. Okay, and then we're going to be just making it a read only, and now I'm going to just close it. So underneath there we're going to be creating a lot of our buttons right here, so I'm going to just write a buttons, and inside there we're going to be creating a button, and I'm going to just say first of all say one, yeah, I'm going to just write a 7, then for the 8, then 9, then we are going to be writing a slash. Okay, so now I'm going to just duplicate that, and here we are going to be also writing 4, then 5, then 6, and then times. Okay, so then we are going to be just duplicating that, and here we are going to be just passing like 1, then 2, then 3, then I'm going to just write their dash right here for the minus. And now let me just duplicate that one more time, and here what we want to do, we just want to pass 0, then dot or period, whatever you want to call that. And here what we are going to be doing is that we're going to be also writing an equal to sign, and then finally a plus. Okay, so we're going to be attaching event listener on all of them. So now I guess I did just mistake, so I'm going to select that like this, hit Control D, hit Control D that much time, and I'm going to attach the event handler on there. Okay, so now we are going to be passing different values to that. So oh god damn, yeah, I guess that will be fine. So I'm gonna just write a click right here, come on, click, and now let me just hit tab, and we are going to be using this append function which we just created right here, this append to display function, and we are going to be using that right here. So I'm gonna just say like append to display, and here we're going to be passing different values inside there. Okay, so here you can see we're now passing it for all of these buttons right here, and I'm going to be passing it first of all for the 7, or you know what, let me just duplicate that and copy that from here. Oh god, let's just duplicate that, and let me just copy that, and I'm going to just place it. If you don't know how to do that and how I did that, so you should definitely go ahead and watch my complete VS Code. Trust me, I can guarantee, I can even promise it's gonna change your life. That's one of my favorite codes. So I'm gonna copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and finally for these ones as well. Okay, so now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and finally for these ones as well. So now I'm going to copy that and place it right here. So yeah, everything is okay. So finally we're going to be creating a button for clearing our input right here. So I'm going to just write a C to clear. So let me just attach the event handler on there, and I'm going to just set clear display, which we've already created right here. Okay, so yeah, now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to also attach the clear button input field as well. Now I'm going to save that, and here what I want to do, oh, I forgot to show you this one. I'm going to have to copy that, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to this plus right here, not plus but this equal right here, and we're not going to be using it right here. So here we are going to be using this calculate function, and we are going to be executing this calculate function right here. Okay, thank god. Remember that. So here you can see we have this clear display right here. We are already passing there, and I don't know what I was about to show you, but anyways, I just forgot. And now let me just place that styling right here, and that's going to be it. I'm gonna just place this styling right here, and by the way, you can find all of the code in my GitHub repository. So now let me just save that, and here let's just refresh that, and here you can see we have this amazing looking UI. Yeah, that's looking awful. So if I just write like 2 plus 2, and if I just click on this equal to, so it's going to give us that 4. And let me just zoom in a bit. If I just want to clear this out, so I'm going to just click on this clear button, so it's going to clear it out for me. And if I just write like, I don't know, 2 minus 10 and equal to, so it's going to give us minus 8 right here. And now let me just clear that, and then I'm going to just write like 5 times 2, so it's going to give us 10 right here. Let me just clear that, and I don't know, 5 times 2 or something like that equal to, so it's going to also give us a fraction. And then yeah, everything is working. So I can also write decimal points like 2.3 plus 3.2 or something like that. And if I hit enter, so it's going to give us that 5.5, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. So yeah, this is how we are going to be building a calculator app in Vue.js. So welcome to the fourth project of this course. So in this one, we are going to be building accordions. Okay, so I already created a component for that, and now I am importing that, and I am rendering that in my app.js right here. I mean, like in app view component right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that first of all, I'm going to be grabbing the ref from the Vue.js, and also I'm going to be creating a state for the items, and here I'm going to be passing array of objects. So now let me just pass it right here, and here you can see we have array, and inside this array we have a lot of objects, and each object will have the title property and then some sort of a value for that. Then we have a content and some sort of a value for that, and finally we have this open right here. Okay, so we have a few objects right here. So what I want to do is that I'm gonna just collapse it right here so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now I'm gonna be creating a function for toggling that accordion. So I'm gonna just write like toggle accordion, and it's gonna be now taking some sort of an index right here. And now I'm gonna just pass my item right here, so items.value, which is this items right here, and we are grabbing the value from there, and it's going to be now equals to the items.value. And now we are going to be iterating over through all of that items, and here we are going to be taking the item itself and also the index right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write an arrow function right here, and inside there, first of all, we're going to be taking all of our items right here, like we're going to be cloning our items, right? Not items, but item right here, like singular, not plural but singular. And I'm gonna also have to put that in the parentheses right here. So now that error will disappear. And now the next thing which I want to do is that we only care about this property right here, which we have this open property for all of these objects right here. We don't care about the title, we don't care about the content, but we only care about this is open property. So now I'm going to just write open, and now here I'm going to be using the JavaScript ternary operator right here. And now if I like the index is triple equals to that actual index, what do you want to do? We just want to flip the item of open. If that's true, so make it false. If that's false, make it true. And then if that's not the case, we just want to set that to false by default. So yeah, that's our accordion function right here. And now let's just use that inside our UI. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the template, and inside the template we're going to be creating a div with a class of accordion container right here. And inside this accordion container, we are going to be first of all creating a div, and I'm going to be just iterating over through all of our items. So I'm going to just provide like item and also the index, and we are going to be using the in operator, and we are going to be iterating over through all of our items. And let me just provide a key of index for all of the unique items, and I'm going to be also passing the accordion class as well. So now let me just go back, and inside there what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be creating a div with a class of accordion and header. And when somebody clicks on that header, so what do you want to do? We just want to show like toggle accordion. Okay, so toggle accordion, and it's going to take that index which we are getting from all of these items. We are taking that index right here in this case, and now in this case we are now providing this index right here, which we are iterating over through all of the items, and we are getting that unique index, and we are now passing that index to this toggle accordion function. Okay, so that's there. And now inside this div, what I want to do is that I'm going to be rendering my item.title. There we go. Now let me just save there, and underneath there what I want to do is that I'm going to be also providing a span, and I'm going to just provide you know what, I'm going to provide a bit of content right here, But first of all, let me just give him a class like class name of arrow icon. And now inside there, what I want to do is that I'm going to be just checking if item.open, if it's open. So we just want to show this to a user, this icon to the user. So if you wanted to get this same icon, so you just have to open, you just have to hold your Windows button and you just have to hit dot. So it's going to give you this emoji picker right here, and you can search for different kinds of what do we call it, different kinds of things right here, but I already choose this one, so I'm going to just place it right here. And what if that's not the case? So what do you want to show to a user? We just want to show this icon to the user right here. Okay, so that's then. Now underneath this div, what do you want to do? We are going to be just using our div, and here we're going to be using the vshow. We don't want to hide the entire UI, but we just want to hide it for a few seconds or when the user clicks on this. We are going to be using item.open, and here we just have to write a class name of accordion dash content right here, because here we're going to be placing the actual content of this accordion. So I'm going to be just writing like item.content, and now let me just save this. So yeah, I guess that's it for all of the logic and also for the UI. But now let me just provide a bit of styling right here. So I just copy the styling, and now let me just place it right here, and you can find all of these styling in my GitHub repository. So now let me just save there, and here you can see it's going to give us these accordions right here. So if I click on that, and here you can see that icon will be changed, and it's going to give us that content right here. But if I click on this one, so it's going to collapse this one, and it's going to give us the content of the second one right here, and same will goes for the third one, and so on and so forth right here. So yeah, that was our accordion component in Vue.js. Alright, so welcome to the fifth project of this course. So in this one, we're going to be building the form validation project. So I already grabbed the regex. If you guys don't know what a regex or a regular expressions are, so you don't even have to worry about that. But yeah, we're going to be just using that for a testing. And I just created this component right here, and I rendered that in my app. Okay, so that's why we are now getting this form validation. Alrighty, so now let's get into it. So the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be grabbing my ref and also the computed. So computed right here from the Vue.js. And then I'm going to be grabbing the, not grabbing, but I'm going to be creating a state for the form data. And here we're going to be providing this object right here. And inside this object, we're going to be providing the name, and name will be empty string. Then we're going to be also providing the email, and email will be totally empty string, and also for the password as well. Okay, so now we create our initial state here, and now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to write our computed property for the name validation. So I'm going to just write like is name valid, and it's going to be equals to this computed property, and here we are going to be passing our arrow function, and I'm going to be grabbing my form data, and we're going to be just getting the value of that name. And I'm going to be also providing the trim method so we don't get any empty spaces if that's not empty. So yeah, we're going to be just storing the value of that in the is name valid, and then we have a const is email valid here, and it's going to be equals to the computed property, and here we're going to be passing our arrow function, and we're going to be checking this regex. So I'm going to cut that regex from here. Now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to be placing my regex right here, and we are going to be passing our test. So I'm going to just write like dot test, and now here inside there we're going to be providing our form data, and we are just only interested in the email. So now let me just pass my email right here, and it's going to store that value inside this is email valid variable. Okay, so yeah, now let me just check for the password. So const is password valid here will be now equals to the computed property, and inside there we're going to be storing the value of form data dot value dot password, and then we are going to be checking the length, length. If the length is greater than or equal to 8, so the password will be a valid password here. So yeah, now let me just go back, and here we are going to be creating one for the form validation itself. So I'm going to just write like const is form valid, and it's going to be equals to this computed property. In this case, I'm going to be passing like is name valid dot value, and is email valid dot value, and is password valid dot value. Okay, so if that's the case, so store that value inside this is form validation or form valid. Okay, so that's them. Now let me just create a function. So I'm going to just give a name of like submit form, and we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but I'm going to just log to the console something. And now here we are going to be just passing if what do we call it, if we have like is form valid dot value. So what do you want to do? You can write like a lot of logic right here, but in my case I'm not going to be providing that much logic, but I'm going to just write like console.log form submitted submitted would be fine. and then we are going to be passing our form data dot value. Okay, so that's there. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to log to the console like form is invalid, and then please check the or not input field but fields. And I guess that's it about for the logic. And now let me just go ahead and write the UI for that. So I'm going to just remove this h1, and first thing first, we are going to be creating a div. Let me just create a div, and inside this div we are going to be creating a form. We don't need no actions, so we are going to be just writing a submit, and we are going to be also preventing that refresh right here from happening, and we are going to be passing our submit. I'm going to also give a class of custom custom form right here, and inside that we're going to be creating a div, and I'm going to just give a class of like form group form god damn it, form, and then group. And inside there we're going to be also providing some sort of a label for that, like name would be fine, and I'm going to also provide a name here, and then I'm going to be providing an input field. We don't need, or I'm going to leave there right here, but I'm going to also provide the v-model, and we are going to be attaching the form data dot name in this case. Okay, and then I'm going to be providing the id of name right here because we already provided this form field. Okay, so that's them. Now underneath this input field we're going to be also creating our span. Let's just create our span, and name is required right here. But oh my god, what the hell did I do? Let me just click on there, and here we are going to be just passing like if statement or directive to be precise, and we're going to be checking if not is name valid, then show us this UI right here. And if that's not the case, so we're going to be not providing anything at all. So now let me just provide a class of error right here as well. Okay, so yeah, that's cool, but I guess I'm gonna have to duplicate that a few times. So this is for the name, then for the email, and then also for the password as well. So now let me just provide a enter, and then let's just change that to the email. I'm gonna also change this one to the email as well, and also email, and this one will be email as well. And let's just change this one to the email. And what if is not email provided? So is email valid if that's not the case? So yeah, we don't have to just provide the name is required, but we are going to be also just writing like please enter a valid email address. And underneath that we are going to be also taking care of what do you call it, the password. So password, I'm going to also change that to password, and this one to password as well. Let me just also provide a password ID and also the text of password. Let's just remove that, and I'm going to just write like password must be at least at 8 characters. Okay, and I'm gonna just provide if not is password valid. Okay, so if that's not the case, so yeah, you get the idea. So now underneath this div we are going to be creating our button, and I'm going to be providing the type of submit. It's not going to do that much of things, but I'm going to provide it anyways, and it is going to be disabled if not is form valid. Okay, so if our form data is not valid, so it's going to be disabled, and then submit button right here, and here we're going to be just passing the label of submit. And finally, now let me just add the styling, and now I'm going to save my file and refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us that name and also the email and also the password. And here you can also see that our submit button is disabled. But if I just put some sort of a name right here, so I'm going to just write like Hussein in this case, and here you can see that error message is totally gone. And now what if I just write something like some valid email right here, like hussein@gmail.com, and here you can see that error is gone. But in this case, let's suppose if I just remove this @ symbol right here, or if I just write like, I don't know, if I didn't specify the Gmail or something like that, so here you can see it's going to give us that error right here. That's because of this line of code, which is this regex. Okay, and now let me just provide some sort of a password. But if I just provide some sort of a short password like 222 or 333, so it's going to still give us that error. But if I just provide some sort of a long password like more than 8 characters, so if I just write like my name is Hussein, so it's gonna give us that submit button right here. But if I right click on there and go to the inspect area, go to the console, and now let me just submit this form, and here you can see it's gonna give us that form data, and now we can check there, we can do whatever we want to do with that data. Okay, so yeah, that was just a quick example of a form validation. in Vue.js. Welcome to the 7th project of this course. So in this one, we are going to be building the password generator. Okay, so I already created this component and I already rendered that. So that's why I am seeing this password generator right here. So I'm going to go ahead and start working with my password generator. Okay, so the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be grabbing my ref from my view, and then I'm going to just create a lot of stats right here. So I'm going to just write a password length length, and it's going to be equals to the ref of 12 characters. And now let me just create for the include uppercase. So const include uppercase, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we're going to be passing true. And now include numbers, and it's going to be equals to the ref, and here we're going to be also passing the true. And const include symbols, and it's going to be equals to a ref of true. And then we're going to be also creating for the final one, which will be generated password, and it's going to be equals to the ref of empty string. Now let me just go back, and that's all the stat that we need for now. So now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to be creating my function which will be generate password. This is a generated and this is a generate password. So now inside this function, the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be writing a lowercase characters. So const lowercase chars like that. And now let me just place it right here. So we have all of the A, B, C, D from starting from the A through Z in lowercase. So now let me just create the uppercase. So const, or you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just create an uppercase chars as well, and it's going to be equals to a ternary operator. So we're going to be checking like include uppercase dot value, which we are getting from this include uppercase right here. So if that's true, so what do you want to do? We're going to be passing these uppercase right here. If that's not the case, we're not going to be passing anything at all. So it's going to be set to empty string. So now let me just create for the number characters as well, for the number chars, and it's going to be equals to the include number include numbers dot value. If that's the case, so here we are going to be passing numbers from 0 through 9. Okay, so here you can see we have a numbers from 0 through 9. If that's not the case, so we're going to be just passing the empty string. And now let me just create for the final one, which will be for the sample. So sample chars, and it's going to be equals to the include sample and dot value, which we are getting from this include sample right here. Okay, so which will be our reactive object. And if that's the case, so we are going to be providing almost all of our samples right here. And if that's not the case, so we are going to be just providing the empty string. So now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to combine all of that stuff. So I'm going to just write like all characters, and it's going to be equals to the lowercase plus the uppercase plus the number characters, and also we have a sample characters as well. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to create a password. So const password is going to be equals to the empty string, and now you want to iterate over through that password by using this for loop. So I'm going to just pass the I right here. So we're going to be starting from the 0, and then we are going to be just providing as our array, we are going to be passing our password length. So where is our password length? Here we have our password length right here, which will be set to 12 characters. And we are now providing the length part here. I mean, like, we are not interested in the length, but we are going to be working with the value. And here we are going to be just incrementing that by 1. So now let me just remove that. And now I'm going to just write like a random index, and it's going to be equals to the math.floor. And here we are going to be just passing like math.random right here. And now we are going to be just using the times all characters. Come on, where the hell is that? I'm going to copy that. Now let me just place that right here. Dot length. Okay, so underneath that, we're going to be just writing the password plus equals to. Now we are appending the all characters, and here we're going to have to pass this random index right here into that password which we just created right here. Okay, so yeah. So now underneath that, what I want to do is that I'm going to just write a generate password dot value. We're going to be getting the value from there, and it's going to be equal to that password right here, this password like the random characters right here. So now I'm going to save my file, and that's it for almost all of our logic right here. But I'm just wondering, like, generate password, where is their use? So it's a generated password, so I'm going to have to copy that, and not a generate password. This is our function. We have to pass the generated password dot value right here. Okay, not this one but this one. So now I'm going to save my file, and that's it. So now let's just get into the UI and write a code for the UI. So I'm going to just delete that from here, and I'm going to just write a container first of all. So password generator container, and now inside there we're going to be just creating h2 with the class of password generator GNERATOR title, and we're going to be just providing like a password generator right here. Underneath that we're going to be providing a label, and here for the for we're going to be providing the length, and here let me just write a password length right here. Okay, so now underneath that we're going to be creating our input field, and it's going to take the number. In this case we're not working with the text, so here we have to put the ID of length as well. Okay, and then we're going to be also attaching the v model as well, and we're going to be just writing like a password length right here. We're going to be attaching there. Now let me just put the minimum, come on, not mine, but the minimum value, and the minimum value will be 4 and the maximum value will be 32. Okay, so yeah, that's that. I am going to just provide a br for the breaking. Now let me just go back, and underneath that we are going to be providing yet another label right here. So we're going to have a label for include or you know what, not in, yeah, include uppercase right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write like include uppercase, and let me just provide that separator, and I'm going to be providing that input field again, and here we're going to be providing a checkbox. Okay, and I'm going to just close that right here, and we're going to be providing first of all the ID of that same ID, just like for the 4. I'm going to copy and place it right here, and also we are going to be providing the v model as well, and for the v model we are going to be providing that same uppercase, or not uppercase but include uppercase, which we have right here. Where is that include uppercase? Here you can see we have that include uppercase right here. Okay, so that's that. Now I guess I'm gonna have to duplicate that a few times, or should I do that? Or yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do that. So this is for the uppercase, then we have for the numbers, then we have for the symbols. Okay, so I'm going to just hit enter right here. Okay, so first of all let me just take care of this one. So we have a include, in this case uppercase, so we have a include numbers. Okay, and here we're going to be just writing a include numbers right here, and now let me just copy that, place it right here, place it right here as well, and this one will be also a checkbox. So yeah, that's that. Now let me just take care of the samples as well. Let's just remove that, and I'm gonna just write a samples, and I'm going to just change this one to include samples right here. So I'm gonna copy that, let me just place that in both of these areas, and there you have it. And finally underneath this beyond we're going to be creating a button, and I'm going to just write a generate 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 password right here, and we are going to be attaching the event listener on that, and we are going to be just passing our function which is this generated password. And now I'm going to copy that and place that right here, and yeah, I'm going to also provide a class name of, come on, class I thought I'm working on React.js. This is not React.js. Let me just provide a simple class. So generated password right here, and underneath that not a password, generated button rather. And then underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to create a div, and inside this div we are going to be just rendering our password. So if we have a password, like if we have a generated password, so what do you want to do? Let me just provide a class right here, and generated password, there we go. We just want to show that password right here, so I'm going to be using a strong tag for that, and I'm going to just write your password, and here we just have to render or password right here, which is generated password. So now let me just, or not generate, yeah, generated password right here. So now let me just save that, and here I'm going to provide a styling, and you can also find their styling in my GitHub repository. And here I'm going to just place the styling right here, and you can find all of these styling in my GitHub repository. So now if I save my file, and here you can see we have this password generated right here, and we don't have any password, nothing right here. But if I just write like I don't know, yeah, I'm going to just include the uppercases, the numbers, and the symbols as well. So if I click on that, so it's going to give us that what do we call this password right here. If I click on that once again, so it's going to give us that random password right here. So what if I don't want to include the symbols as well? So I'm going to just uncheck that symbols, and now if I click on that, so it's going to only give us the characters, I mean like the text, and also the numbers as well, the characters. And now if I click on the numbers, so it's going to only give us the uppercase text right here. So if I click on this anytime, it's gonna give us that text right here, so English alphabets or whatever you want to call that. So now if I also add this one, and here you can see it's gonna also give us that numbers as well, and also the, what do we call it, that symbols as well. And we can also increase or decrease the size of that, like I don't know, maybe if I just want like 2, if I click on this, it's gonna give us 2 characters. And if I just write like I don't know, maybe the amount, you know, I guess that's not gonna work because we are only limited to 32 characters. So I'm going to just write a 32 right here. And now let me just click on this generate button, so it's gonna give us that button right here, I mean like that password right here. So yeah, that's done, but I'm not happy with the UI. So you know what, if you clone my GitHub repository, you are gonna get a cool looking UI. For me, when I'm recording this course, you're not gonna see that much cool UI right here. I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to just provide some cool looking UI for this project. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the password generator in Vue.js. Alrighty, so welcome to the sixth project of this course. So in this one, we are going to be building the progress steps. I already created a component for that, and I already imported that right here inside the app. And this is how it looks like right here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and first of all import the ref. Let me just grab the ref from my Vue.js, and first of all we are going to be creating a steps step right here. So I'm going to just provide these initial value of like step 1 and step 2, and also the step step 3, and then I'm going to be also providing a current step right here, and the initial value will be set to 0. Okay, and then I'm going to be also creating a 2 methods, so it will allow us to go next and to go previous. So I'm going to just write like next step, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function right here, and inside there we are going to be just writing like current step dot value is less than steps dot value dot length Inject and -1, and I'm going to just write like current step dot value plus plus. So what we are doing is that we are just incrementing this current step right here by 1, and then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just duplicate this function right here. Oh, you know, I don't have to duplicate that. I'm going to just create a new function given name of like prev step right here, and it's going to be equals to this function, and inside this function we're going to be also checking or providing an if statement of current step dot value is greater than 0. So what do you want to do? We just want to write like current step dot value minus minus. Okay, so now let me just go back, and this is how everything look like right here. So now inside this UI or the template or the HTML, whatever you want to call that, we're going to be creating a progress container right here. So progress container, and inside there we're going to be creating a progress progress bar. Inside there we're going to be creating a div. Let's just create a div, and I'm going to be providing the v4 first of all, and we're going to be just providing like step, and we're going to be also using the index in the steps right here. And inside there, oh, you know, first of all let me just take care of that unique key. We are going to be passing this index right here, and I'm going to be also attaching that class. And here in this case I'm going to be attaching there dynamically. So let's just provide, if we have the step active class, which we are going to be also providing in the CSS. So what do you want to do? We just want to write index triple equals to the current step right here. Let's just go back and save my file. This is how currently everything looks like right here. And now inside there we are going to be just rendering our step right here. So now let me just save that, and now underneath this div we are going to be just providing our controls. So I am going to just write controls, and inside there we're going to be creating a button. Let's just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just write first of all the previous, and then I'm going to be creating one for the next as well. So now let me just take care of the previous state. So I'm going to just provide a click event handler right here when somebody clicks on that. So here we are going to be passing our previous step right here, and then I'm going to be also taking care of the disable state as well. So if the current step is triple equals to 0, so we are going to be just disabling that. Other than that, it's going to be enabled or active, whatever you want to call that. And I'm going to be also providing a class name of button right here. So I'm going to just save that. Well, you know what, I'm going to just copy all of that steps from here, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm going to just provide the next step right here in this case. And I'm going to just set that to you know what, let's just remove that from here, and I'm going to just provide that to step.length -1, And I guess that would be it. I'm gonna go back, and this is how everything looks like. And now let me just place these styling right here, and you can find all of these styling in my GitHub repository. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see it's gonna give us this UI right here. So first of all, we have this active class right here. So if I click on the next button, so it's going to active this one, and now we are also getting this previous right here. So if I click on that, so it's going to bring us to the previous one and to the next one and also to the next one right here. And you can provide the UI however you want but I guess that's going to be it for my side. So yeah, this is how we're going to be building the progress steps in Vue.js. Welcome to the project number 8 of this course. So in this one, we're going to be working with the has dead jokes API. So I already created a template for that, and I already rendered that right here. So that's why I can see has a dead jokes API, baby. So yeah, now I'm going to get into it, and let's just start working on that. But before I do, we're going to be using the Axios library right here. So now I'm gonna have to install that Axios right here. So I'm gonna be using like npm I and Axios to install Axios in my machine or in this specific project right here. Okay, so if you guys don't know what Axios is, so don't worry. I'm gonna just show you what Axios is, or you can just learn it, I guess, in I don't know, 5 minutes or so. So I'm gonna just first of all grab my ref from the Vue.js, and then I'm gonna be also grabbing the Axios from the Axios as well. And now here we're going to be creating a state for the jokes, or joke rather, and then ref will be set to initially null. And here we're going to be fetching our data by using this function. So I'm going to just write like a fetch joke, and it's going to be equals to the asynchronous function. And here we're going to be just writing our try and catch blocks, and for the catch blocks we are going to be just saying like console.error, and we are going to be just passing this error like error fetching data or data dead joke right here. You don't get the joke, bro, so I'm going to just write a fetching. Okay, and now let me just put a comma and error. And now for the try block, we are going to be getting the response from this await of Axios, and we are going to be sending a get method. And here we are going to be sending our get method to this HTTPS, and then for colon / I can has dead joke.com / So if I hold my mouse and click on that, so it's gonna bring me to this web page right here. And here you can learn more about that if you wanted to, but trust me, there is nothing to learn about that. So you can click on the random joke, and it's gonna give you that random joke right here. You can you can go to the official page and you can learn more about their documentation. But anyways, so yeah, that's cool. But I'm gonna also have to provide my what do we call it, that application JSON headers. So now let me just write a headers, and here it's gonna tag like accept, and then application will be now set to JSON. So that's the only thing that you have to do. And then we have to just write a joke.value will be now equals to a response dot data dot joke. We are going to be just grabbing that joke, and it should be response response. There we go. And yeah, I'm going to save this file, and that's it for the logic. And now let me just implement the logic right here inside this template or the UI, whatever you want to call that, the HTML maybe. Okay, so now let me just create a dead jokes container, there we go. And inside there we're going to be creating h2. Let me just provide a class name of dead jokes title, and inside there we're going to be just writing dead joke is joke is. So now let me just create a button, and it's gonna just say like get dead joke. And here we are going to be also passing the click event handler, and we are going to be just passing this function. Let me just copy that and put that right here, and there you have it. And finally, well, you know, I'm going to also provide a class name for this button as well. So the class will be get dash joke dash button right here. Okay, so now underneath that we are going to be rendering our actual joke. So I'm going to just create a div, and I'm going to just render my joke right here. But first of all, we have to use the vf. If you have some sort of a joke, then print us that joke. But if you don't have any joke, so don't show us nothing at all. So dead joke right here, save my file. And now I'm going to just place the styling right here, and now I'm going to just save my file. And here you can see it's going to give us that cool looking button and also this dead joke. So if I click on that, so it's going to give us that, yeah, coffee has a tough time at my house, every morning it gets mugged. Not that much cool, bro. Let me just try another one. Yeah, there is a lot of cool ones, but anyways, this is how you're going to be fetching a data by using Axios in Vue.js. So yeah, That was our project number 8. So welcome to the project number 9, and in this one we are going to be creating a GitHub user search. Okay, so nothing crazy going on, but I just created my component right here and I just rendered that right here inside the app. And if I see, so here you can see it's going to give us that GitHub user search, and that's looking amazing. So yeah, the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to zoom in. Okay, so now let me just import the ref from where, from the Vue.js, and then I'm gonna just create a few states. So like a username will be now equals to the ref of empty string, and const user profile will be now equals to the ref of null, and then error we're going to be passing the ref of null as well. Okay, so that's that. Now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to create a function which will allows us to get some sort of a data from our API right here. So get user profile will be coming from the asynchronous function, and here we're going to be using a try and catch blocks. For the error we're going to be just writing like console.error, and we're going to be just saying like error fetching data right here, and I'm going to just provide that error right in here. And then I'm going to be also writing like error.value, which you can see right here, this error I'm talking about. So now let me just copy and paste that. Well, you know what, it's going to give us the naming conflict right here, so we're going to have to shorten that to ERR and ERR right here. So then this error will be coming from this state right here, and this error, I mean like this error if I can highlight that, this error will be coming from this error for the catch block right here. Anyway, so it's going to be equals to an error occurred while fetching data. So OCCURRED. Okay, so now for the try block, what do you want to do? We are going to be sending our request to this API, which is https and then api.github.com/users, and here we are going to be just rendering our username.value. But before I do that, you know what, that's a cool string I just wrote right here. I was just writing it for the demonstration purposes, but now let me just copy that. I'm gonna copy that right here, and now let me just place that, and here we're gonna have to provide some sort of a username. So I'm going to just write like a username, you know, I'm gonna just give my own username, which is HusseinWebDev, and if I hit enter, so here you can see it's gonna give us information based on that specific user right here, like the username, the ID, the I don't even know what the mod ID is, but yeah, here you can see it's gonna also give us that avatar. So now I'm gonna copy that, place that, and here is that cool guy, man. Here is that amazing looking guy. So yeah, here you can see this is how we are going to be getting, I mean like this is how we are going to be sending our request to this specific API endpoint. Okay, so we already wrote that, so I'm going to cut that from here, and const response will be now equals to the await and fetch, and we're going to be passing our response right here. Okay, and I guess that's looking cool. We don't even have to do nothing else. Yeah, we do. So now let me just write a const data, and it's going to be now equals to await, and then we're going to be just changing their response to JSON. And yeah, here we're going to be also checking for the errors, like if the response is not okay. So what do you want to do? So response.okay. So if the response is okay, so what do you want to do? We just want to write a user profile dot value will be now equals to this data, and also the error dot value will be equals to no. And what if that's not the case? So what do you want to do? So we just want to write like a user profile dot value will be equals to no, and also we're going to be just writing like an error dot value, and it's going to be equals to this template literal and error, and here we're going to be just providing our data message. I guess that's going to be it. So now we just have username, USERNAME. Oh, here we have to use a template literal. So now let me just paste their template literals, and here you can see it's gonna take its place. So yeah, that's looking cool, but now we have to use that inside our UI. So I'm gonna have to delete that, and I'm gonna be just creating a container first of all, so like GitHub profile, and then dash viewers, VIEWERS, or viewer singular, and then we have to create our h1, and I'm gonna just also give a class of app dash title, and inside them I'm gonna just say like GitHub user profile viewer. If I can get that, let me just copy. Oh, you know what, we don't even have to write the GitHub user profile search would be fine. So now let me just create my input container. So input container, and inside there we're going to be just writing our input. Come on, input, and here we just have to remove this type right here. We don't have to provide a type, and we are going to be attaching the Vue model of username, and also we are going to be providing the placeholder of enter GitHub username right here. And I'm going to be also attaching my keyboard event, which will be the input, and we are going to be just providing our GitHub get user profile function, which we just created right here. I'm going to just hide that for a few seconds, and this is what we're doing right here. Okay, so yeah, now I'm going to save that, and underneath this div we're going to have to show the user data if we have some data. So we're going to be just first of all writing a div, and I'm going to just provide a VF if we have some sort of a user profile, and we're going to be also providing a class name for that, like user profile. And if we have some sort of a user profile, so we're going to be first of all grabbing the image, and where in the world we're going to be getting the image. Let me just show you that. I already show you that, but you know what, let me just show you that once again. What the hell, let's just place their Hussein web dev username, and we're going to be just providing their avatar or whatever you want to call that URL. Okay, so yeah, now what I want to do is that I want to just write an img tag. Let me just write that manually because it's not going to help me here. And also I'm going to be just providing this src of user profile, and we are only interested in this specific property right here. So I'm going to copy that and place it right here, and then I'm going to be also providing some alternative text right here. So user profile dot login login. And now let me just refresh that. That login will be this name right here. We can also provide this ID, but you know what, that's cool. Okay, so yeah, that's amazing. And then what I want to do, or you know, if you just search something like Hussein web dev right here, so it's going to also give us that amazing looking guy. But you know what, we also have to render the other content as well. So I'm going to just create a details right here, user details, and inside that we are going to be just writing a paragraph and also the strong tag inside their paragraph, and we're going to be just saying the name first of all. And here, you know, I'm going to have to duplicate that a few times. So we're going to be getting the location. We're going to be also getting the followers and also the following. And finally, we are going to be just writing a public repos we have currently. So, you know what, outside from this strong tag, we're going to be just writing like user profile dot login. You can even also destructure that, but you know what, that's other story, so I'm not going to do that. And now let me just provide it right here for all of them, and I'm going to be just changing these values. So first one we have is a login, then we have a location, and then we have is a followers, and then we have is a following, and then we have is a public repos. Okay, so yeah, now I'm going to save this file, and underneath this div what I want to do is that I'm going to be also rendering that error if we got one. So I'm going to just write a div, and here we are going to be also using the if statement, and if we have some sort of an error, which we are already providing right here. Okay, so what do you want to do in that case? First of all, we are going to be providing a class name of error message, and then inside there we are going to be just rendering that error right here. So now let me just save that, but now let me cut that and put that inside a paragraph and save that. And yep, here you can see it's going to give us all of their data. But you know what, I'm going to provide a bit of styling right here, and now let me just place that styling right here, and you're going to have access to all of their styling and all of their coding in my GitHub repository. So now I'm going to save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us this UI. But I'm going to just search for, like, I don't know, I just only know this one person in GitHub. And here you can see it's going to give us their Hussein web dev, and it's going to give us all of that information right here. Cool project, Hussein, cool project. So yeah, that was the 9th project of this course. So next we're going to be creating the final project, which will be the Wikipedia clone, baby. Alright guys, so welcome to the final project of this series. So in this one we're going to be building the Wikipedia clone. Not actually, but yeah, we are going to be building that. So what I did is that I already created this component right here, and also I just imported that right here, and I just rendered that. So here you can see we're now getting this message. I'm going to delete that because there was a bit of enthusiasm, so I'm going to just write something else. And the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to be just grabbing my ref. So grab my ref from the Vue.js, and now let me just go back and provide a lot of stats right here. So like const search query will be now equals to the ref right here, and it's going to be equals to only empty string, and then we have a search results, or yeah, results would be fine, and here we're going to be passing the ref, like the empty array, and then const is loading will be now equals to the ref, and it's going to be set to false by default, and then error will be now equals to the ref of totally no, and const is dark. Come on, const is dark theme come on, theme, there we go, will be now equals to the ref of false. Okay, so this is all of our stats. The next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a huge function right here. So search wikipedi will be now equals to the asynchronous function, and we're going to be just passing our query right here into it. First thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write an encoded query, and it's going to be equals to the encoded URI and then component. Come on, URI and then component, and here we're going to be just passing the query right here. Okay, so now underneath that we're going to be also providing our endpoint. So endpoint, and it's going to be now equals to this huge endpoint right here, which I copied from the from the Wikipedia, and you can find that same link in my GitHub repository. And finally at the end we are going to be passing this totally dynamically, which is this encoded query right here, which we are passing right here. Okay, so then now underneath that we're going to be just checking, so try and catch block. So for the catch block we're going to be just writing, I'm going to just write first of all, let me just take care, god damn it, kind of lost my mind here. Const.error, and here we're going to be just passing like error fetching data, and here we just have to render our error right here, and it should be err because we already have error up above. And now let me just write a search result dot value, and it's going to be equals to totally empty array, and then we have a error dot value, and it's going to be now equals to and come on, an error occurred OCCURED while fetching data right here. Okay, so underneath that finally we are going to be just writing finally as well, and I'm going to just write is loading dot value will be now set to false. Okay, so now let's just talk about the try block right here. So first of all, the is loading dot value will be set to true, and then const response will be set to await, and then fetch we're going to be providing fetch dot fetch, and here we're going to be passing our endpoint right here from this API endpoint right here. Okay, so underneath that we are going to be converting our data to the JSON format, so we're going to be using like await and then response.json, and here underneath there we're going to be also checking for the error if we got one. So we are going to be just writing like data.query and data.query.search. So come on, not search query but search right here. So we are going to be just writing like a search result, and then dot value will be now equals to the data.query, come on, data.query dot search right here. So underneath that we're going to be just writing like error dot value will be now set to totally no, and then we're going to be also creating for the else clause right here. So search result dot value will be now set to totally empty array, and then error dot value will be now set to no results found. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's gonna be it for the logic right here. So we don't have nothing special going on. What is wrong with that? Is not defined. Oh, it should not be encoded. It should be just encode URL encode. There we go. I just misspelled that right here. Anyway, so we have a is dark theme and then search query, and now let me just take care of the search query and also the is dark theme right here. So I'm gonna go to the bottom, and here what I want to do is that I'm going to just write like const toggle theme, and it's going to be equals to this function right here, and we're going to be just writing like is dark theme, which we have declared up above, and we are going to be getting the value of that, and we're going to be just setting that to is dark theme dot value. Okay, so we are going to be just reverting that, and then finally we are going to be submitting our search query. So we're going to be just writing like submit search right here, and it's going to be equals to this arrow function right here, and if search query dot value dot rim in this case is not equals to empty string, so then we have to show some content to the user like search Wikipedia, and then here we just have to pass our search query dot value right here. We're passing this function which we have right here. It requires a query, and here we are passing that query value right here. Okay, so if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? You just want to write like a search result dot value, and it's going to be equals to an empty array, and error dot value will be now set to please enter a valid search term. Okay, so yeah, I guess now that's it. There's a lot of explanation and there's a lot of coding right here because this is the final project, so that's why we have to write a lot of coding. And trust me, I'm not even writing a CSS, but if I were to write a CSS code, it would have took me like another day. So now I'm gonna just write a div, and here let me just pass my class. Come on, class right, oh my god, class right here, and we are going to be providing that randomly. Randomly, what the hell? We're going to be providing that dynamically. There we go. So dark theme, and also the is dark theme right here. And now inside this div, what do you want to do? We just want to take care of the container first of all, and inside the container we're going to be creating a header container, and inside there we're going to be creating our h1 and then search Wikipedia. And underneath this h1 we are going to be creating a span, and we are going to be providing the id first of all because that's for the styling. So we are going to be just writing like a theme toggler. And also when somebody clicks on that, let me just go back, when somebody clicks on that, so we have a toggle theme right here, okay, which we've already declared up above. And here we're going to be just writing like is dark theme, and if that's the case, we just want to change the text of that to light. And if that's not the case, we just want to provide that dark search, I mean like not search, but the dark text. Oh, that's a lot of talking, Hussein. That's a lot. So now underneath this div we are going to have to write our form. So let's just create our form, and I'm going to also remove this action from here. And when somebody submit their form, you just want to prevent that refresh from happening, so we're going to have to write a prevent right here, and it's going to be taking their submit search, which we've already declared right here. So now inside this form, what do you want to do? I'm going to go ahead and provide an input field right here, input, and now I'm going to just provide a type of text, and also the view model will be a search query, which we've already created up above, query. There we go. And also the, what do we call it, the placeholder will be now set to enter search term right here. Okay, so I'm going to just save that, and underneath this input field we're going to be creating a button, and I'm going to be providing a type of submit right here. And now let me just provide my search. Okay, so yeah, now underneath this form, what do you want to do? We just want to render our content right here, what we search. So I'm going to just write a div, and inside this div I'm going to be providing an id of search. Come on, search result right here, and inside there we're going to be creating a div, and I'm going to just write a vf right here, and is loading. Yeah, I guess that is loading will be fine. So then we are going to be providing a class of spinner, and here we just have to write a loading dot dot dot. We don't have to do nothing crazy with that. And then what do you want to do? We just want to create a paragraph, and we're going to be rendering this content dynamically. So search result, and then dot length right here, length. There we go. And now inside this paragraph we're going to be creating a div, and now we have to just iterate over through all of the content right here. So we're going to be just writing like result and search results right here, and then we are going to be just writing the key for that. So I'm going to just write a result dot page id, and then I'm going to be also providing a class for that. So class name will be result dot item. Let's just go back, and now inside this div what I want to do is that I'm going to be just creating our h3 right here. So h3, I don't know what's wrong with that, but I'm going to just stick to that anyways because I have to write this code. So now let me just write h3, and I'm going to also provide a class of result dot, not dot but dash title, and inside there I'm going to just provide my anchor tag right here. I'm going to include my anchor tag dynamically because here we're going to be also passing the, what do we call it, the page id from the results. So we're going to have to write these codes right here, and then we have to just write https and then colon then English wikipedia.org /, and then we're going to be providing our search query, and then CURID will be now equals to this random result dot page id right here. So we're going to be passing that, but we're going to be also taking our user to the next page. So we're going to have to write a target, and the target will be blank as well, and also the rel will be now set to this value. And finally, now let me just save that. I'm going to render this content, which is a result dot title, and now let me just save that. Why it is not giving me autocomplete? Something is wrong, but you know what, I'm going to just search something like I don't know, computer, and now if I click on that, so it's going to give us a loader, and everything is working totally a-okay, but I don't know why it is giving us that error. Anyways, I'm gonna take care of that in a few seconds, but now let me just duplicate this h3. Well, you know what, not this h3, but I'm gonna copy this anchor tag, and underneath this h3 we are going to be replacing that once again. Okay, so I'm going to just replace that right here, and we are now attaching this href, and that's totally a-okay. We are also passing that page id right here, and also in this case we're going to be also providing the class name. So I'm going to just write a class, and class will be equals to result dash blank, or not blank, result dash length. And then we are going to be providing every single thing that we are providing right here. And I don't know why it is not giving me autocomplete right here in this case, but yeah, you get the idea why. Yeah, in this case I'm going to just delete that, and I'm going to just copy all of that content from here. Let me just copy all of that. I'm gonna copy that, and now we are going to be placing that dynamically right here. So now if I save that, I'm not quite sure why it is giving me that error, and now it is also not giving me a formatting right here, but you get the idea. You know, I'm gonna just break this down one by myself. So here you can see this is how the content currently looks like right here. I'm gonna just hit enter, and this is how currently things looks like. If I save that and if I search for some content right here, so here you can see it's gonna give us that same ID right here, and also it's gonna give us that entire link which you can see, which we are providing right here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that underneath this anchor tag we're going to be also just rendering, or what do we call it, the snippet. So I'm going to just write like paragraph, and here I'm going to be providing a class name of result and then snippet, and we are going to be also attaching the vhtml, and then it's going to be equals to the result dot snippet right here, snippet. And yeah, I guess that's going to be it. So if I just save that and if I just refresh, so here you can see it's going to give us that content as well. But if I didn't specify this vhtml right here, if I just remove that and save my file, and here you can see it's not going to give us anything. But if I just provide this vhtml and then this result, or you know what, let me just cut that from here because I want to show you something. And now let me just provide that right here, and I'm going to cut this vhtml from here, save my file. It is going to give us that content, but it's going to also include this html as well. Like for the span tag we have this class name right here, and we have all of that html as well. That's going to be included right here. So you know what, I'm going to just undo that, and here you can see we are now providing this vhtml right here, and we don't have to specify anything right here inside there. So I'm going to just cut that from here, cut this empty space from here, and now let me just add some styling to it. I just copy the style, and now let me just place all of these styling right here. And now if I save my file and refresh that, and that's not what I wanted, and I guess something is wrong in the HTML. So I'm not quite sure what's wrong, but something is wrong. I forgot to include that ID right here. So now let me just provide that ID for this input field as well, which will be a search input. So if I just write a search and input, so if I save that, so it's going to give us that search field right here. If I click on this, so here you can see it's going to just make that background totally the gray color or something like that. If I just search for a coding, and if I click on that, and here you can see it's going to give us all of that kind of content right here. We can click on the page, and it's going to bring us to that specific page right here, and we can learn more about that. We can also write for, I don't know, let me just search myself. I am not famous, I know that, but I guess it's gonna give us some weird looking result right here. So I'm gonna just click on that, and nothing is happening right here because that's a bug. Hossein isn't that much famous. So now let me just write something else, like I don't know, programming or something. Now let me just click on that, and here you can see it's gonna give us that. Anyways, so that was a huge course, and thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for watching this amazing course. And if you have any idea of any other courses, so feel free to comment there below, and I'm going to do my best to make a separate courses on them. And if you want me to build another project, like a huge full stack project, or if you want me to cover like Next.js, the Vuetify, or the Next router, or any other tools, so I am here, baby. Just comment there below and I'm gonna do my best to make a separate courses on them. So I just want to say, like, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for watching my content and supporting my channel. And finally, I just have only one request from you guys. If you like my content, so yeah, you can obviously subscribe to my channel, then like highly appreciate that. But please, if you follow me on GitHub, that's gonna be just like a word to me. That's gonna mean a lot. Like that's gonna mean every single thing for me if you follow me on GitHub. And here is my GitHub repo, github.com. Here you can see I am here. Not this one. Let's just remove that and GitHub Hussein web. God damn it. Let me just write a GitHub Hussein web dev right here. And here you can see it's gonna bring us to this GitHub repository right here. So please, if you follow me on GitHub, that's gonna mean a lot to me. And thank you so much once again from the bottom of my heart. And see you in the next course. Bye bye. Take care. Love you all.